Swami Nityanamine Namah.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nityanamine.
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavati Paschatya Shukarine.
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya
Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivas
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Gaura Bhaktavinda.
Hare Krishna
Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajakacarya Ashtotara Sri Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jayam Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajakacarya Ashtotara Sri Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shama Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhana Ki Rajbhumi Shri Vrindavan Dharma Ki Mayapur Navadvip Dharma Ki Ganga Mai Ki Yamuna Mai Ki Bhakti Devi Ki Shrimati Tulsi Maharani Ki Samaveda Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai Nitai Gaura Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the lotus feet of Shri Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada Ki.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Ian Prabhu, Sam Prabhu there from the Manor and other devotees for such a nice start and auspicious start to the day with the wonderful Guru Puja and Kirtan. And I see His Grace Kripamoy Prabhu is with us now. I can see him. Thank you, Prabhu, for coming and joining us. So, Prabhu, as we all know, Kripamoy Prabhu is the disciple of Srila Prabhupada. And in fact, it's very interesting that to know about Prabhu, because I was reading through his life story and I read that, you know, at the age of 9, actually, he wanted to go to Tibet and be a Buddhist monk actually. So it's you know, it's, you can see how, you know, the seeds of devotion are in the life of a devotee from the very beginning, you know. And I must say it is our good fortune that Prabhu is part of our family. He's our senior, he's our guide, always there for us. And in fact, when we were kind of planning this whole festival and we thought of understanding about Guru and the Guru Puja, I think the first name that the entire team could think of was Kripamoy Prabhu. And because Prabhu also runs the Guru Disciple course, I've been personally, many years ago, I have attended the Guru Disciple course that Kripamoy Prabhu used to conduct. And I still remember some very nice points that he had shared, and kind of I'm trying to imbibe them still in our life. So thank you, Prabhu, once again for coming, and we welcome you all to our special Srila Prabhupada festival. And I'm personally really looking forward to your insights, to your thoughts, and furthermore guidance on how we can have Guru as the central character in our life, central personality, and how we can, the whole worship of Guru Puja is so significant for the life of a devotee, that we follow that in all temples every morning. We remember Srila Prabhupada. um, we remember his words, we remember his guidance. So over to you, Prabhu, and thank you so much for coming. Kripamoya Prabhu ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. Nritya Priya Radha Devidasi, thank you. And thank you, Manor family. Gosh, they have been locked up at Bhaktivedanta Manor for over a year, but they seem to be in such good spirits. I wonder why. It must be something to do with the spiritual life that they're leading. They don't seem to be depressed. If you and I were locked into a building for more than a year, we would feel very depressed. But because the devotees are there with their spiritual program dedicated to Prabhupada, they're very happy. So thank you very much for giving me the privilege of speaking today, to be the first speaker in your Prabhupada festival. It's certainly wonderful to have a festival completely dedicated to A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. And it's certainly wonderful that this is the first one. And it's certainly very responsible that I have been chosen to be the first speaker. What shall I say? There's so much to say. But let me begin. My title for today is The Importance of Guru Puja. So the song that you've just heard the devotees singing and the offering of different items to Srila Prabhupada, this began in the middle of the 1970s. And when I came to Bhaktivedanta Manor in the summer of 1974, they had only just begun singing this song. And so fresh was this ceremony to the devotees at Bhaktivedanta Manor that we did not have a translation of the song. So after singing the Guru Puja, we did not recite the translation of the song, as is usual in the English language, because we didn't have one. So we recited the translation to the Guru Vashtaka, which is the prayer we sing at 4:30 in the morning. Well, I didn't know any better. I didn't know any different. But it was a beginning. And for me, my earliest memories of the Guru Puja to Srila Prabhupada is that pretty much this is the central activity of the morning program, along with deity greeting. It is written in ancient Vaishnava texts that when we worship Sri Hari, the Lord himself, we should also worship Vaishnava Shrestha, the topmost devotee. And so this was our tradition from very early on. We worshipped Krishna and sang the Govindam prayers to him. And then after kirtan came and worshipped Srila Prabhupada. So the word puja is, of course, an ancient Sanskrit word. And it's synonymous with the word aradhanam or archanam, meaning worship. And worship is actually an Old English word, meaning making something or someone the focus of your attention. We find in the Rig Veda, the 8th section of the Rig Veda, 17th chapter, 2nd verse, the term Sachi Pujanayam, meaning to give praise, And of course, those of you who are from the south of India who speak Tamil, there's this word pusai, which means to offer paste. So there's a relationship between those two words. Paste is cooling sandalwood paste, or in the north, kumkum, is something that you offer to a respected guest when he or she comes to your home. There is no question of not receiving a guest, whether they are Titi, coming on time, or Atiti, coming unannounced. You receive them in the same way. If a person has come a very long distance, especially in India, you may wash their feet. And if they've come a long distance, they will be hot. So you give them something to drink. If they've come a long distance, you may give them fragrant sandalwood paste on their forehead. And you may also do niranjan. Niranjan means let all inauspiciousness be removed from you by taking a flame and rotating it around their body. You may also take flower petals and offer to their feet as a tribute. This is all puja. Puja has different aspects, but it's an affectionate welcome to someone who you treasure in your home. And to do it every day means that you are asking that person to be a permanent guest in your home, permanent guest in your life, isn't it? If I do puja to someone, I'm asking, please be in my home today. And an extension of that is that we're asking for that person to give us grace or anugraha. Anugraha means you have something. I wish to have that something in my life. And if you kindly share that with me, then my life will be changed. So when this special guest comes to your home and you offer them puja, all of these things are being expressed. I have affection for you. I consider you to be a dear friend. You have something, and I wish that you would share that with me. Your affection, your blessings, your kindness, your words, like that. So that is puja. A guru, everybody knows what the word guru is. Everybody has done the course. We are insistent that devotees do courses these days, as Nitrapriya Radha was saying. But guru, the word guru means heavy. If a woman is pregnant, she's called guru. Why? Because she's heavy. She's heavy with a baby. If you have a heavyweight wrestler or a heavyweight boxer, it's called guru because he's heavy with muscles. If you have a bee, a honeybee, who is laden with nectar from the flowers and he's coming back to the hive, he's called Guru Patala. Guru Patala means heavy bee. He's made heavy with nectar, or heavy with muscles, or heavy with a baby. But Guru is mostly used for someone who is heavy with knowledge. Someone who's heavy with knowledge. You cannot move that person. Once you know something, and you really, really know something, you cannot move that person's opinion. That person is nishta. He's firmly fixed in that knowledge. And of course, today the word guru has become used for any type of person who's an expert in something. You can have a financial guru, or you can have a football guru, or you can have an interior decor guru. This practice of calling someone who's a very knowledgeable person, we seem to be borrowing from the Sanatan tradition, don't we? If someone is an expert, we call them a pandit or a guru, because this conception is very much there in Indian life, in Vedic culture. A person is teaching dancing, he's a dance guru, music a guru. And people these days, in all over India, during the day of Guru Purnima, you will offer something to your guru, whether it is your dance teacher or your interior decor teacher, your finance teacher, or your music teacher, whatever it is. But the most important knowledge is the knowledge of things which are above and beyond this world. There are two types of people: a person who lives for the now and a person who lives for later on. A person who lives for now will be happy now and maybe not so happy later on. A person who lives for later on will be uncomfortable now because he or she will have to sacrifice time and energy to construct something, to save some money, to do some research, to do some, take some courses, to pass examinations, to get promoted, to save, to have a family. Everything that you do in the beginning of your life, if you do it for the happiness of your later life, you'll never be disappointed in later life. So when we are very old. It is a fact that no one cares what color their room was or financial advice that they were given. But the real things are things that you saved for or worked hard for or really gave your life in voluntary sacrifice, this tapasya, it is known. So the guru that helps you with the ultimate issues of life, he's concerned only with sat. Sat means the eternal. It means that which is beyond the asat. Asat means temporary, and sat means permanent. So the guru that gives you training for the permanent things in life, that is called the Sat Guru. Of all knowledge that you could acquire, this person has the knowledge of something that is the most important. And the most important thing, of course, is eternity. Eternity, because that is the only reality. The only reality is now. We spend our life thinking of the future and what we will gain in the future, or we spend our life lamenting about what we had in the past. I used to have youth, I had good looks, I had money, but now I've lost all of those. Woe is me. Or in the future I will be rich, in the future I'll be prosperous. It will all happen in the future. So thinking of the future, thinking of the past, these are the thoughts of a person who is in Maya, or the illusion of being time-bound. But actually the soul is eternal. The soul is eternal, and joy is eternal, and bliss is eternal. There's no end to bliss. But to recapture that, we have to find someone who will train us in the ways of eternity. So the person that has that knowledge is known as Satguru, or the real Guru. He's heavy with the most important knowledge. And the Upanishads are the books of the Vedas that depart from the other Vedas, which tell us how to be happy in this world and the next. The Upanishads say, well, no, actually, you should try to find the Guru who will help you to be permanently happy above and beyond this world, to return to your original position. So in the Mundaka Upanishad, the second chapter, verse 12, we find Pariksha Lokan, Karma Chittan Brahmano, Nirvedamayan, Nasya Krita Kritena. And the second half of the verse that everybody knows, Tadvigyanartam Sagurum Evabhigachet Samit Pani Shotriam Brahmanishtam. Everybody knows that part. But the first word in this verse is very important. The first word is pariksha. Pariksha means to really examine, pariksha, to gain knowledge all around the circumference of something, to really engage in understanding something completely. And when you engage in something completely, you exhaust all possible other opportunities. So when you've really exhausted all possibilities, you've done pariksha. And you will know that nothing produced by your karma in this world will satisfy you, will make you happy. So in that state, when you are convinced that there is nothing eternal, there's no combination of material energy that will make me happy. No? We're always thinking, if I can get the right house, the right job, the right car, the right holiday, I just need that combination. Do all those combinations. You know, we promise that if we put out our messages to the universe will give us all the right possible combinations. And with that combination, we will be happy. Unfortunately, that combination mostly does not come. It mostly does not come. So one who understands that my true happiness will not come from a combination of matter, material energy, or from karma, that person should go to a person who has the higher knowledge. And he should not go empty-handed. Just like when you go to see someone, you should not go empty-handed. You should always take flowers or fruit or dried fruit or a gift of some kind when you go to see someone, isn't it? In the Eastern world, you just don't show up at someone's home. You show up with a gift. So in this occasion, what is the gift for a person who knows the absolute truth? Well, in this text, it says, Samit Pani. Samit means firewood. But why would I require firewood? Why are you bringing me firewood? Why not flowers or fruit? Why firewood? Well, because firewood is what I need for my fire yajna. And fire yajnas are a way that I connect to the supreme truth. And if I'm an old man, which the guru is often an old man, then it's laborious for me to bend over and pick up firewood. So if you've saved me trouble and you brought me firewood, samit pani, then I'm very happy with you. And I'm inclined to give you anugraha or blessings. But what's the qualifications of the person how do you know who you're dealing with? Well, it says here that even though you're doubtful, you should certainly, abigat chet, you should go. And that person that you should find is Shrotriyam, someone who has listened to the Vedas, Shrotriyam. He's listened, he's understood, he practices them. And as a result of that practice, he is Brahma Nishtam. Nishta means fixed, Brahma means Brahman. So a person should be fixed in Brahman. Now, there are some commentators who say that a person can be a guru and not teach you anything at all. How about that? A person can be a guru and say, I don't want to teach. So then there's a higher type of guru. And that's the guru who teaches. And we often call him the acharya. Because when a person has awoken their compassion, even though they're brahmanishtam, even though they're shotriyam, they may not also bestow anugraha or grace. But if they have become even more developed as a result of their brahmanishtam, then they give anugraha, which means that they teach you. They will take you on as a shishya or disciple and give you diksha, give you mantras to elevate you. So this is the full rounded meaning of guru, one who knows the Vedas, understands them. It's not a puzzle to him any longer. He can understand them. He's realized them. He follows them and he teaches them. And then one more quality is very important to be the acharya. Can you imagine what it is? Oh, I'm going to tell you. So acharya means that your followers also follow, also read, also understand, also teach. Because a guru is only really happy when his followers also become bestowers of anugraha. So we have to add compassion. And of course, you'll know the very famous stories in the Upanishads of gurus who tested their disciples, but who ultimately bestowed anugraha upon them. Now, Prabhupada was not only in the business of being a guru, but also explaining to us what a guru is and what a guru is not, so that at no point in our spiritual life, started by him, we would misunderstand the situation and take shelter of others. So he gave many colorful examples. He said that the guru not only offers teachings, but he offers guidance as you try to follow him in those teachings. So a guru teaches, and a guru shows by personal example, and you try to follow. But in your following, you may not do it completely perfectly. So he offers guidance at times when you need it. And sometimes when you don't ask for it, the Guru will intervene. So the intervention of the Guru is important all through the disciple's life. He said this course correction, he said, is very much like, he said, it's like being the captain of a ship. And Prabhupada had experience of a ship going over the Atlantic. He said, if the ship's compass is only 1 degree out at the beginning of the journey, at the end of the journey, the ship will be many, many miles out. So in spiritual life, if in the beginning of your spiritual life, you're only 1 degree out and you never course correct, if there's no regular Guru updates, to correct you, then you'll be many, many miles out by the end of your life. So he said, this is a function of the Guru to make a course correction. So that is why the anugraha of the Guru is something that is regularly re-established. It is not just a one-time event. So Guru Puja, in the same way, is not a one-time event, but it is nitya, it is nitya seva, in which we get our course in spiritual life corrected. So another example, they asked Prabhupada, what is a Guru? Good question for a Guru, what is a Guru? So he said, he went to his glasses like this, he got hold of his spectacles like this. He said, Guru is like this. He took his glasses off and he held his glasses up and he said, now I can see you. I can still see you. And he put his glasses back on. He said, now I can see you better. He said, this is Guru, spectacles for the disciple. He said, just as spectacles, we see through them to see something clearer, to see it better, to see it in reality. He said, so we see through the Guru to see God in reality, clearer. You have a relationship with God, but you cannot see that relationship with God, so the Guru helps. He said, and therefore, touching his glasses, he said, Guru is transparent via media, like looking through glasses, transparent via media. Okay, I always thought that was a good example. Everybody okay so far? I hope so. So another thing he said was in reference to this verse from the Shastras, Om Agyana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurumalitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. In that we offer our respects to the Guru. We say Om Agyana Timirandasya. I was born in ignorance, but my Guru has opened my eyes with the torchlight of knowledge. But one of the key words in that verse is Shalakaya. And a shalaka is a tiny piece of stick. This is a shalaka. And it is a stick used by an Ayurvedic doctor. Because when he gives you the anjana, or the ointment in your eyes, the ointment, the natural function of the eyelids is to blink. That's what we do. We don't even notice when we're blinking. So that's because the eyes have to be kept moist. So the eyelids blink and the eyes stay moist. But if you have a disease of the eye, if you have a disease on the eye itself, then the ointment has to stay and the eyelids cannot blink, because the blinking will remove the ointment. So therefore the Ayurveda doctor, he takes that stick and he puts the stick under the eyelid, and it props out open the eye so that you cannot blink. This is a shalaka. So this is what the Guru does. He has the medicine for your disease. What is the disease? The bhava roga. Bhava roga means the disease of material existence. Material existence is a disease. This body that we have is proof that we have a disease. Just like you have a skin problem, You have some rash on your skin, and you know that there's a problem deep within. That's a manifestation of a diseased body, to have a rash on your skin. So you can treat it in two ways, either by putting it on the skin or by dealing with it internally. So in the same way, having a physical body is proof that the soul has a disease. This whole body, especially mine, is a big rash on the soul. The soul is pure and the human body is a rash. So this needs to be cured. It's the bhava roga, the disease of existence. This world is not our real home, but we grow an identity in this world when we become diseased from that world. You see, the disease manifests as a body in this world. And we think, yes, this is me, but no, it is not. So this bhava roga, this disease, is cured with the anjana, the ointment given by the Guru. But it has to be applied and it cannot be washed away. So shalakaya, and then I will become healed. So the Guru opens our eyes and he also keeps our eyes open, but only if we listen to him, because his medicine is coming in through our ears. Sorry for the extended metaphors. I'm sure you'll manage. So this discussion of who is a guru and the nature of the guru is so critical that Krishna does not waste very much time in explaining it to Arjuna. Everyone, all of you know, in the 4th chapter, 34th verse of the Bhagavad Gita, we find a verse in which Krishna says, please take shelter, find a guru. And in the very end of the Srimad Bhagavatam, we find Krishna speaking to Uddhava. It's known as the Uddhava Gita. And Krishna says the same thing. Find a guru, take shelter of a guru. And Uddhava asks the question that all of us have asked at one point in our life. How do I know who is a guru? So Krishna says some quite amazing things. He speaks Bhagavad Gita, and it's not for 36 years later he speaks to Uddhava, just before he's about to leave this world. So he says to Uddhava, in the beginning, a man's mind is his own guru, because he should look around this world and he should think, I don't belong here. This is the man's first guru, his own mind. Then Krishna tells a story, and he tells the story of another young man who was looking for a guru, and he found a guru in nature. All of nature was his guru. In fact, he learned so much just by looking around him at the natural world. The mountain, the tree, the hawk, the dove, the all different manifests, the bear, the honeybee. He had 24 gurus, not one, but 24. But ultimately, Krishna says, the third stage of finding a guru is to find one person who has the following qualities. And so Krishna tells Uddhava 28 qualities. I know we have one list of 26 qualities of a pure devotee and another list of 28 given in the Bhagavatam. You can compare them. So he gives them all these 28 qualities and he says, that's the sort of person that you're looking for. So peaceful, expert, silent, grave, sober, talented, poetic, fully awake. These are all the, transcendently situated. These are all the qualities of a guru. Then Krishna comes to the end of all these qualities and he says, but the most important quality of all is that he is surrendered to me. Krishna says, that person who's surrendered to me, that's the most important quality. So this is Krishna. And by the 11th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, the thoughtful reader would have agreed with the proposition that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So in that 11th canto, at the end of the 11th canto, when Krishna says, this is the sort of person, and he surrendered to me, that's the most important quality. It is hoped that the reader of the Bhagavatam will agree with Krishna to the proposition that if you can find a guru who is transcendental, who is fixed in Brahman, who knows the Vedas, teaches the Vedas, who is kind, compassionate, corrects your course, and he's surrendered to me, Krishna, then this is the person that you're looking for. So Krishna becomes available through such a person because he only speaks what Krishna speaks. He becomes a representative of Krishna. You know, many people don't know the strange phenomenon of being a representative. My father, God bless him, was a representative, and he had a uniform. He was a policeman, and he had badges, shiny silver badges, and they represented the government, and the government represented the Queen. So my father would go out every day, and I would think that my father was a very powerful man, because in those days, in our part of the country, we had no traffic lights. So if you didn't have a traffic light, but you had a crossroads, you had a problem, unless there was a policeman there. So my father stood in the middle of the road, and he would wear his black uniform, silver buttons, big helmet, and white gloves. And so he would stop the cars. And I thought my father was the most powerful man in the town, because he could stop the cars and then tell them to move. Of course, the secret to being a policeman is that you've got the badge. You've got you're a representative. Without the badge, without the uniform, people would not stop. They would just think, here is a strange man standing in the middle of the road, telling people to stop their car. But being a representative means that you have the power given to you by the truly powerful. So a Vaishnava, a devotee of Vishnu, a devotee of Krishna, has a certain power given to him or her through God himself. And that is why a Vaishnava is worthy of taking shelter of, because he has the power to give Krishna. One time, you know that Bhaktivedanta Manor was given to the Hare Krishna movement by Mr. George Harrison, who was a member of a singing group known as the Beatles back in the 1960s. Well, Prabhupada also stayed in another house, the house of another Beatle known as John Lennon. And John Lennon, at that point in his life, he was going through a period when he was addicted to some drugs. And Prabhupada knew this, but he was staying at his house. So very gracefully, one day, John Lennon asked Prabhupada, what is a guru? What is a guru? And Prabhupada said, you simply have to find someone who is addicted to Krishna. It's just like the addict needs his drug first thing in the morning. So the one who is addicted to Krishna, this is a good addiction. It will not deteriorate the body. So being addicted to Krishna is a sign of someone who is the guru. So a person who is only doing what Krishna wants him to do, this is another symptom of a guru. And one who does what Krishna wants him to do and acts as an instrument will be empowered by Krishna. Krishna Shakti Vinanahe Tara Pravartan. That when one is empowered by Krishna, there's nothing that he cannot do. Now, Prabhupada said, how do you come to this position? How can you find this? It is very, and everyone has a relationship with God. So why do I need a guru? Why can I just not read Krishna's words in the Bhagavad Gita or Srimad Bhagavatam for myself? And then I will have no more need for a guru. And the guru is only telling me what's in the book. So why don't I just read the book? And then I can bypass the guru. And Prabhupada dealt with that question by one time. He said that, he says, Prabhupada did not use this English word very often. He used the word paradox. You know this word, paradox? Paradox means it's a mystery. So often when we speak to spiritual people, and we say, who is God? They say, oh, it's a mystery. You know, why is there evil in the world? Oh, my son, it's a mystery. What happens when we die? It's a mystery. It's a paradox, great paradox. Why do good people suffer? Oh, it's a paradox. It's a mystery. So Prabhupada was interested in giving us a factual report on the nature of our relationship to God. So he did not use this word mystery or paradox. But one time he did use this word paradox. He said, how is it possible that you want to see Krishna and the Guru is standing in between you and Krishna so that you cannot see Krishna, but you can only see the Guru? He said, but by seeing the Guru, you see Krishna more closely. That how is that possible? The Guru is blocking your vision of Krishna. He's saying, you want to see Krishna? See me. So how is it possible that when someone is blocking your vision that you can see God? And yet, Prabhupada said, it is a paradox that by seeing the Guru, we see Krishna, because the Guru is a representative of Krishna. So, for instance, just recently, just the other day, there was on the news that scientists had, they had plotted the dark matter in the universe. They have telescopes now which can see very, very far away, and by using different imaging systems, they can plot the universe in different ways. So how is it possible with the naked eye to see that far in the universe? Well, they don't use the naked eye. They use many different lenses. So one lens, another lens, another lens, another lens, another lens. If you want to see a great distance, many, many lenses. So in the same way, if we want to see Krishna, who is at the greatest distance, we have many, many gurus. It's called the parampara, the disciplic succession. There are many gurus in between me and Krishna, but each one of them acts as a lens so that I can see Krishna. Now, all of these things are very important in understanding who is a guru, what is a guru, how does a guru, and why does a guru. But what is the difference between any other guru and Prabhupada? Well, I could be a sentimental, emotional disciple, and I could tell you Prabhupada was most wonderful because he changed my life. Or I could tell you, Prabhupada, I gave my life to him and I've never been disappointed. I could tell you these things. But really, you're interested in something else. So let me just tell you that Srila Prabhupada was one out of a million. Srila Prabhupada was one out of 10 million. He was one out of hundreds and hundreds of millions of people. Why? Because he did something unique. No one has ever done that before. He was the first person to bring Krishna out of India, where Krishna had been locked up tight for many, many thousands of years, and to take Krishna all over the world. Now, this is not only my opinion, but it's a historical fact. Nobody will ever be the first person to transplant Krishna consciousness from its home setting to all countries of the world. And now we are in 120 countries now. ISKCON is in 120 countries. The face of Prabhupada, the name of Prabhupada, the song of Guru Puja, is in our 900 temples and our 1,500 centers and thousands of homes all over the world. So the fact that Krishna consciousness has arrived in Vietnam or Iceland or Peru or Mongolia, we even have Guru Puja in Mongolia. I've seen it. Devotees ride their horses to a yurt and they sing the Guru Puja in outer Mongolia. So everywhere, Prabhupada has become most famous for doing just this one thing. He didn't invent anything. It's like I did you may know that I do different weddings, and I did a wedding one time, and one of the guests, he was speaking to me, and he said, that was a very nice wedding, thank you. He said, did you enjoy it? He said, yes. He said, I do a little bit of yoga myself. And he was an older gentleman. He was from Eastern Europe. I said, what do you do? He said, well, I'm a scientist and I'm an inventor. I said, oh, what did you invent? He said, well, I invented the touch screen. I said, the touch screen. The touch screen that everybody in the world uses. He said, yes. I said, and then what did you invent? He said, well, that's it. I invented the touch screen. And then I sold it to Apple. I said, well, now what do you do? He said, well, I make fruit juices and I do yoga. I said, so wait a minute. I said that the perfection of life, the perfection of life, I said, with all the millions and millions of pounds that you have, is to do yoga and make fruit juices. He said, yes. He said, that's all I'm interested in now. But Prabhupada, he invented something. Actually, he didn't invent it. He simply brought it, didn't he? He simply brought it. And he faithfully passed it on. There's a great professor known as Professor A.L. Basham. And he said, no one since the days of the Roman Empire has brought a complete religion unchanged from its home country all over the world. Since the days of the Romans, he said, we have not seen this. But A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada did it. So he's the first person to do it. And Prabhupada, he sacrificed the end of his life. He sacrificed his health. And in that spot where the devotees, the Manor family devotees were singing the Guru Puja to Prabhupada, in that spot, I sat with Prabhupada and we discussed book distribution. And in that spot downstairs, we sang and we danced before him, and he encouraged us, young devotees, to dance and sing in Guru Puja before him. What a Guru Puja that was. The joy of our life would be that when Prabhupada came and in his physical presence, we would sing and dance like crazy people. So Prabhupada occupies a place in our hearts, of course he does, but he also occupies a place in history, like the names of Ramanujacharya, Madhvacharya, Vedanta Deshika, Rupa Goswami. These are great historical philosophers, great historical renewers of the tradition. And Prabhupada goes down in history as the creator of a massive worldwide movement that revitalized the religion of Vaishnavism. And that Prabhupada is still accessible, although he has disappeared from our worldly vision. Prabhupada is still accessible to everyone. He's not simply a photograph. If Prabhupada was a photograph only, then what would be the point? Photograph is just some chemicals in a wooden frame on a sheet of paper. But that Prabhupada is accessible through his picture, through his form, is one of the wonders of spiritual life. So every morning in every temple all over the world, we come together and we perform a ceremony where we offer various upacharas or items of affection for His divine grace. We all come, we sing together, and we all come and we take our anjali, we put our two hands together like this. We put flower petals in our hands and we come to Prabhupada's feet and we pour the anjali of flower petals, this pushpanjali, at his feet, thereby saying, I honor you as the most important point of my morning program. I ask you to bless me and I surrender myself at your feet. And then we bow down at the feet of His divine grace. So this happens not just at Bhaktivedanta Manor or in our London temple, but all over the country, all over Scotland, Ireland, Wales, France, Russia, all over the world. There is a morning program going on throughout the 24 hours of this earth, where people in different countries are offering their pranams and their pushpanjalis to Srila Prabhupada. So now, one of the most important things is that many devotees may not come for the early morning show, the matinee performance, the 4:30, but they do come. They do come for the 7 o'clock deity greeting. So that makes Guru Puja pretty much our most important puja of the day, you could say, because after that time people have to go to work. So in our temples all over the world, you will find that people come for Guru Puja, and then they may take some charanamrita, some kirtan, and then they go to work or go to school or go home. So Guru Puja, as far as ISKCON is concerned, is one of the most attended ceremonies. And it's a ceremony that we kind of all agree with, don't we? We have the one movement that was started by Srila Prabhupada, and over the past 50 years, there have been many splinter groups that have been started by various devotees for different reasons. And we may disagree on many points of theology, philosophy, practice, dress, hairstyles, tilak, food even. But we all agree on one thing, that we can all of us, come together and we stop our disagreements at the feet of Prabhupada, because we're all singing together. And there is no one who is a Vaishnava in this world today who is not grateful to His divine grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who will not come before him to sing his name and to offer flower petals. So Guru Puja, all around the world, it unites us. It's a wonderful ceremony of unification. And you know, as Vaishnavas, we all have different positions. Some of us are senior and we're initiated by Prabhupada. Some just miss Prabhupada. Some honor Prabhupada, but we're initiated by someone else. But in Prabhupada's Guru Puja, everyone is united. And you know, we're all equal. During Guru Puja, everyone is equal. Everyone is united, everyone is equal, because we're all feeling ourselves to be His disciples and eternally with Him, the eternally present spiritual master. Now the song we sing, it comes from the Prema Bhakti Chandrika, and it goes as follows. The lotus feet of our spiritual master are the only way by which we can attain pure devotional service. This is our creed. This is our credo. We are saying it because this is what we believe. If someone ever asks you, what do you believe in your Krishna consciousness movement? What's your credo? What's your belief? Explain it to me. You say, my dear friend, thank you for that question. The lotus feet of our spiritual master are the only way by which we can attain pure devotional service. So what do? I bow to his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. Why? By his grace, one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. My dear friend, what is it that you want? My only wish is to have my consciousness purified by the words emanating from his lotus mouth. Attachment to his lotus feet is the perfection that fulfills all desire. This is what I'm getting. When I bow down, this is what I'm getting. But what else happens, my dear friend? This sounds very interesting. You're becoming purified. You become attached. You're talking of perfection. How does it happen? Well, he opens my darkened eyes and fills my heart with transcendental knowledge. He is my Lord, birth after birth. What's the most important thing that you get from him? Well, from him, ecstatic prema emanates. By him, ignorance is destroyed. And the Vedic scriptures sing of the character of such a person as I have just described. But is he generous with his time? Does he care for people? Is he compassionate? Oh yes, our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor and the Lord and Master of the devotees. And then we turn to Prabhupada and we say, "O Master, be merciful unto me. Give me the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds." So this is not simply a prayer for a temple ceremony. This is a prayer for anyone who wishes to be included within this wonderful movement of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, and all others who wish to offer respect to Prabhupada. So myself and all of my peer group, my age group, we're all depending on you to carry on this great tradition of Guru Puja, because you are the next generation. And if you don't celebrate Guru Puja, then gradually this movement will diminish and become extinguished like a candle flame. So what will you do? Well, you can learn how to offer the items of Guru Puja. Learn how to do that puja in your home. You don't have to offer every single item, but offer at least incense, flame, candle, flower petals, and bow down. Learn how to sing the song, but at very least, keep the picture of Srila Prabhupada in your home and honor it, and teach your children to similarly honor Srila Prabhupada. He will bless you for sure. Krishna will bless you for sure, and you'll be happy in your life. So that for me is the importance and the meaning of Guru Puja. And I thank you very much for listening. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Kripamoy Prabhu. Thank you so much. This was really, really very, I really kind of personally, I was taking notes actually while you were speaking, and then, few things that I've kind of felt was really touched me, when you said, find a guru who teaches you to be eternally happy, and that's what, of course, Srila Prabhupada is in our lives. He is teaching us to be, his books are actually constantly, they kind of shout with the message that how we can just go beyond these material things and be eternally happy. And of course, one thing that is really very nice when you said that Guru Puja is a Nitya Seva, it's not just one of the days, so thank you. I think we have some questions actually, so I can pass it to Himani now if she's ready with the questions, because I could see some questions coming actually. So Prabhu, I hope you're okay to take the questions now.
Of course, yes. Thank you.
Okay. So over to you, Himani. Thank you. Thank you for coming and helping us with the questions.
Himani. Hare Krishna.
You're on mute, Himani, actually. Okay, so maybe Snehal Prabhu, if you can unmute her, please. I think she's not able to unmute.
You can unmute now.
Yeah, you can unmute, Himani. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Hare Krishna, Kripamoy Prabhu, Hare Krishna to all the devotees, my humble obeisances. Thank you so much, Kripamoy Prabhu, for your wonderful talk. I remember, along with Nitya Mataji, I also attended your Guru Disciple course many moons ago, actually. We have a question from Venuya Mataji, who's joining us from Germany. She says, Hare Krishna, Kripamoy Prabhu. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. She says she has a neophyte question. How often and in which situations in our daily activities do we chant the mantra Om Agyana Timirandasya, the one you were referring to earlier?
It's very much a personal choice. I would recommend chanting that mantra whenever the need arises. It is not a statutory practice to recite that mantra. There are many, many mantras which if you do recite them, you will make benefits in understanding and prosperity and spiritual inspiration. But we only encourage you to chant mantras on a daily basis that Srila Prabhupada himself asked us to chant on a daily basis. So the most important mantra is, of course, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And then there are verses that Prabhupada gave us to surround that, which is the Panchatattva mantra. And the mantras for Guru Vashtaka, the Mangalati prayers, and various songs that Prabhupada gave us to sing, like Yashomati Nandana, and the Guru Puja song that we've been talking about, Evening Arti. All of these should be known first. But that prayer is a very nice prayer, Om Agyana Timirandasya. And many people like to say it before a class to invoke humility. The main thing is, how will I use the mantras, all the mantras that I've been given to invoke humility? Now, a mantra may be done every day, but it may not invoke humility because you're doing it ritualistically. So a mantra chanted with feeling, recited with feeling, is better than one that you do every day mechanically. So I would suggest that if this mantra makes you feel humble and respectful and grateful, then you use it as often as you can, to the point where you start doing it mechanically, and then drop it and pick up another mantra that will help you. But the mantras that we have been given, sort of a precious package given to us by Srila Prabhupada, those mantras we should know. Because though, you know, one time someone came to Gaura Kishore Das Babaji, and he said, how can I develop love of God? And he said, oh, love of God is, he said, it's very easy. He said, you go down to the marketplace and just take 2 annas, which means smaller than a paisa, smaller than a rupee. He said, you go down to the marketplace, you can have love of God for 2 annas. He said, how is that possible? It is the most highest thing. He said, no, in the marketplace you will find the Prema Bhakti Chandrika and another book whose name escapes me. He said, you buy those 2 books by Narottam Das Thakur, and said, and you will have love of God. So that song that we sing, Shri Guru Charana Padma, that was contained within that. So there's the secret. So those are very important. So when the Guru gives particular mantras, he gives those particular mantras for the salvation of the disciple, the liberation of the disciple. So we focus on those. Although the mantras available to us are like this, but the Guru chooses this. So we chant the ones that he chooses and gave to us. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Neha.
Thank you, Prabhu. We have another question from Mohan Gupta, Prabhu. He's asking if it's possible to worship Srila Prabhupada without worshipping his disciples.
Yes, it is possible, and yet the tendency will be that it's like saying, if I have £1 million, will I spend it on big things, or will I spend it on small £5 purchases? Well, both. You have the facility to do both. So worshipping Srila Prabhupada means that I will feel reverence and dedication and a sense of gratitude towards him. because he represents Krishna. So in the same way, there may be others in our life. If we feel that they represent Prabhupada to us, then we also feel grateful towards them. That may also manifest. I think in the future there will be many people who worship Srila Prabhupada, just like in Christianity, many people, they worship Jesus Christ. And a priest may or may not represent Jesus Christ to them in such a way that they become very attached to that priest or feel very grateful to that person. But they will feel an inner relationship with Jesus. So in the same way, people will feel an inner relationship with Srila Prabhupada, but may or may not feel the same way about the community of Vaishnavas. But it does say in Vaishnava literature that the feet of a devotee, the feet of a Vaishnava, it is said that the water which washes the feet of a Vaishnava, this bestows the capacity to understand God and many other things. So the natural tendency will be to see Prabhupada and the followers of Prabhupada and their followers and the entire community of Vaishnavas as being worthy of my respect. So yes, it is, it is something which leads to many other things. And why would I not be grateful? Why would I not be respectful? When humility appears in the heart, it's just like the sun coming over the landscape in the morning. This morning I woke up and it was a beautiful, bright orange, glow in the sky. Just before the sun came up, there was this beautiful orange glow. And when the sun comes up in the sky, it enables you to see everything at the same time. You see the sun, but you also see everything in the landscape. So when you have a person such as Srila Prabhupada, he's the sun in the sky, but you also see the validity and the reality of everything else. So it is not that we see Prabhupada only, but we also see the value in our life of all the different gurus, you could say, that Krishna has placed in our life. And if we see like this, then we'll always be hearing and always be understanding and always be growing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. We have another question from Dayal Gauranga Prabhu. He says, Hare Krishna, Prabhu, a devotee left the movement and made himself a guru. He worships Srila Prabhupada, but people still follow him as a guru. What do we do in that situation?
What do we do? There will be many such people. When I was a young devotee, there was already, even in Prabhupada's presence, there were those who were, there was one gentleman who had come and he brought his own followers with him. He had 150 disciples and he joined Prabhupada. And when he joined Prabhupada and shaved his head and took initiation, 150 followers also came. And then at some stage, there was some disagreement between the followers and the other followers of Prabhupada. And so gradually, even in Prabhupada's physical presence, they again became a separate movement. It is easy for this separation to occur. Wherever there's human beings, there'll be disagreements. Wherever there's human beings, there'll be disagreements. It is not born of eternity, but it's born of differences between people. So Guru Puja, I feel, is that one important ceremony which will keep us all together. Now, in this case, you say that he worships Srila Prabhupada, but it wants to work separately. In Prabhupada's day, he said, yes, he wants to work separately, but at least he is serving me separately. So that is one thing. However, on another occasion, on a morning walk, Prabhupada said, well, he said, this person, he said, everybody is a member of ISKCON. He said, everybody is a member of my movement. He said, I'm a member of ISKCON, Prabhupada said. I am also a member of ISKCON. And he also said, yeah, I forget what I was thinking of. But in this way, yeah, it will grow. There is for this reason, he wanted to keep everybody together, but at the same time, he knew that there would be separate movements amongst his followers, which a phenomenon which had already begun in this way. But if you think that this fellow is not being helpful, then you can, you can point out why, and people may need some guidance from you. Depends on the situation. But there are many, I've counted at least 30 different sub-branches of Prabhupada followers, about 30 different sub-branches all over the world in different ways, in different stages of success or failure. What can we do? It is human nature. It's human nature. I'm being general here, not specific. Otherwise, we'll get into the specifics of it. But if you go to India, the general tendency will be, I worship my guru, and then I have my disciples, and then I will start my own ashram. That's the general tendency. So if a guru has 6 disciples, after he passes from this world, there will be 6 gurus then that he's created. Each of them will have their own ashram and their own villages and their own parts of the country. And in this way, things grow like a tree. Prabhupada was slightly different. He wanted to keep one movement, and one movement he felt unification would be more important for getting the job done. For Krishna consciousness, you can follow Prabhupada anywhere, but for getting the job done, i.e. delivering Krishna consciousness to others, or preaching, for preaching movement, we work cooperatively. And there's power in numbers. So this is what Prabhupada seems to have wanted. Again and again, he expressed this. Work together. I know it's difficult. He would always say, look, please work together. I know it's difficult. I know you don't get on with him and he doesn't get on with the other one. But please, for my sake. He said the father is lying down now. The father is old. He said the father wants his legs massaged. He said, but if one son massages one leg and the other son massages the other leg, and then they fight, and they're fighting, the legs won't get massaged. He says, so kindly serve me and don't fight. Neophyte devotee means fight. Neophyte.
Thank you so much. That was such a nice explanation. And you mentioned about the power in numbers, but also the power of association. It's so transformative in our spiritual journey, whether we're at the beginning or we're passing through, and we're more passing, if we're associating with more advanced devotees, that's so conducive to our spiritual growth. Nidhi Lakshana Mataji has a question about so the Mahamantra and the chanting, and she says, thank you so much for taking us all on a journey about Srila Prabhupada's life. My question is, could you please tell me when is the best time to do the Mahamantra chanting?
Oh, yes, easy. According to Prabhupada's instructions, the best time for chanting the Mahamantra is any time of day all times of day. He said 24 hours a day we should be chanting the mantra. But for those of us who may not be able to chant 24 hours a day, including myself, the best time to chant is during the morning, before life, sends us rush hours and responsibilities. And the best time of the morning is during the Brahma Muhurta. Muhurta, as everybody knows, or as we say in Gujarati language, Murat. Gujarati language takes Sanskrit and pushes it into a corner. So Muhurta becomes Murat. So Muhurta is a division of time, and the Brahma Muhurta is Muhurta means 48 minutes. So there's a 48-minute period during the cycle of 24 hours. And if you chant the Mahamantra during that time, your problems will be relieved. So Brahma Muhurta begins 1 hour and 36 minutes before the sun crosses the horizon. So you Google Greenwich sunrise and you count back, you find the number, find the time of day. You calculate 1 hour and 36 minutes, and that's when that 48-minute period begins. And if you can be ready to chant during that period, I can guarantee, absolutely guarantee, that most of my spiritual strength in my young days, when we lived very rough lives serving Srila Prabhupada, and most of my spiritual strength came from chanting the Mahamantra during that very incredibly powerful time of the day. I know it's not easy, and it's certainly not easy for those of us who lead busy lives. But if you do it, and you can chant early, then you will survive. But in order to do that, you have to go to sleep the night before. And that is a very difficult thing for people, because we worry or we relax. And what we do while we relax or we worry, that stops us from sleeping. So the most important thing we can do for our spiritual life is to go to sleep. I give that advice to people. There's a culture around sleeping. Put your phone away half an hour before you sleep. Don't read anything which excites you. Don't have an argument. Don't do anything. Just relax for half an hour before you go to sleep. When should you go to sleep? Well, in the olden days, the middle of the night was when you were sleeping the most. So the idea is half of your night is gone by the middle of the night. That's why we call the middle of the night midnight. Okay? We call it midnight because it's the middle of the night. So if you sleep for 6 hours, you go to sleep at 9 and you get up at 3. If you sleep for 8 hours, I don't mind. I'm not going to come to your house and see how long you sleep. But if you sleep for 8 hours, then go to sleep at 8. Why not? What are you doing between 8 o'clock at night and midnight that's so important that you have to stay up till midnight? I don't think. Rather, if you go to sleep early, you can worry from breakfast time onwards. Just take your worries from the end of the day, and don't worry about them, to put them in a box and open the box after breakfast the next day. Just divide your time. So early to bed, early to rise makes a devotee healthy, wealthy, wise, and spiritually strong. So Brahma Muhurta, go to bed earlier. Don't go to sleep at midnight. So I ask many people, I say, what time do you go to sleep? And they say around about 11:30, midnight. I say, it's the middle of the night. It's the middle of the night. Midnight is the middle of the night. It's the middle of your night. And it's designed that way because really there is a 24-hour cycle composed of 3 8-hour periods. 3 8s are 24. So it's 8 hours for the mode of goodness, 8 hours from the mode of passion, 8 hours from the mode of ignorance. And during ignorance, we relax. During passion, we work. And during the 8 hours in the mode of goodness, we rest and restore and awake and become spiritually connected. So these 8 hours, you can enjoy them. Why not enjoy them? Just shift your clock a little bit, shift your life a little bit. Because spiritual life, when you're trying to burn the candle at both ends, it doesn't quite work. So the chanting of Hare Krishna should be done during the times when it's best for you to do that. Hare Krishna.
Jay, thank you so much, Prabhu. You always nicely explain everything so nicely. So based on, following on from this explanation of yours about the Brahma Muhurat, Venuya Mataji is asking, how do you balance it physically, the time of the Brahma Muhurat, especially because summertime is approaching and, you know, it just kind of affects the world clock.
Yes. Yeah. Well, we are creatures not of the clock, but of the sun. I used to live in Africa, in Kenya, in a place called Kisumu. And that place was pretty much on the equator. In the middle of the day, you could look around, and although it was a very sunny day, you would look around, you couldn't see the sun at all, because you had to look up, and directly above you, there was the sun, because we were on the equator. So away from the equator, yes, it gets difficult. In Africa, the sun would come up at the same time every single day. And it's soothing when the sun behaves itself. But in the northern climate, the sun doesn't behave itself, and you never quite know when the sun is coming up and when the sun is going down. And you're in for some surprises. It's like people who, you know, they practice fasting or prayers at sunrise. We have difficulties with our Hare Krishna devotees in Sweden or Iceland, because sometimes they have to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning because the sun is coming up. And sometimes the sun doesn't come up till 10 o'clock in the morning. So what time do they chant their rounds? What time do they chant the Gayatri mantra, which is meant for 3 times a day, sunrise, midday, and sunset? So sometimes we have to make adjustments. But if you're adjusting, and you're never getting your rounds finished, or you're never getting them started, or it becomes difficult for you, or you're never managing to catch the Brahma Muhurta, then the Brahma Muhurta remains fixed. British summertime, Greenwich Mean Time, the sun will always come up at a certain time, and 1 hour and 36 minutes before the sun comes up, the Brahma Muhurta begins. So you can plot your life like that, and those of us who do it, we feel the benefit for it. So it's not always supremely successful. You'll not always be a sun worshipper, but try as much as you can. And this way, you become free from being a slave to the hands of the clock. But you can integrate yourself with the movement of the sun more natural. God's time, not man's time.
Okay, thank you, Prabhu. We have another question from Nutyabiya Mataji herself. It's regarding the Guru Puja. So the Guru Puja that we do has 10 verses, but we only sing 4 verses. Is there a specific reason why we only sing 4 verses and not the full 10?
Yeah. No, but yes. Prabhupada, it seems, I don't know the history. I do know that the very first Guru Puja was in Bombay. I can only presume that Prabhupada himself gave those verses, although if anybody knows the story, please tell me. But it was in the middle of the 70s, and it was just followed all over the world. It may be, and I've seen the whole song, of course, the whole 10 verses. It may be that the sentiments expressed in the first 4 verses of that song are suitable for singing to someone of Srila Prabhupada's stature. Whereas, if I remember correctly, the remaining verses of the song are specific and mention other personalities and mention other respects offered to different elements of Vaishnava life. That's my understanding. And it also seems to be just the right length as we sing it. See, originally, what happened was, let me tell you the history of Guru Puja. Originally, what would happen is that at 7 o'clock, we would come into the temple room. Curtains would part. We would meditate on Radha and Krishna while the Govindam prayers was being chanted. And then we would, after the Govindam prayers had finished, we would sing to Krishna a bhajan like Yashamati Nandana or Vibhava Varishesha or some Hari Haraya Nama Krishna, like that. That was another 10 minutes. Then we would go back to Prabhupada and sort of tail the kirtan period with Guru Puja. Then it would finish and we would have class. So this timing, as you know, timing is very important for devotees to get the class in, so breakfast arrives on time, like that. So this seems to be a program that Prabhupada was happy with. But when Prabhupada personally visited a temple, what would happen is that he would stand for Govindam prayers and would immediately go away from the deities and sit down, and Guru Puja would begin. So there was no kirtan in between. When Prabhupada disappeared, when he left this world, all over the world, devotees adopted that schedule as if Prabhupada was personally with us in the temple. So we sacrificed the kirtan after the deities greeting and immediately went to the Guru Puja. And sometimes or not, they put the kirtan on at the end. So we changed it a little bit. From the timing point of view, 4 verses is less than 10. And you know, in general, when people asked Prabhupada about personal puja, he said, in the home, can we do puja in our homes? And Prabhupada said, yes. He said, 10 minutes. Shall we produce a handbook to explain to devotees how to do puja in their homes? He said, yes. He said, 20 pages. Prabhupada, can we do yoga to stay healthy? He said, yes, 10 minutes. So Prabhupada seems to be going for a sustainable morning program in which no feature is bigger than any other feature, except the main feature of chanting japa. And I may be mistaken in my estimation, but Prabhupada seems to go for, apart from the japa period, which is quite long, but it's the length of time that we need to chant mantras before breakfast. Seems to go for short bursts, not long extended periods. So this may be another reason. I hope that's okay.
Jenny, thank you so much, Gopalmohan Prabhu. Unfortunately, we do have a few more questions, but we've run out of time because we need to accommodate the next segment of this program. But thank you so much for the wonderful, wonderful talk. We're so blessed to have your association again, albeit on Zoom, but you know, it's the next best thing. I'll hand it over to Nritya Mataji. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Prabhu, once again, thank you for all the insights and the wonderful talk. Definitely, I've taken a few messages from here, and we hope to see you again. But thank you for being the guest for the festival. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule.
My best wishes for the festival.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hare Krishna, everyone. So yeah, I hope everybody felt, everybody's feeling, all warmed up and nice and still with us. Actually, I was looking at, so we are about 120 of us here, and then we are also about 40 of us on YouTube. So yeah, thank you all for joining, and thank you all for actually your comments. We've been having a lot of emails coming through on our festival email ID, which is the svfestival@krishnatemple.com. So if you have any feedback or any comments or any corrections, please feel free to send us there. You could type it on the chat box. But thank you for all your encouraging comments, and just coming today and joining us and letting us to do a little service for everyone. So we are now actually ready to move into our first major segment. As you know, the theme today and tomorrow rather we are covering is our founder Acharya, past, present, and future. And we would be in the next few minutes, actually, we would be getting into the first segment, which covers about our founder Acharya from a past perspective, and we would be hearing from His Grace Shyam Sundar Prabhu. But before we do that, so we all just felt it would be nice if we could get to hear something from you all as well. So we have a little poll actually designed for you, and we will be sharing the details very soon on the screen. And but yeah, before we actually get into this whole mood of our founder Acharya, and what do our seniors guide us, and they kind of instruct us on this particular aspect of our tradition. So maybe I can, if Snehal Prabhu, you can share the screen and we can open up the question for everyone. We would actually like to hear from you all, how you're feeling. You could give Snehal Prabhu a few seconds to just share the screen and we could have it here. So we are going to be going on Slido. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with this platform, and we are looking to actually have a question for you, and we would really request if you could give us your answer in one word. And there are quite a few of you hearing, so I'm sure we should have a lot of answers, and we should have a lot of inputs that should give us a sense of how everybody is feeling. Yeah, there we go. So we have a question here for you all, and there is so this is all we are on slido.com. The left number on the left-hand side is your number for the poll, and the question is on the screen, which says this: as we are about to embark on a 2-day journey in the celebration of Srila Prabhupada, share us just in one word, and that's the condition for this poll, because we really want to hear from you in one word. How do you feel about Srila Prabhupada? How do you feel about our founder Acharya? And that would help us to give you. So if you can go to slido.com, or maybe just scan the barcode that you have on the screen, and I think Hemani's also shared it on the Zoom chat, so please just follow that. And if you can just join us on slido.com and give us your answers, and the number of the poll is 965143. So we would like to hear from you. As we embark on this journey, how do you feel? In one word, tell us about Srila Prabhupada, our founder, Acharya. Yes, so I'm seeing our well-wishing friend, love, respect, loving, caring. So we are getting some answers, we're getting more. That's good, nice to hear. Our ever well-wisher, yes, that's of course definitely true. Caring, compassion, inspiration, respect. Oh wow, that seems to be the big one here. I think that's definitely, we all feel that. Courageous, definitely. Gratitude. Yes, thank you. I think we can have some more. Okay. We only have 18 answers so far, so I'm sure more of you. There are about 120-30 of us on the call, so please do share your response. Yeah, I can see more people entering now. Thank you. Changer, okay, I like this answer. Changer, transcendental, overwhelmed. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's still coming. Respect seems to be the biggest theme, you know, in our, yeah. Grateful, blessed, yes. Yeah, oh, I like this word, savior. He's definitely the savior, you know, saving all of us from this cycle of birth and death. Overwhelmed, love, loving. Yeah, Nikita, if you can answer your question there on the Slido, that would be helpful. Yeah, but yeah, he is the greatest devotee. Thank you. Yadurani Mataji says, indebted. Absolutely. Thank you, Mataji. Thank you. Yeah, so I can see more and more devotees answering. Please keep this coming. It's really nice because, again, this would help us to meditate. You know, if we are really looking to have, you know, like if you would have heard Mother Vishaka this morning, she was sharing that how really we want to take this as our annual festival, as an annual meditation, that where every one of us, we can come together and kind of, you know, think about Srila Prabhupada and meditate about Srila Prabhupada. So this is very helpful. Transcendental, only connection, yes. Okay, good. So we have about 41 answers here. It's still coming. We let that, you know, carry on. I can see devotees are answering. Heroic. Yes, he is definitely heroic. Very, very brave. You know, I don't know how many of us would like to leave our comfort zone at the age of 70 and then, you know, cross the seas and go to an unknown land. Like Prabhupada says, you know, in Lilamrita, it is explained that Prabhupada, when he got down of Jaladuta, he said, I didn't know whether to go left or right. And I think that for me, when I read that, I think that was the peak of any form of an uncertainty that anyone can go through, when you don't even know which direction you have to go, and you're absolutely in a foreign land. Okay, we're seeing a lot of words here, which is good. Courageous, fatherly. Yes, definitely fatherly. You know, when we read Mother Yamuna's diaries and her inspiration and her stories with Srila Prabhupada, you know, this is what you see, the very fatherly kind of an affection. We could sense, you know, that she's one of the favorite daughters of Srila Prabhupada. Okay, good. I think, yeah, we have 46 on the screen and I can see some coming on the chat box as well. So thank you, everyone. Thank you. You know, humble and savior, sheltered. Yeah, thank you so much for all your answers. Yeah, so we can close this now. And we can actually now move into our next segment, which is we called as our founder Acharya past. Now, before we get into that, actually, also there is a certain we have certain inputs, you know, from our senior devotees. Like if some of you would have read it already, actually, that His Grace Ravindra Swarup Prabhu did a whole a study or an article on this topic of our founder Acharya, which is one of the most referred books that we have, you know, within ISKCON. And in that, he has kind of mentioned on how he sees, you know, we should be seeing Srila Prabhupada as our founder Acharya, how he has laid that foundation of our founder Acharya in our hearts. And it's very beautiful here because there are a number of devotees who have shared their you know, experiences on this particular phase, our founder Acharya. And one of them is His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj. And he says that he actually recounts his experience with Srila Prabhupada when actually he was there when Prabhupada said that I want this to be written on every book, and, you know, mentioned that our founder Acharya, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, under the International Society of Krishna Consciousness. And he says, I was quite actually surprised. He shares that, and he said, that Prabhupada is so humble. Prabhupada is so, you know, full of humility. Why would he actually, you know, give us this kind of an instruction? Why would he really emphasize on having that, you know, that label everywhere, you know, and as part of the ISKCON tradition? And then he says that later on, when I started to interact with Srila Prabhupada, he says that he makes a very beautiful point. He says the phrase founder Acharya is not just a title. but it's a transcendental system which is intended to protect, preserve, and give longevity to an institution dedicated to mass liberation of conditioned souls in this dark age of Kali. So he makes a very beautiful point that it's not just a title, you know, a lot of times because we are so much in our day-to-day routine of, you know, of our practices and of our struggles and challenges. But he says it's intended to protect, preserve, and longevity of an institution that Prabhupada has established. The institution that actually the vision started from Bhaktivedanta Thakur, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, that how they actually promoted that ultimately Krishna consciousness would be spreading in this world, not through one individual, but through an institution where everybody is involved in actually taking it further, developing it further, and sharing it with everyone else. And Bhakti Charu Maharaj makes the point that when we use this particular phrase, then we are actually protecting, preserving, and giving longevity to this institution, which is so you know, important, significant for our instruction. So let's go through the 7 points that His Grace Ravindra Sarup Prabhu has shared. I'll just share my screen. Yeah, so this is how Ravindra Sarup Prabhu has actually shared, and he said that when we actually coin this term, our founder Acharya, there are 7 areas which are directly, I would say, impacted, or we kind of directly picked up, and it kind of makes an impact on the lives of the practitioners. And we'll go through those 7 areas. And when we were designing, actually, when the whole this festival was being conceptualized, this is where we thought that, oh, you know, these are the integral parts of the festival, and this is what we want to cover as we offer, you know, these 2 days to you, because you've spared your time, you've come all along. We really want you to be going back, thinking about these 7 objectives, or the 7, you know, points that we really want to make as a central theme of our practice. And this happens, as Ravindra Sarup Prabhu says, these are the 7 areas which we directly have benefit, you know, when we kind of bring Srila Prabhupada as our founder Acharya in our lives, in our hearts, and in our meditation. So the first point he says is mercy. Now he says that when we accept Srila Prabhupada as our founder Acharya and we make it as our constant meditation, he says generations after generations will receive the special mercy offered by Srila Prabhupada. The path back to Godhead that he opened will become ever increasingly traveled. So mercy, you know, as our scriptures explain and our acharyas explain, that mercy is actually compared to a cloud. And when a cloud is actually pouring, there is absolutely no discrimination. You know, so same way, the mercy given to us through our acharyas, which is flowing to us in our lives through Srila Prabhupada, actually, we'll be able to receive, because we are able to absorb the idea of our founder Acharya in our lives. So the mercy is constantly flowing, and it will continue to flow generations after generations. So it's not that it's just flowing, you know, for some people, but it's like it's like a cloud. It is up to us actually how much we can grab and how much we can actually bathe ourselves or soak ourselves in the mercy, in the cloud of the mercy that is offered by Srila Prabhupada. Second thing he mentions is the shelter. He says, by taking shelter of Srila Prabhupada as Shiksha Guru in his Vani manifestation, all teachers in ISKCON will be able to convey Srila Prabhupada's real teaching, thus giving proper guidance, shelter, and protection to all. So if you see now what happens when we receive the mercy of a pure devotee like Srila Prabhupada, you know, and then he comes into our life through his Vani, as his instruction, he's obviously our Shiksha Guru for all of us, because we have grown up in our Krishna conscious journey through his books. There is no matter, you know, wherever we start from, the seeds of bhakti in our heart are actually laid down by Srila Prabhupada, and then they are constantly nourished, you know, through his books, through his lectures, through his letters, you know, that everything that is coming to us, you know, through the knowledge that is like the powerhouse, which the books are actually. And when we accept Srila Prabhupada as shelter, Shiksha Guru, then we get his shelter. And through that, then we are able to convey the real teachings, and we're able to give guidance, shelter, and protection to everyone around us. So by taking shelter, if each one of us is actually able to absorb that shelter, then we are also able to share it with others, with each and every devotee around us. So this is not just about us, if you see, it's about each and everyone around us. And this is how we protect ourselves, and this is how we protect the devotees around us. So, you can see how much, each one of us can benefit if we actually learn to take the proper shelter of Srila Prabhupada. Third thing, which is very important, of course, which is important, I mean, for every basic, unit in society, be it like a family or be it like work. Unity is a very universal principle. It just doesn't apply to us. It is a principle that applies to us, as we exist in the social fabric. And then it says here that Srila Prabhupada's active presence will secure the unity and integrity of his ISKCON, because he becomes the central character of our lives. Everybody is able to then go beyond the petty issues, the petty things and look at the larger, the grand scheme of things, the divine vision that Prabhupada had for all of us. We all can work towards a common goal, and then we are able to achieve those collective goals. And this is how actually, and this is in fact one of our, we are going to have a very nice discussion tomorrow on this topic as well. We have senior devotees from Bhaktivedanta Manor who would be joining us for a panel discussion tomorrow. So make sure you join that, because this is one of the principles we feel out of these 7 that's very key for our growth. It's a universal phenomenon. It is timeless because it's very relevant for present circumstances, and it is also very relevant for future generations. So we thought it would be nice to have a session dedicated to meditate on this particular aspect of these 7 objectives that we are trying to achieve. Teachings, so we talked about mercy, we talked about shelter, we talked about unity, and if all these things put together, then Ravindra Sarup Prabhu explains that ISKCON's teachings will remain consistent over space and time, because there is absolutely no dilation. Everybody is focused towards Srila Prabhupada, everybody has a common goal, everybody is under the protection and shelter of Srila Prabhupada, and as we are under the protection, the teachings remain under the protection as well, and there is absolutely, it remains consistent over space and time. Potency. Srila Prabhupada's realized knowledge, endowing him with the specific potency to spread Krishna consciousness, will not only be preserved, but also developed. So we know that Prabhupada was, of course, no doubt, pure devotee of Lord Krishna. And then because of that purity, he could develop that potency and that realizations that, Kripamoya Prabhu was talking about, that Acharya knows there are 4 things about the Acharya. He knows, he realizes, he teaches, and then he, makes his disciples and followers follow it. So Prabhupada, of course, like a true Acharya, he also had a lot of realized knowledge, but then, which gave him that potency to spread Krishna consciousness. If we all have read the life history of Prabhupada, then how, he kind of started from scratch and kind of slowly built up, and so many devotees joined the movement. And if we are able to, again, absorb that he's the one, he's our Acharya, he's just not Acharya, actually, he's the founder Acharya of our movement, then that will be preserved, and that will also be developed, because that will pass on that, we talked about mercy being passed on generations to generations. So whatever potency Prabhupada had, we would also get a drop of that and be able to develop that further, and the family would constantly grow and nourish, under that potency. Number 6 is books. Yeah, a lot of us, we are involved with books. We have a very strong book distribution team here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. And the books, of course, they are very central for us. Like Prabhu says here, his books will remain central to us, for they contain insights and directions that await future development to be realized. So the books are constantly guiding us to not only just practice on an individual level, but also to be able to function at the level of a team or at a level of an organization. And if you read the purports, there are so many instructions in there, and those are very practical instructions. Prabhupada was a very practical man. We all know that, like how his he's spoken to a lot of us, through this. And I'm sure you all must be feeling that as well, that when you read a book, it feels like we're talking to him. Actually, Prabhupada is, actually talking to us and telling us that, okay, you can actually do this, and go ahead, do like this. There are instructions, there is guidance, there's a very fatherly kind of a love there in his books that immediately draws us into him, and we want to follow what he's saying. And then the last point, and not the least, is the acharyas. So Srila Prabhupada's eyes will always remain the lens through which all future generations see our predecessor acharyas. Now, again, this is a very, very important aspect of our tradition, to be able to be connected to Guru Parampara, to acharyas. Mother Yamuna talks in her book very sweetly. She says, that there was a time when the disciples were asking Prabhupada that what would happen when he leaves, who will guide them? And then Prabhupada, thought about it for many days, and then he said, don't worry, I have prayed to the acharyas to help you all. And he said, like the grandfather loves the grandchildren more than the children, similarly you all will have more protection from the acharyas and from my Guru Maharaj and his Guru Maharaj, and you will always be under their shelter. So these are the 7 objectives that we thought we would kind of help everyone to achieve while we are going through this festival over these 2 days. And I hope, as we go through different segments, please relate it to these 7 points, because somewhere along the line, we will find that shelter, we will find that potency, that mercy, the books, all these things will be touched upon, and that will help us to strengthen our relationship with Srila Prabhupada. So I hope you find it useful. Again, if you have any questions, you can put it on the chat box. You can email us your feedback on the spfestival@krishnatemple.com. And if you want to text any one of us, directly, even that's most welcome. But please do keep telling us and giving us, your feedback and corrections. We really want to hear from you. I think now we are good to go. To hear from Shyam Sundar Prabhu. I know a lot of you have been looking forward to it. I've been talking to some devotees, before the festival, and one of the names that I kept hearing was that everybody is really looking forward to hear from Shyam Sundar Prabhu. So, like I said, unfortunately, he could not join us online, but he was very happy to give us this recorded message. So we will be playing that, and I've heard it personally, and really it's very heart touching, because he's talked about some beautiful moments at Bhaktivedanta Manor. So it feels very personal, because this is the place where we all connect to. And so maybe if you all can just kind of listen to this carefully, and then we can take it from there. Hare Krishna. Sir Prabhu, I don't hear the audio. Sorry, I don't hear the audio yet. Yeah, so I think what we could also do is, by the time while we have Snehal Prabhu actually sorting out the audio, I think we can go to Nishkinchan Prabhu. He's with us today. He is going to be talking about Srila Prabhupada and 26 qualities of a devotee. So he's been, what we have done through this segment is we have linked it up actually how Srila Prabhupada exhibited 26 qualities of a devotee. And in each of these 15-minute segments, actually, we have tried to cover how, different qualities and different extracts from different books that devotees would bring together to you in these 15-minute segments. So that would just allow Snehal Prabhu also to sort out his technical issues. So Nishkinchan Prabhu, can we hear from you?
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Nishkinchan
Krishna
Prabhu.
Mataji.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. And sorry, we are running a little late, but yes, if you can, please, over to you. And
Thank
you
you.
can share, which quality of Prabhupada would you like to reflect upon?
Yes, so thank you, everyone. Mataji, are you putting the text on?
I will do that. Yes, I will do that. Yeah. Give me a
So
minute.
thank you, everyone, for having me. It's a great privilege and honor. I feel humbled because I know there's lots of senior devotees here. And but it's incredible we're having this Srila Prabhupada festival that we're doing today, thanks to the efforts of our wonderful Vaishnavas, particularly Nityapriya Mataji here, amazingly setting this up for us. Let me maybe start with some prayers and then I'll get on to the thing. Just a quick prayer asking for blessings. Om Gyanatimiram Dasya Gananjana Shalakaya Chakshuram Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nidvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhye patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnanebhyo namo namaha. Thank you all so much. Please give me your blessings that I can say something, and please forgive me if I say something wrong. Just going to share a quick excerpt here. The quality that I'm looking at primarily today is the 18th of the 26 qualities, number 18 of the qualities, which is not being influenced by the material illusory energy, right? So there are 26 qualities of a pure devotee, and Prabhupada obviously had all of them in abundance, but this particular one I thought I'd focus on, and maybe also touch a little bit on his aspect of humility, but primarily it's this one, point 18, which is not being influenced by the material illusory energy. And the passage that I'm looking at today is from the Back to Godhead magazine, volume 13, number 102 from 1978. This is when Prabhupada speaks out his final instructions. So, okay, so shall we start reading? Okay, so Mataji, shall I just read it? And then after that, we can have a little, yeah. Part 1, during his last months, Srila Prabhupada was not very active physically, and he spoke relatively little. Yet when he did speak, his words were full of spiritual strength. These excerpts from Srila Prabhupada's last statements reveal the mind of the pure devotee and universal teacher. And they show that Srila Prabhupada is indeed a transcendental personality whose devotion to Lord Krishna and to the mission of spreading love of Krishna is undying. So Prabhupada is now saying, there is nothing new to be said. Whatever I had to say, I have already said in my books. Now you must all try to understand it and continue with your endeavors. Whether I'm present or not present doesn't matter. Just as Krishna is living eternally, the living being also lives eternally. But especially, Kirtir Yasya Sajivati, one who has done service to the Lord lives forever. You have been taught to serve Krishna, and with Krishna we will live eternally. Our life is eternal. Na hanyate hanyamane sharire. The disappearance of this temporary body doesn't matter. The body is meant for disappearance. So live forever by serving Krishna. Thank you very much. I cannot speak. I am feeling weak. I wanted to travel to Chandigarh and other places, but I changed my program because my health is deteriorating. I decided to come here to Vrindavan, the land of Lord Krishna. If death takes place, let it take place here. There are two things, life and death. So if I die, where is the wrong in that? If I die, that is natural. Our money is only spent for Krishna, Krishna's palace, Krishna's temple, Krishna's worship, Krishna's glorification is not for our personal enjoyment. This is human life. At this point, sorry, I'm just interjecting here. If anyone has any thoughts that they want to jot down in the chat of what's coming to their mind when as we're reading this together, please do put it down, because as we reflect on Prabhupada's qualities, I'd like to also know our esteemed Vaishnav's thoughts as well. So any thoughts, any impressions that's coming to your mind as you read this, please put them on the chat, because then we can maybe work around it as well. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to continue. And I also want you to organize Varnashram society, the Vedic social structure. Divide society, Brahmana, intellectual class, Kshatriya, administrators, and so on. There should be social division, just as there is a division of the different parts of our body. This will help people. Don't waste the human form of life by sinful living. I've already given the ideas in my books, so you should all read them. You are intelligent, all of you. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Para upakar, do good to others, do not exploit them. Any human being has the ability to chant Hare Krishna, give them chanting, and also make the situation favorable. Is that clear? Thank you. We're almost getting there. This is our mission. Whatever we have, teach others. The whole world is filled with distress. Therefore, our Gurukul school is meant for this purpose, to teach the students and to let them go all over the world to teach others. Durlava manavo janma satsange, taraha eibhave shindure. Human life, especially in the association of devotees, is very rarely obtained. So please take advantage of this opportunity to cross over the ocean of material existence. My Guru Maharaj, spiritual master, said, whatever money is there, use it to print books. He was so happy to print books. So do it all very nicely. My Guru Maharaj used to say, go on printing, go on printing. I printed my books, now you do the same. Printing of spiritual books is our life force. Print more books. This material body is only bones, but go on printing. This is life. We are not concerned with bones and stones. Our concern is the living force. Aparayam etaspanyam prakritim vidime param. The living force is sustaining these bones. In the material world, people are all simply protecting bones and flesh. They have no spiritual idea. Okay, I think this is it. We're finishing now. Take matter. You mix earth, water, put it into fire, and then make a building. But matter cannot act automatically. Matter cannot have mind or consciousness or impetus. It is nonsense to say that matter gives rise to life. Matter has no sense. Life is the superior energy. Matter is useless. Bhumirapo nalo ivayu. The material elements are useless. But there is another spiritual nature. Yayadham dharyate jagat. And that nature is actually governing the whole universe. You disciples are all intelligent and experienced men. You can go on managing this movement. If I depart, there is no cause for lamentation. I will always be with you through my books and my orders. I will always remain with you in that way. I didn't waste a single moment. I tried my best, and it has been successful to some extent. Have Sankirtan, congregational chanting of God's holy names. All Europeans, Americans, Africans, United Nations under Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's flag. Do everything just as I've shown you. It is possible. This is the real United Nations. You try under the protection of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and things will be successful. Others will simply waste their time and be disappointed. They'll change from one body to another and suffer. So, that is the end of the passage. So I thought it's such a deep passage. I'll share my thoughts on this. I'll just kind of look at some of the comments here that you've all made. And so nice. We've got love, the love that Prabhupada is exuding in this passage that shows his mood from Harika Mataji. We've got Yadurani Mataji saying, it's interesting that Srila Prabhupada says, what is wrong with dying? Yeah, you have to be very elevated to have that kind of mindset, because, people do not want to die. Even if even amongst devotees, even if you intellectually understand you're going to die, but when it comes down to it, then, the nerves will kick in, fear does kick in, And then, of course, Himani Mataji is saying that's probably because Srila Prabhupada has destroyed our fear of death, as we are not this body anyway. Well, that's one of the main things that Prabhupada says in his lectures, isn't it? We are not the body, we are not the body, we are not the body, right? One of the first verses devotees generally learn when they come to Krishna consciousness is Dehinosmin yatha dehe kumaram yuvanam jara. You know, the body goes from one, the soul goes from one body to another, right? So like that, just like we go from boyhood to youth to old age. And I like the touch on the humble aspect of Prabhupada, that he's actually just even downplaying his own achievements, saying just to some extent. To some extent. I mean, look at what Prabhupada did. That's not just some extent. What he did will go down in history. Prabhupada didn't waste a single moment, Harika is saying, yes, absolutely. And yeah, we have the comments that he's the epitome of loving devotional service, most surrendered of modern time. And yeah, he gives instructions all the time. He's so amazing. I love this, actually, the fact that he gives instructions all the time. And I think this is maybe a nice way to seg into my thoughts on this passage, is that, you know, they say that the pain at death, you know, in the Bhagavatam, they give the analogy, right? That it's equivalent to the sting of like 1,000 scorpions at the same time. It's very hard to have any kind of mental coherence when you're about to die. Okay, you're pretty much going out of it now. You know, your mind is not always necessarily in a focused place. And generally, it's not easy to kind of like, you know, sort of be cognizant and be together and, you know, like do something that is very structured. And yet we see that in Prabhupada, even at the time of death, what is he doing? He is speaking and giving instructions. We kind of imagine the pain, physical pain, that Prabhupada's body must have been going through. And I say Prabhupada's body, right? Because he's a pure devotee. Whether he himself was actually feeling that pain or getting affected by that pain, I think is a more important thing to understand here. You know, maybe that's something that we need to look at, because he's a pure devotee. Maybe he's come to that stage, like he describes himself, where, you know, you've got the coconut, right? And, you know, the inner flesh of the coconut of a pure devotee, it disconnects from the coconut itself. So I don't know if any of you are familiar with coconuts, but when a coconut is fresh, right, the flesh of the coconut is very much aligned with the shell of it, right? You can't really separate the flesh from the shell. It's very connected. Just like a conditioned soul, our sense of soul and body is very much together. It's hard for us to separate. But as a person becomes more advanced, then the flesh, like a coconut, actually disconnects from the shell, and you can actually shake the shell of the coconut and feel the flesh inside moving. So it's almost like there's a disconnect inside. And it's almost like with the pure devotees, even if whatever's happening to the body outside, the soul inside is not getting affected by it. Otherwise, how can one understand how Prabhupada at that time, just before he was about to leave this world, these instructions, the passage that we just read now, is from when he's about to leave. How could he give these instructions and speaking if he was affected by the material energy, affected by the pain? It's interesting. Most people in the world, you know, when they get old, they're very much concerned with the future of their family, you know, of their culture, of their country. We see that actually. It's interesting. You know, and they want to, you know, they want to see, okay, they're very much, you know, like sort of aware of what they're leaving behind. And they want to make sure that it's in a good place so that it continues. But we see that in Prabhupada's case, he wasn't focused on that. He wasn't thinking, oh, what's going to happen to my family back in Kolkata? What's happening to my bank balance? What's happening to the family assets and the family house and the business? You know, all that kind of stuff. None of that's in his mind. All he's focused on is actually, you know, the welfare of giving Krishna consciousness to others. He's simply talking about the movement. And even when he's talking about the movement, it's in relation to Krishna. He's not talking about in terms of how financially stable even ISKCON is or how socially popular it is. He's talking in terms of its connection to Krishna, giving Krishna to others. And you can see from his last moments that he's fully embodying that verse from the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Atmindriya priti vancha tare boli kam, Krishnandriya priti cha dhare preme naam. Right? The desire to satisfy one's own senses is called lust, but the desire to satisfy Krishna's senses is called love. And we can see that Prabhupada's in that state of consciousness where all he's concerned about is actually satisfying Krishna now. There is no kind of self-satisfaction involved there whatsoever. He's using all his senses in the service of Krishna. That's why he's not affected by the material energy that is afflicting his body. Later on in his final instructions, Prabhupada jokes about how we should use all our senses in Krishna's service. And he talks about Dadichi Muni. For those of you may know, in the Srimad Bhagavatam 7th canto, there's a Muni called Dadichi, and he uses his whole body for the service of the demigod devotees, right? And including his bones. And his bones are used to construct a weapon to destroy Vitrasura, and that weapon becomes the Vajra that Indra uses as his standard weapon. But the thing is that when Prabhupada is talking about these great personalities from before, if you look at Prabhupada himself, he is just as much a great personality himself. The way he's actually using every single part of his body in Krishna's, Krishna's service. One thing we also understand is that this is something that's often mentioned, that he's also a perfect guru, because when he left in the world right now, and this is something that is mentioned a lot actually, people know Krishna consciousness. People have heard of Hare Krishna all over the world. But when you speak to most people around the world, they don't know who Prabhupada is, right? If you speak to most people, I'm not talking devotees, I'm just talking general people in the world, they've heard of Hare Krishna. Oh, yeah, I know the Hare Krishnas, you guys, yeah, you dance and things like that. How many people have heard of Prabhupada apart from, amongst non-devotees? Not that many. But guess what? This is a testament to his greatness. He wasn't focused on his own fame. He wasn't focused on his own profit, adoration, distinction. It was all about the names. It's all about his guru's order. Again, this just shows his his ability to be unaffected by material energy. So many big gurus have come in history, and they get trapped by their own fame and things like that. But Prabhupada, he didn't. His focus was always the holy names, not me. Obviously, as you get to know about Hare Krishna, soon you'll get to know about Prabhupada's greatness as well. But you can see that Prabhupada himself was not affected by that. It reminds me of the pastime when Hanuman is crossing over Lanka, and he jumps, and this gold mountain comes from the sea called Mainak. And Mainak is saying to Hanuman, sit on me and take a rest. And it's the acharyas say that that gold mountain, Mainak, represents the profit, the adoration, the distinction that will come our way as we advance in spiritual life. But it's a trap. It's a trap. But Hanuman, what did he do? He said, no, I have to focus on my mission. He did not get trapped by the gold mountain. Prabhupada saying, no matter how successful he became in establishing Krishna consciousness, he never himself got trapped by the fame. We will have many Mainaks coming in our lives as we progress in Krishna consciousness. So we can learn from Prabhupada's example not to get affected by the Mainaks that come our way as well. So I thought that was a very, very powerful point that was coming through. And we can see that even in his life, when he first came to America, he landed in Butler, Pennsylvania. No one knew him. And in fact, later on, you see in the Lilamrita how Sali Agarwal recalls that he was a very unassuming sadhu. It's not that he had any airs or graces about him. And he didn't even seem to be affected whether he had loads of followers or not. This is an example of a real sadhu. Whether he's got a massive movement with 108 temples and tremendous volume literatures, or he has nothing in his pocket, just coming to land on the shores of a foreign country with 40 rupees in his pocket or something, it doesn't matter. So again, it just shows his quality of not being affected in whatever situation he's in. He's focused always on the goal. Sometimes people may say that, but if you look at Prabhupada's mood, you see that sometimes he would get angry with his disciples. But actually, if you listen to Prabhupada's disciples recall the experiences, and I'm sure they will on this festival, they'll say that even they felt that actually that it wasn't coming from a place of ego. Prabhupada would sometimes get angry with his disciples to teach them, right? It wasn't that he was actually getting angry. It was actually a way to teach them, to mold them, to develop them. So he himself was never affected by the material illusory energy. And this is because he was completely absorbed in Krishna. And he also had a humility in him as well. Like just before he left, he sought forgiveness from his godbrothers, even though his godbrothers were like, there's nothing to forgive. What you've done is amazing. You are the leader. But Prabhupada still sought forgiveness. Again, when we look at Hanuman as well, when Hanuman jumped to Lanka, the first thing he did was seek blessings from the seniors, like Sugriva, Angad, Jambavan. So Prabhupada doing the same thing, you know, he's seeking blessings, he's seeking forgiveness, even though he himself is a Mahabhagavat. And I want to finish off on this last bit, was that Prabhupada, when he went to America, he was on a ship called the Jaladuta, and he wrote this beautiful prayer called Markin Bhagavat Dharma. And in it, one of the lines he says is, Nachao, nachao, nachao she mate, right? Which is, you know, just make me dance, make me dance, make me dance as you please. I have no ability of my own. I'm going to this land of passion and ignorance. You know, I don't know what I'm paraphrasing here, but he's basically indicating that he doesn't know what he's doing. He has no Shakti of his own. You do what you want with me. But then you can see from his life, from his example, that he achieved that state. He achieved the state of being a dancer in Krishna's hands. And again, it reminds me of another verse in CC where it says, Ekaleshwar Krishna arashava bhritto, yarayache nachaya shetaiche korenitto. Lord Krishna alone is a supreme controller and all others are his servants. And they dance as he makes them do so. Either we realize that and act in that position or we will be forced to at some point. But Prabhupada did that. He proved himself to be a supreme dancer in Krishna's hands from the start right to the end, right to the point where he uttered his last breath and went back to Godhead, or wherever he's, maybe he's preaching somewhere else in the universe right now, I don't know. But the point is that wherever he is, he showed that he was fully fixed on Krishna's desire and to basically satisfy Krishna's senses and completely unaffected by whatever the material energy throws at him. And I think the fact that he was teaching and instructing to the last moment of his life really exemplifies that. So I'll finish here, and I'll hand over to Nityapriya Mataji. And yeah, let us maybe use this occasion to really just go deep into trying to like make our lives fully centered around Prabhupada's instructions. And also, we can also maybe one day be dancers in Krishna's hands as well, just like Prabhupada, and then be unaffected by the material energy. His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Jai, jai. Thank you, Nishkinchan Prabhu. That was good. Yeah, I like what you had shared the earlier passage from last instructions, because he says, everybody will just waste time. So I think that was really powerful, because it's like Prabhupada keeps talking about the importance of human life, and then within human life, of course, we all have limited time to make the best use of. Okay, thank you, Prabhu. Thank you again. Thank you for coming, and I hope you can stay with us I know you have a busy schedule, but yeah, do stay with us. And
I'll be in the festival in and out, so I'll be on for some segments, then I have to come off there, I'll come back on again. Yeah.
No problem. Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mataji. Hare Krishna.
So I think we are now good to go. Sorry about the technical glitch earlier, but we are okay to hear from Shyam Sundar Prabhu now. So yeah, so maybe we can go. Sorry about the technical glitch earlier, but we are okay to hear from Shyam Sundar Prabhu now. So yeah, so maybe we can go. Sorry about the technical glitch earlier, but we are okay to hear from Shyam Sundar Prabhu now. So yeah, so maybe we can go. Sorry about the technical glitch earlier, but we are okay to hear from Shyam Sundar Prabhu now. I think we're just having some problems today with the recording. Still, Prabhu, do we need some more time? We can, yeah, okay.
Here we go. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namani Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvisesa Sunyavari Praschatadasatari. Hare Krishna. My deep gratitude to Achyuta Gaura Premadas and the organizers of this historic first annual UK Prabhupada Festival. and heartfelt greetings and obeisances to all my dear God brothers and God sisters and Prabhupada lovers there in the UK. Most of all, my deepest gratitude is to Krishna for giving me this long life, 79 years now, to recount and broadcast the inconceivable glories of my beloved spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. His divine grace, Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who appeared in the Western world 56 years ago to plant the ancient seed of Krishna consciousness in a world gone mad. Srila Prabhupada is the heart and soul, the shining example of fully accomplished Krishna consciousness. His gift of Krishna consciousness to us is everything. To celebrate Srila Prabhupada for these 2 days is a wonderful opportunity to try to understand Srila Prabhupada better as a person. Of course, every moment of every day should be an exercise in understanding Srila Prabhupada, trying to understand him better, and deepen our commitment to him, or you can say, our debt to him. There's a verse in Srimad Bhagavatam, the spiritual master Sandipani addressing his students Krishna and Sudama. Sandipani said, "O my children, you have suffered so much for my sake. This indeed is the duty of all true disciples, to repay the debt of their spiritual master by offering him, with pure hearts, their wealth and even their very lives. O my children, you have suffered so much for my sake." When I look back on those early days when Srila Prabhupada was among us, the 24/7 energy we poured into expanding his movement out into the world, I ask myself, was this really suffering or sacrifice? No, indeed. In the presence of our newly found master, we were the happiest people on the planet. This is indeed the duty of all true disciples, to repay the debt to their spiritual master. Debt? Debt to the spiritual master. Yes, you can say that we have all felt this debt, but it's not like an obligation that pressures you to repay it, is it? Srila Prabhupada gave us Krishna consciousness as a true gift. A gift, truly given, doesn't require repayment. The most precious gift liberates and frees you, empowers you to give onwards. Now, we gave until we dropped, sure, but our efforts are insignificant compared with Srila Prabhupada's gift to us. And isn't it a little laughable to think that anything we gift to Srila Prabhupada can in any way be considered as paying back our debt to him? In this regard, I'm reminded also of another very cool verse from Srimad Bhagavatam. I'll read it. Prithu Maharaja continued, "How can such persons who have rendered unlimited service by explaining the path of self-realization in relation to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and whose explanations are given for our enlightenment with complete conviction and Vedic evidence, how can they be repaid except by folded palms containing water for their satisfaction?" In his purport to this verse, Srila Prabhupada comments on the Sanskrit words in the verse. The word Vinoda Patram means joker. A joker's activities simply arouse laughter, and a person who tries to repay the spiritual master or teacher of the transcendental message of Krishna becomes a laughing stock, just like a joker, because it is not possible to repay such a debt. So you perhaps can say that we're all Srila Prabhupada's jokers, attempting without possibility of success to repay our debts to him. And did Srila Prabhupada make us laugh? 50-some years later, people still say to me, "Oh, you sacrificed so much." But if you ask Gurdas or Mukunda or any of the old devotees what it was really like back then, we'll say, those were the best times of our lives. And we had more fun than we'd ever had before or since. Srila Prabhupada was a laugh riot. You may know that for the past 10 years, I've been researching and writing about the 7 years I spent at Prabhupada's side in these books, Chasing Rhinos with the Swami. And I've gone through something like 30,000 photos of Srila Prabhupada in my research for these books. First, there's not a bad photo of Srila Prabhupada. And secondly, any photo of Srila Prabhupada with me in it somewhere, 80% of those, you'll see me laughing. Here's a paragraph from volume 1, Chasing Rhinos, about the early days in San Francisco. Right off, one of the things I liked best about the Swami, he made you laugh. He was always calm and content, sure, but more than that, he was jolly. He said, "You'll feel yourself transcendently joyful in spite of your present physical body. Just like if you eat, you'll know yourself that you are eating. You are feeling strength. You are getting enlightened." Similarly, if you take this process of Krishna consciousness, in spite of your present physical body, you'll know that you are having something transcendental. That feeling will come with you. Krishna is always jolly, and if you join his society, you will also become jolly. Laughter is the symptom of happiness, no? We can measure our happiness level in Krishna consciousness by how much we are laughing. Sure, we worked harder than seems humanly possible in those days, but the lightness and freedom from anxiety of devotional service empowered us with the same superhuman energy which we saw in Srila Prabhupada. It was all one great adventure. Swamiji had explained in a lecture that Krishna most appreciates devotees who risk the most on his behalf. And if you risk everything for Krishna, he must personally intervene to remove obstacles to your risky service. Prabhupada was the most courageous person we'd ever met. You know the story. An old man, penniless, comes to America, a total faith in Krishna, ready to do anything and go anywhere to spread his divine message. And we immediately connected with the Swami's mood of courage because we saw it in action. We understood his message that to get Krishna, you must take risks. You can say that we were all on a great adventure with the Swami, and it was the most exhilarating adventure of our lives. So courage, adventure, laughter, these are the main ingredients to understanding Srila Prabhupada. His beauty, his physical beauty, his face and its unbelievable range of expressions, his graceful actions, no move without harmony and purpose. You knew it was a beauty reserved for divine beings. And then his words, so carefully crafted and solid with authority, explaining with simple clarity the vast constructs of the absolute truth. He attracts us like iron filings to a magnet. We were in love with the Swami. I guess it's a given that in any large, loving family, the children will try to outdo each other to please the father. This spirit of friendly competition certainly fueled our early days in Krishna consciousness. So when the Swami said, "Go out in the world and spread KC," and when he told us that he had a special place in his heart for the British Isles, a few of us leaped at this chance. And with his blessings, well, you know the story. September 1968, we flew to London on one-way tickets and lit up that land with Krishna's message. Srila Prabhupada's physical grace and beauty, his mood of adventure, his courage, and his sense of the absurd and the exhilarating comedy of life as devotional service for Krishna, combined, these aspects of Srila Prabhupada's personality create and open the door for us to a life of magic. Being around Srila Prabhupada is to live in a world of magic, to expect magic, to observe and experience everything as Krishna's desire unfolding around us. Krishna consciousness is a mystical experience. Magic. As hippies in those days, we had evolved sort of a lifestyle based on magic. Things didn't happen by cause and effect. Life was magical and full of surprise. We came to expect magic. So, when Srila Prabhupada stepped through that perfect historical window in time and showed us the life of unceasing magic, we fell for him, hook, line, and sinker. And did Krishna put on his magic display? We saw $100 bills raining from the sky on Ashbury Street in San Francisco. In downtown London, we saw the man waiting in the queue behind Gurdas in a bank, who just happened to be a real estate agent who had a 6-story empty building on Berry Place, a few paces off Oxford Street and a block from the British Museum, and for a very cheap rent. We saw the bolt of lightning that convinced George Harrison to print the Krishna book. Magic. We saw the appearance of 4-foot marble Radha and Krishna deities just 2 days before their installation. I guess you probably all know that story, how the Radha Londoneshwara deities appeared in Berry Place just a few days before we had the installation for them was to be held. And I'll just read a little paragraph from the first volume of Chasing Rhinos, which describes Prabhupada's reaction to taking these deities. Another thing Prabhupada says on the trip back to Berry Place, Krishna has played a great trick, just like when Krishna's mother tried to tie him with ropes because he is such a rascal, stealing the butter. And by his magic power, he makes the ropes too short. So Mother Yasoda brings more rope, and still it is too short. Like that, another trick has been played. Krishna wanted to come here, so this chip on Radharani's finger is just another Krishna's trick. And we have captured Radha and Krishna. Srila Prabhupada, you are always doing the impossible. You are the greatest magician, said Tamal Krishna. Prabhupada replied, I am not a magician. I am not magician. My only credit is that I am presenting Krishna as he is. The magic will act as soon as you become a pure devotee of Krishna. The magic will be done by Krishna, not by me or you. In 1970, we saw the magic in Srila Prabhupada's invasion of India with 20 green Westerners to revive the tiny embers of Krishna consciousness and in very short time sweep that nation with the mighty forest fire of Krishna's name, laying the cornerstones to 3 huge temples at Mayapur, Vrindavan, and Juhu in a 3-week period. In June of 1971, the biggest magic of all, Srila Prabhupada appoints me as his personal secretary, and I roam the world with him for years to come. Our first stop was Moscow, behind the Iron Curtain, where in just 5 days, Srila Prabhupada planted the seed, which became the mighty mature forest of Krishna consciousness that you see in Russia and Eastern Europe today. I'll just read one little paragraph about that. from Volume 2. I can see the pieces click. This one Russian boy, Anatoly, was brought to Prabhupada's room. And in 3 days, Srila Prabhupada taught him Krishna consciousness. You probably all know the story, Ananta Shanti Das. I can see the pieces clicking together in Anatoly's mind. Aided by his training in logic, he seems to understand everything Prabhupada tells him, accepting it as the absolute truth. It's becoming more and more obvious. Anatoly is Krishna's man, and the reason Prabhupada came to the Soviet Union. The hours fly by as Prabhupada changes this boy's heart, planting love for Krishna within it. This is the most powerful exhibition I have ever seen of Prabhupada's mystic potency. Over the years now, researching and creating these Chasing Rhinos with the Swami books, this topic of magic, Srila Prabhupada's mystic powers, has become more and more important to me. In volumes 1 and 2, I've related so many stories describing Srila Prabhupada's magic adventures in the world. And recently, I finished volume 3 of Chasing Rhinos. And I consider this volume as the crown jewel of the trilogy. Here's a sneak preview of the cover. Not quite finished yet, but it's getting there. Most of the stories in volume 3 will take place in the UK. In 1972, and then especially in the summer of 1973, when Srila Prabhupada sat down with us at his brand new Bhaktivedanta Manor and stayed 3 months with us. I consider this 3 months to be the most powerful and instructive period of the years that Srila Prabhupada spent among us. I'd like to read just a few small stories from volume 3, which will be printed this summer and released next fall. It's July 13th, 1972. Srila Prabhupada has come out to George Harrison's 35-acre estate, Friar Park, in Oxfordshire. We've walked around the grounds in the 100-room castle, and now it's evening, and we're sitting in a small room looking out on the lawns and cultured gardens. Srila Prabhupada sitting in an armchair, Dhananjaya, George, and I sitting on the floor before him. And Prabhupada speaks. Prabhupada sits in an armchair in the half-light, and there is, yes, a bluish aura around him, around us. Time is suspended in the gloaming as Prabhupada gives us transcendental vision and takes us with him into the spiritual world. He says, "In the spiritual sky, there is nothing but freshness. Even the flowers picked from the trees and plants remain fresh, for everything in the spiritual sky retains its originality and does not fade. The fragrance of the flowers picked from the trees and made into garlands does not fade, for both the trees and the flowers are spiritual. The significance of spirituality is that everything is eternal and inexhaustible. Everything taken from everything remains everything. The bees hum around the fresh flowers, and their sweet sound is enjoyed by the Lord. But even within the material world, one can spiritualize one's existence by seeing the Supreme Lord within everything and worshiping him by constant meditation. We sit silently for many minutes as the sun winks out. A quick glance at my watch says 9:15, and full dark descends on the room. Prabhupada holds us in a magic spell, and I sense this is a historic moment. Prabhupada has zapped us, convincing George beyond all doubt now. When he finally speaks, George clears his throat and then says in a husky voice, "I want to buy you an ashram like this place. I will get my estate agents to start looking tomorrow." Now, this was the beginning of Bhaktivedanta Manor. And now it's July 13th, 1973, and Srila Prabhupada has come to Bhaktivedanta Manor. Almost each day we brought him an interesting guest to converse with. Some of the most famous and interesting of Britain's intelligentsia, the scientists, philosophers, theologians, artists, historians, famous rock stars, musicians, race car drivers, teachers, Buddhist monks, Christian priests, even Harry, the village policeman. This collection of more than 50 conversations, in my estimation, is the most concise and powerful example of Srila Prabhupada's public preaching in all of his vast body of work. I've summarized and included many of these conversations in Volume 3. And here's just one example. Arnold Toynbee was a world-renowned historian. His books on the rise and fall of civilizations, especially Greek history, were required reading by college students all over the world. We sat in Toynbee's library in London. And here's the story. These two wise men traded thoughts back and forth for more than an hour, and I had to change cassettes twice. They discussed the cycles of history. Toynbee compared the conflict between ancient Athens and Sparta to the US versus USSR nuclear confrontation in today's world. Remember, this is 1973. The forces of light and civilization versus the armies of darkness. Toynbee said, "Today you will find Athens a flourishing metropolis, and of Sparta only a few columns standing in the ruins." Similarly, Toynbee said that the West would triumph over the Soviet colossus because civilizations that develop the spirit in mystic ceremonies will survive and thrive, prevailing over demonic forces. Wow, Prabhupada loves this. And he says, yes, yes, yes. Furthermore, Toynbee adds, great civilizations always perfect a particular art form to its pinnacle. The Greeks perfected the plastic art, or the art of sculpture. And then he said, you Americans, what I have observed, your young people are perfecting the art of music, of sound vibration, and this will be your great achievement. Yes, says Srila Prabhupada, transcendental sound vibration, the Maha Mantra. You see, there is always light and darkness. So the light party will also be there. Only Krishna conscious people will be free from all of these calamities. Others will have to suffer. Now they are going to the forest, the hippies, eh? Yes, this is the future history. You can predict in your writings, yes? Toynbee, yes. Prabhupada, this Krishna consciousness movement, we are getting a little response. It will increase. That is also stated that for 10,000 years, Krishna consciousness movement will increase. Yes. Within the next 10,000 years, if they become Krishna conscious, then life is successful. After 10,000 years, the gloomy picture of Kali Yuga will return. Still, there is time. 10,000 years is not a small period. Srila Prabhupada, the master of logic and conversation, beauty, laughter, adventure, and daring, the magic man himself. Now, time is running a little short now, but I wanted to leave you with one more reading from Volume 3. which sort of sums up my understanding of Srila Prabhupada's magic, his mystic energy, and how this relates to us now and in the future. This is from the epilogue, or final chapter of Volume 3. Srila Prabhupada, how do I cope with a world without you physically present here? Sometimes I get so desperate to see you again. How do I maintain that special tingling glow I always had when I walked by your side or entered a room where you were sitting? Around you, the colors, shapes, sounds, other people, everything became more intense, heightened, magnified. In your presence, I was thrilled with excitement, anticipation, a sense of comfort and safety, the certainty that whatever happens will be Krishna's arrangement and perfect in every way. But what about now? Yes, we have our sadhana, our daily practices, chanting the Mahamantra, reading your books, visiting you in photos or your murti in the temples. But I've come to realize that the glue that holds me so tightly to your personal presence all these years has been what I can only describe as mystical experience. Prabhupada, you have opened the doors to perception and made it possible for us to see Krishna everywhere at every moment of every day. You have ushered all of your devotees into the dimension of mystical experience. You once said, devotees automatically have all mystic power. The bird that flies past my window, the phone call I get out of the blue, the whispers in my head as I write these words. To sense the plan and hand of Krishna in all events has made it easy to remember you. Not only remember, but associate in real time with you. As you reach over to pat my shoulder for a word well placed, or to tisk me for a thought ill-timed. As you shed your slippers and rustle across the rug to plop in that armchair over there and ask me, so what's the position, Shyamasundar? Or shoot me a note across the universe that all is well in Goloka and why not join me here? In Srimad Bhagavatam, you say, the devotees of the Lord can see everything clearly. Devotees do not have to endeavor for any yoga siddhi or perfection in mystic powers. They are competent to understand everything by the grace of the Lord, who is sitting in everyone's heart. I need mystical experience in my life every day, Srila Prabhupada. I expect magic. This is what keeps me going, attached to you. I observe the flow, the coincidences, flashes of impossible beauty, the signs and indicators. I watch events and situations unfold around me, turn out just the way you said they would, and sense the magic everywhere, deepening more and more the personal, individual, mystical connection I have with you and Krishna. I don't often lecture in public, but when I do, devotees often ask me, how do you keep your spiritual strength? And my answer these days is, Prabhupada has given you the greatest gift. You have mystic powers. Now use them to see Krishna everywhere. Play with Krishna and expect magic. Thank you so much, my dear friends, for participating in this auspicious first UK Prabhupada festival. And may Krishna and Srila Prabhupada appear and touch every moment of your lives forever and ever. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jai. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I hope you all liked it. Yeah, so I know it would have been really nice to have him, speaking live, but this was really good. Like, we've been in touch with him recently about organizing everything and getting him to speak for us. And I must say, he's an amazing, amazing devotee. And like the way I can still see the impact of Srila Prabhupada on him, like the way he's bubbling with energy and positivity, and the messages that he's giving out just by talking. It has been such a beautiful experience talking to him, and the kind of encouragement we've had talking to Shyamsundar Prabhu has been just been like out of the world experience, talking to him and interacting with him. Okay, so I think we are approaching towards the lunch break now. We have another 10-15 minutes to go before we break up for the lunch, and we will be back at 2 o'clock. But I think before we do that, we have His Grace Vrindavan Chandra Prabhu with us actually today, and I can see he's there. Yes, Hare Krishna Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Welcome, Prabhu. Welcome. So nice to have you, and I hope you've been with us since morning. Actually,
Yes,
you've
yes.
been following.
Wonderful program. It was really amazing. So nice.
Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you all the blessings and contribution of Vaishnavas and devotees here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. So we couldn't have done anything without them. So Vrindavan Chandra Prabhu actually is part of our Bhaktivedanta Manor Sankirtan team, as you all know. I mean, a lot of you know him already, and he's been an inspiration for us in terms of book distributions and Bhagavatam campaigns and Gomatsya particularly. And so he's just shared with us before we go on a lunch break. Actually, it would be nice to hear from him. Like, one of the 7 objectives that we covered this morning of this festival is about Srila Prabhupada books, actually, which we have gathered from Ravindra Sarup Prabhu's guidelines. And it talks about how the books, are they carry the message for for this as well as, and there are instructions for future growth as well. So Prabhu will walk us through, the campaign which is running at the moment, which is about the Bhadra campaign, and then we can break up for the lunch actually. But I'll tell you more about that. But for now, I'll just pass it on to Vrindavan Chandra Prabhu. Prabhu, all yours. Thank you for joining, and you please go ahead now.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Mataji. It's been a wonderful festival. I've been watching since the morning. Very inspiring. And my deep gratitude to all of the organizers who managed to pull this program together, and especially for giving us this little slot to make a presentation about how we can become part of a special offering to Srila Prabhupada for his 125th appearance anniversary. So I've got a few slides which I would, why is it not giving me the chance to share them now? Oh, have I got the opportunity to share my slides, Prabhu?
If you're a co-host, yes, Prabhu, you should be able to share.
For some reason or the other.
Okay, try again, Prabhu. No.
Okay, let me. Let me see files. No, it's only showing someone else's screen. Anyway. What should we do? I'll just carry on then, if I'm not able to share my screen. So what I wanted to speak to everyone about today is, we've got a worldwide campaign that's been running now for a few years. It's called the Bhadra campaign. And this Bhadra campaign is a campaign that's specifically focused on distributing Srila Prabhupada's sets of books, and in particular the Srimad Bhagavatam. For many years now, although devotees have really imbibed Srila Prabhupada's mood to distribute his books, but Srimad Bhagavatam has never been on the bestsellers list. Distribution of Srila Prabhupada's Srimad Bhagavatam has more or less been incidental. But that all changed a few years ago when the Bhadra campaign started. And for those of you who do not know about the Bhadra campaign, in the 12th canto, there is a Falastuti a benediction given by Srila Vyasadeva, where it says, anyone who on the full moon night of the month of Bhadra places on a throne, golden throne, the Srimad Bhagavatam, gifts it, that person is sure to attain the transcendental destination in the next life. So latching onto this particular benefit, the devotees started to promote people gifting the Bhadra, Srimad Bhagavatam on the Bhadra, night of Bhadra. And that had phenomenal results. You know, we initially in 2018, there were 7,000 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam that were distributed. And Vaisheshika Prabhu, previous to that, he had asked the BBT, he was negotiating how many sets of Bhagavatam should be printed. And then Vaisheshika Prabhu said, print 10,000 sets of Bhagavatam. And the devotees said, no, we've never distributed 10,000 sets. You know, that is, we do not want sets of Bhagavatam sitting in warehouses. No, Vaisheshika Prabhu said, print it. And for the first year in the Bhadra campaign, which was in 2018, 7,007 sets of Bhagavatam were distributed. Next year, 2019, was not as good. It was 6,500 sets. And then we came to 2020, and then we had the lockdown. And everything ground to a halt, and the traditional ways of distributing books had to change. But the devotee said, all right, let's go for 10,000 sets anyway, in a lockdown. And then the campaign started, and then the devotees started to exceed 10,000. And then it went to 15,000 sets. And then something phenomenal like we'd never seen before started to happen worldwide, even during a lockdown. 20,000 sets were being distributed. It was a wave of distribution of Srimad Bhagavatam sets like no one had experienced before. Now, Srila Vyasadeva had wanted Srimad Bhagavatam to be distributed. The sages as Naimisharanya wanted it to be distributed. The acharyas wanted it to be distributed. Srila Prabhupada translated it, and he wanted it more than anyone to be distributed throughout the world. And at the end of 2020, 24,195 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam were distributed. It was phenomenal. It was just unbelievable. This year being the 125th appearance anniversary of Srila Prabhupada, the devotees have said, you know, people thought that 24,000 would never be achieved again. But the devotee said, no, where there's Srila Prabhupada's mercy, anything can happen. And this year we want to distribute 25,000 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam. It is said that it's the duty of the disciple and the follower to execute the order of the Acharya. Srila Prabhupada is on record as having said, I want that every respectable person has a full set of Bhagavatam and Chaitanya Charitamrita in his home. That is Srila Prabhupada's desire expressed in black and white. And it is the duty of the follower to meditate on that instruction and think how to do. Prabhupada says, how to do. Always we need to be meditating, how to do. To achieve what Prabhupada has asked us, it's going to be a situation of mass distribution. So, Divyanam Prabhu is trying to contact me, maybe he says, are you all able to hear me and see me properly at the moment?
Yes, Prabhu, we can. Yes, completely.
Right, so
Are you still not able to share? Because you have the sharing rights, so I'm not sure why that is happening.
Yeah, I myself, I'm a bit flustered. I've done so many Zoom presentations, but somehow or the other, it's just not be able to do it. Anyway, I'll carry on. So Srila Prabhupada has given us this instruction, this order, and it requires us to get to the state of mass distribution. And what we're doing at the moment is just, even with 25,000 sets, it's just trickle. Anyway, the Europe's contribution to the 25,000 sets of distributing Srimad Bhagavatam is 1,000 sets. And normally India do the most, and then the US. And of the 1,000 sets that Europe's going to try to distribute, Bhaktivedanta Manor wants to distribute. We want to distribute a minimum of 400 sets. So how do we plan to do that? The Sankirtan, or the book distribution philosophy at Bhaktivedanta Manor, has always been quite simple. A little from a lot. Instead of placing the expectation of a few Sankirtan devotees to meet these huge targets that we want to achieve for pleasing Srila Prabhupada, if the entire community gets mobilized and everybody does a little, then we can achieve a lot. And that philosophy, which we've been adopting for a few years, has been very successful. Bhaktivedanta Manor has topped the European book distribution scores for many years now. So this year, we want to reach out to all the members of the community, the followers of Srila Prabhupada, to come forward and make a commitment to try, not only to do, just to try to distribute one set of Srimad Bhagavatam, either distribute, gift, or sponsor. And in this way, if various devotees come forward, then the target seems achievable. Actually, we want to do more than 400, this being a special year, anniversary appearance here for Srila Prabhupada. So we want to reach out to all of the devotees and say, please come forward, put your name down. I know many of you all may say, I've never distributed a set of Srimad Bhagavatam in my life before. 18 volumes. How do I distribute a whole set of 18 volumes? Actually, our experience in the past is being, we don't have to do much. We simply have to put ourselves out there. And every year that we've set ourselves a target, we've been able to exceed. It's just because, this is going to happen. It's Srila Prabhupada's desire. It's the Acharya's desire. We just have to become instruments. And it is a most wonderful feeling when one distributes a set of Srimad Bhagavatam. There's just some special mercy, some special energy that flows from it. And it's a phenomenal feeling. So we want to invite all of the followers of Srila Prabhupada, please come forward, experience this for yourself, become part of this effort to do something for Srila Prabhupada. And even if you are wondering how you're going to do it, we have got many events coming up, many strategies of how you can distribute Srimad Bhagavatam. Actually, you can do it even without saying much. We're going to have some events where you simply invite a friend, an acquaintance, a neighbor, anyone in your circle of influence to come to these events. We'll do all of the presentations, and in the end, if that person takes it, then it's to your credit. You've become part of the effort to distribute. We're going to have book fairs, we're going to have Bhagavat Kathas, we're going to have parent-child seminars on how to raise children on the culture of the Bhagavat. We're going to have special sessions, presentations on the Bhagavatam. So this is many events that you can become part of. So we will, in fact, if I can do it on the chat box here, I think maybe some of you have already done it, but I'll do it again.
Yeah, I've just shared the link to sign up. This is the Google form.
Okay, there's a Google form. And if some of you all just feel very averse to filling in forms, you can message me, email me at vrindavan@krishnadevtemple.com. I've also got my mobile number there. You can WhatsApp me. It'll be such a wonderful celebration of this very unique 125th anniversary if we can offer Srila Prabhupada much more than 400 sets of Bhagavatam, and we can completely smash the world goal of 25,000 sets. That'll be extremely pleasing to Srila Prabhupada. So dear devotees, this is our humble request. Please become part of this effort. And yes, we can do it. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Vrindavan Chandra Prabhu. Thank you for always inspiring us for Bhadra and distributing Srimad Bhagavatam. Actually, So, but yeah, I'm sure like if any devotee, please, if you want to sign up, please get in touch with Vrindavan Chandra Prabhu. And also if you want to, if you're okay, you could go to the Google form and sign up for that. And I know many devotees have already signed up. So if we all continue to be a part of it, then, you know, the rhythm is maintained. And of course, we can make a nice offering to Srila Prabhupada.
Yes.
Okay, so we are approaching now towards the lunch break, just about 5 minutes from now. So just to give you a brief of what we are going to be doing in the second half. So we will come back, we'll start again at 2 o'clock, and but the Zoom link would be open from 1:45 onwards. And we will start, you know, with a nice Vaishnav bhajan. So we have Madhukumari Mataji, who will be, you know, just taking us through nice some Vaishnav bhajan and kirtan. And then at 2:30, we will be joined by His Grace Akhandadvi Prabhu. And then we again kind of immerse ourselves into the theme of our founder Acharya. But we had Shyam Sundar Prabhu talking about the past. And now we have Akhandadvi Prabhu, who would be talking about it from the present context. And then we have, then after this at 4 o'clock, again, we will have one more reflection about Srila Prabhupada and 26 qualities of the devotee, which is the short 15-minute segment. And then after that, we have a very, very, very cute presentation of the Krishna Club children. I would personally recommend, please do not miss that. Because again, it's a video because of COVID and social distancing. We could not get children together at one place, but they've all done their individual bits, and I've seen it, and it's really very, very sweet and very you know, cute for children, and how innocent they are, and how much love for Srila Prabhupada have they got, you know, and they are our future generations. So of course, we really cannot miss out, you know, having them as a part of this program. You know, they also wanted to make an offering, so they were really enthusiastic, I have to say, when I was talking to them. So I think, yeah, we can, I think, so please take a break. You know, we will be closing this Zoom session, so that allows you to get away from screen, give yourself a nice break, have a nice meal, lunch, and refresh yourself, and give your eyes a break, you know, from the screen time. I'm conscious that we've all been on the Zoom for the last 3 hours and 4 hours rather. And, you know, so it's important we take a nice break and we come back. Of course, we are continuing with our celebrations, and we come back and hear more about Prabhupada Katha and how Srila Prabhupada continues to be the guiding force in our lives. That's it for now. And I will see you all at 2 o'clock. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, everyone. Thank you.
Prabhupada hoy to, tobe ki hoy to. সব্য জীবারূপে গাড়িতে তাদেরা হইতো আগুয়া যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এই জীবন বাহিত কিসে সেবা আরতি রাত্রি দিনে দেশে দেশে হরি বিগ্রহ সেবা আরতি রাত্রি দিনে রথযাত্রা আদি মহোৎসব শুভ শিখায় তা কোন জানে যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এই জীবন বাহিত কিসে গীতা ভাগবত চৈতন্য চরিত প্রেমামৃত রসাসারো গীতা ভাগবত চৈতন্য চরিত প্রেমামৃত রসাসারো কানন সুন্দর সরল করিয়া কে বুঝাইতা যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এই জীবন বাহিত কিসে কত কষ্ট শাহী প্রীতমানে রাহি কে বদিত হরিনা কে দিতা মোদেরা পুরী বৃন্দাবন মায়াপুর মতো কে দিতা মোদেরা পুরী বৃন্দাবন মায়াপুর মতো যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এই জীবন বাহিত কিসে পরম মঙ্গল শ্রী চৈতন্য মহাপ্রভু আচারে প্রচারে সদা মাধেরে কে করিতা নিয়োজনা আচারে প্রচারে সদা মাধেরে কে করিতা নিয়োজনা যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এই জীবন বাহিত কিসে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে নিতাই গৌরেরা আপার করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে নিতাই গৌরেরা আপার করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে নিতাই গৌরেরা আপার করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে নিতাই গৌরেরা আপার করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে পাশ্চাত্যেরা যত পাপী দুরাচারী শূন্যবাদী মায়াবাদী তাদের উদ্ধারা করিবারে মানা হেন কোন দয়া নিধি তাদের উদ্ধারা করিবারে মানা হেন কোন দয়া নিধি যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে তাদের নিকটে গঞ্জনা আসি বেলাইত হরিণা তাদের নিকটে গঞ্জনা আসি বেলাইত হরিণা সভ্য জীবারূপে গাড়িতে তাদেরা হইতো আগুয়া যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে দেশে দেশে হরি বিগ্রহ সেবা আরতি রাত্রি দিনে দেশে দেশে হরি বিগ্রহ সেবা আরতি রাত্রি দিনে রথযাত্রা আদি মহোৎসব শোভ শিখাই তা কোন জানে যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা Bhakta Chaitanya Charita Premamrita Rasa Saro Kalana Sundara Sarala Koriya Ke Bhujaita Ara Yadi Prabhupada Hoito Tobe Ki Hoito E Jivana Bahita Kishe Shahi Pritamani Rahi Ke Badita Harina Ke Dita Modera Puri Vrindavan Mayapur Batoda Ke Dita Modera Puri Vrindavan Mayapur Batoda Yadi Prabhupada hoito, tobe ki hoito, e jivana bahita kishe. Parama Mangala Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Achare prachare shadha madhere ke korita niyojana Achare prachare shadha madhere ke korita niyojana Yadi Prabhupada hoito tabe ki hoito e jivana bahita kishe Prema kalpataru Nitai korera Prema kalpataru Nitai korera Kripa kono loki pare Niravadi jaya pataka hridaye Tomare sharan kore Niravadi jaya pataka hridaye Tomare sharan kore Yadi Prabhupada hoito tobe ki hoito e jivana bahita kishe Yadi Prabhupada hoito tobe ki hoito e jivana bahita kishe Nitai Gaurera apara karuna kedita shakala deshe Nitai Gaurera apara karuna kedita shakala deshe Yadi Prabhupada hoito tobe ki hoito e jivana bahita kishe তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে নিতাই গৌরেরা অপার করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে নিতাই গৌরেরা অপার করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে পাশ্চাত্যেরা যত পাপী দুরাচারী শূন্যবাদী মায়াবাদী তাদের উদ্ধারা করিবারে মানা হেন দয়া নিধি তাদের উদ্ধারা করিবারে মানা হেন দয়া নিধি যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে তাদের নিকটে গঞ্জনা আসি বেলায়ত হরিণা তাদের নিকটে গঞ্জনা আসি বেলায়ত হরিণা সভ্য জীবরূপে গাড়িতে তাদেরা হইতো আগুয়া যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে দেশে দেশে হরি বিগ্রহ সেবা আরতি রাত্রি দিনে দেশে দেশে হরি বিগ্রহ সেবা আরতি রাত্রি দিনে রথযাত্রা আদি মহোৎসব শোভ শিখায় তা কোন জানে যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে গীতা ভাগবতা চৈতন্য চরিত প্রেমামৃত রসাসারো গীতা ভাগবতা চৈতন্য চরিত প্রেমামৃত রসাসারো কারণ সুন্দর সরল করিয়া কে বুঝাইতা যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে কত কষ্ট শাহী প্রীতমানে রাহি কে বদিত হরিণা কে দিতা মোদেরা পুরী বৃন্দাবন মায়াপুর মত কে দিতা মোদের আচারে প্রচারে সদা বাঁধে রে কে করি তা নিয়োজনা আচারে প্রচারে সদা বাঁধে রে কে করি তা নিয়োজনা যদি প্রভুপাদ না হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে Koribare mana hena সব্য জীবারূপে গাড়িতে তাদেরা হইতো আগুয়ান। যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে? দেশে দেশে হরি বিগ্রহ সেবা আরতি রাত্রি দিনে। দেশে দেশে হরি বিগ্রহ সেবা আরতি রাত্রি দিনে। রথযাত্রা আদি মহোৎসব শুভ শিখায় তা কোন জানে? যদি প্রভুপাদ না হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে? গীতা ভাগবতা চৈতন্য চরিত প্রেমামৃত রসাসারো। গীতা ভাগবতা চৈতন্য চরিত প্রেমামৃত রসাসারো। কানন সুন্দর সরল করিয়া কে বুঝাইতা আরা? যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে? কত কষ্ট সাহি প্রীতমনে রাহি কে বদিত হরিনা। কে দিতা মোদেরা পুরী বৃন্দাবন মায়াপুর মতো ধাম। কে দিতা মোদেরা পুরী বৃন্দাবন মায়াপুর মতো ধাম। যদি প্রভুপাদ না হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে? পরম মঙ্গল শ্রী চৈতন্য মহাপ্রভুরা শিক্ষাধন আচারে প্রচারে সদা বাঁধেরে কে করিতা নিয়োজনা। আচারে প্রচারে সদা বাঁধেরে কে করিতা নিয়োজনা। যদি প্রভুপাদ না হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে? প্রেম কল্পতরু নিতাই করেরা। প্রেম কল্পতরু নিতাই করেরা কৃপা কোন লোকে পারে। কিসে যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে নিতাই গৌরেরা আপার করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে নিতাই গৌরেরা আপার করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে নিতাই গৌরেরা আপার করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে নিতাই গৌরেরা আপার করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে পাশ্চাত্যেরা যত পাপী দুরাচারী শূন্যবাদী মায়াবাদী তাদেরা উদ্ধারা করিবারে মানা হেন কোন দয়া নিধি তাদেরা উদ্ধারা করিবারে মানা হেন কোন দয়া নিধি যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে তাদেরা নিকটে গঞ্জনা আসি বেলায়ত হরিণা তাদেরা নিকটে গঞ্জনা আসি বেলায়ত হরিণা সভ্য জীবরূপে গাড়িতে তাদেরা হইতো আগুয়া যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে দেশে দেশে হরি বিগ্রহ সেবা আরতি রাত্রি দিনে দেশে দেশে হরি বিগ্রহ সেবা আরতি রাত্রি দিনে রথযাত্রা আদি মহোৎসব শুভ শিখাইতা কোন জানে যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো चैतन्य चरित प्रेमामृत रससारो गीता भगवता चैतन्य चरित प्रेमामृत रससारो कालन सुंदर सरल करिया के बुझाइता यदि प्रभुपाद হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে কত কষ্ট সাহি প্রীতমানে রাহি কে বদিত হরিনা কে দিতা মোদেরা পুরী বৃন্দাবন মায়াপুর মতো ধাম কে দিতা মোদেরা পুরী বৃন্দাবন মায়াপুর মতো ধাম যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে পরম মঙ্গল শ্রী চৈতন্য মহাপ্রভুরা শিক্ষাধন আচারে প্রচারে সদা মাধেরে কে করিতা নিয়োজনা আচারে প্রচারে সদা মাধেরে কে করিতা নিয়োজনা यदि प्रभुपाद হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে প্রেম কল্পতরু নিতাই গৌরেরা প্রেম কল্পতরু নিতাই গৌরেরা কৃপা কোন লভিবারে নিরবধি জয় পতাকা হৃদয়ে তোমারে শরণ করে নিরবধি জয় পতাকা হৃদয়ে তোমারে শরণ করে यदि প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে यदि প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে নিতাই গৌরেরা অপার করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে নিতাই গৌরেরা অপার করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে यदि प्रभुपाद হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে নিতাই গৌরেরা অপার করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে নিতাই গৌরেরা অপার করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে পাশ্চাত্যেরা যত পাপী দুরাচারী শূন্যবাদী মায়াবাদী তাদেরা উদ্ধারা করিবারে মানা হেন কোন দয়ানিধি তাদেরা উদ্ধারা করিবারে মানা হেন কোন দয়ানিধি যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে তাদেরা নিকটে গঞ্জনা আসি বেলায়ত হরিণা তাদেরা নিকটে গঞ্জনা আসি বেলায়ত হরিণা সভ্য জীবরূপে কাড়িতে তাদেরা হইত আগুয়া যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে দেশে দেশে হরি বিগ্রহ সেবা আরতি রাত্রি দিনে দেশে দেশে হরি বিগ্রহ সেবা আরতি রাত্রি দিনে রথযাত্রা আদি মহোৎসব শোভ শিখাইতা কোন জানে যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে গীতা ভগবতা চৈতন্য চরিত প্রেমামৃত রসাসারো গীতা ভগবতা চৈতন্য চরিত প্রেমামৃত রসাসারো কালনা সুন্দর সরল করিয়া কে বুঝাইতা যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে কত কষ্ট শাহী প্রীতমানে রাহি কে বদিত হরিণা কে দিতা মোদেরা পুরী বৃন্দাবন মায়াপুর মত ধাম আচারে প্রচারে সদা বাঁধেরে কে করিতা নিয়োজনা আচারে প্রচারে সদা বাঁধেরে কে করিতা নিয়োজনা যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিতা কিসে সভ্য জীবরূপে গাড়িতে তাদেরা হইতো আগুয়া যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে সেবা আরতি রাত্রি দিনে দেশে দেশে হরি বিগ্রহ সেবা আরতি রাত্রি দিনে রথযাত্রা আদি মহোৎসব শুভ শিখাইতা কোন জানে যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে গীতা ভাগবত চৈতন্য চরিত প্রেমামৃত রসাসারো গীতা ভাগবত চৈতন্য চরিত প্রেমামৃত রসাসারো কানন সুন্দর সরল করিয়া কে বুঝাইতা যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে কত কষ্ট শাহী প্রীতমনে রাহি কে বদিত হরিনা কে দিতা মোদেরা পুরী বৃন্দাবন মায়াপুর মত কে দিতা মোদেরা পুরী বৃন্দাবন মায়াপুর মত যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে পরম মঙ্গল শ্রী চৈতন্য মহাপ্রভু আচারে প্রচারে সদা মাধেরে কে করিতা নিয়োজনা আচারে প্রচারে সদা মাধেরে কে করিতা নিয়োজনা যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে প্রেম কল্পতারু নিতাই করেরা প্রেম কল্পতারু নিতাই করেরা কৃপা কোন লোভী পারে যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে নিতাই গৌরেরা অপরা করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে নিতাই গৌরেরা অপরা করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে পাশ্চাত্যেরা যত পাপী দুরাচারী শূন্যবাদী মায়াবাদী তাদের উদ্ধারা করিবারে মানা হেন দয়া নিধি তাদের উদ্ধারা করিবারে মানা হেন দয়া নিধি যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে তাদের নিকটে গঞ্জনা আসি বেলায়ত হরিণা তাদের নিকটে গঞ্জনা আসি বেলায়ত হরিণা সভ্য জীবরূপে গাড়িতে তাদের হইত আগুয়া যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে দেশে দেশে হরি বিগ্রহ সেবা আরতি রাত্রি দিনে দেশে দেশে হরি বিগ্রহ সেবা আরতি রাত্রি দিনে রথযাত্রা আদি মহোৎসব শুভ শিখায় তা কোন জানে যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে গীতা ভাগবতা চৈতন্য চরিত প্রেমামৃত রসাসারো গীতা ভাগবতা চৈতন্য চরিত প্রেমামৃত রসাসারো কালনা সুন্দর সরল করিয়া কে বুঝাইতা যদি প্রভুপাদ হয়তো তবে কি হয়তো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে কত কষ্ট শাহী প্রীতমনে রাহি কে বদিত হরিণা কে দিতা মোদেরা পুরী বৃন্দা প্রভুপাদ না হইতো তবে কি হইতো এই জীবন বাহিত কিসে পরম মঙ্গল শ্রী চৈতন্য মহাপ্রভুরা শিক্ষাধন আচারে প্রচারে সদা মাধেরে কে করিতা নিয়োজনা আচারে প্রচারে সদা মাধেরে কে করিতা নিয়োজনা যদি প্রভুপাদ না হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে প্রেম কল্পতরু নিতাই করেরা প্রেম কল্পতরু নিতাই করেরা কৃপা কোন লোকে পারে নিরবধি জয় পতাকা হৃদয়ে তোমারে স্মরণ করে নিরবধি জয় পতাকা হৃদয়ে তোমারে স্মরণ করে যদি প্রভুপাদ না হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে যদি প্রভুপাদ না হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে নিতাই গৌরেরা অপার করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে নিতাই গৌরেরা অপার করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে যদি প্রভুপাদ না হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে যদি প্রভুপাদ না হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে যদি প্রভুপাদ না হইতো তবে কি হইতো এ জীবন বাহিত কিসে নিতাই গৌরেরা অপার করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে নিতাই গৌরেরা অপার করুণা কে দিত সকল দেশে যদি প্রভুপাদ না হইতো জগৎ দয়ানিধি যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এই জীবন পাহিত কিসে জানাসি বেলায় তা হরিণা তাদের রানী কাটে গঞ্জানাসি বেলায় তা হরিণা সব্য জীবারূপে গাড়িতে তাদেরা হইতো আগুয়া যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এই জীবন পাহিত কিসে
কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই
কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে ভাই কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে ভাই
এ পুণ্য করিবে যবে রাধা রানী খুশি হবে ধ্রুবয়তি বলি তোমায় তাই
এ পুণ্য করিবে যবে রাধা রানী খুশি হবে ধ্রুবায়তি বলি তোমায় তাই
কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই
কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে
শ্রী সিদ্ধান্ত সারস্বতী শচীসুত প্রিয়য়তি কৃষ্ণ সেব্য জর তুলনা সেই সে মহন্ত গুরু জগতের মধ্যে উরু কৃষ্ণ ভক্তি দে থাই তাই কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই
কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে
তার ইচ্ছ বলবান পশ্চায়েতে তাঠা ওই যতে গৌরাঙ্গের নাম সমুদ্র নদ নদী সকলেই লই কৃষ্ণ নাম
পৃথিবীতে নানা নদী সমুদ্র নানা নদী সকলে লয় কৃষ্ণ নাম
কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে তবে হয় দিগ্বিজয় চৈতন্যের কৃপা অতিশয়
তাহলে আনন্দ হয় তবে হয় দিগ্বিজয় চৈতন্যের কৃপা অতিশয়
মায়া দুষ্ট যত দুঃখী জগতে সবাই সুখী বৈষ্ণবের ইচ্ছা পূর্ণ হয় কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই
কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে
সে কার্য যে করিবারে আজ্ঞা জারি দিল মোরে যোগ্য নাহি আতি সে তোমার কৃপা মাগিতেছি অনুরূপ আজি তুমি সবার প্রবীণ
সে তোমার কৃপা মাগিতেছি অনুরূপ আজি তুমি সবার প্রবীণ
কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই শক্তি পেলে গুরু সেবা বস্তু মিলে জীবন সাধক যদি হয়
শক্তি পেলে গুরু সেবা বস্তু মিলে জীবন সাধক যদি হয়
সেই সে সেবা করে তাহারে সুখী হয়ে তব সঙ্গ ভক্তিতে কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই
কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে
তুমি মোর চির সাথী ভুলিয়া মায়া লাথি কায়াছি জন্ম জন্মান্তরে
তুমি মোর সাথী ভুলিয়া মায়া লাথি কায়াছি জন্ম জন্মান্তরে
আজি পুনঃ সুযোগ যদি হয় যোগ যোগ তবে পুরি মিলিবারে
আজি পুনঃ সুযোগ যদি হয় যোগ যোগ তবে পরে তুমি নিবারে
কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই
কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে
আবার সে সুখ পায় গোচরণে গুলি দীনব
তোমার মিলনে পায় আবার সে সুখ পায় গোচরণে গুলি দীনব
গোতবানে ছুট ছুটি বনে খাই লুট ফুটি সেই দিন কবে হবে
বর্তমানে ছুটা ছুটি মনে কায় লুটা ফুটি সেদিন কবে হবে
কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই
কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে
আজি সে সুবিধা নে তোমার স্মরণ পেল বড় আসদ কিরম থায়
আজি সে সুবিধা নে তোমার স্মরণ পেল বড় আসদ কিরম
আমি তোমার নিত দাস তৈ করিতে আস তুমি বিনা অন্য গতি নাই
আমি তোমার নিত্যা দাস তাই করে দাস তুমি বিনা অন্য গতি নাই
কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে বাই
কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে
এ পুণ্য করিবে যবে রাধা রানী খুশি হবে রূপায়াতি বলি তোমায় তাই
এই পুণ্য করিবে যাবে রাধা রানী খুশি হবে মায়াতি বলি তোমায়
রূপায়াতি বলি তোমায় তাই রূপায়াতি বলি তোমায়
So this transcendental Hare Krishna mantra is not a sound production of this material world. It is the transcendental vibration from the spiritual world. Golokera prema dhana hari nama sankirtan. This Harinam Sankirtan is not a man-made musical sound. No. This is the song to develop love of God. And there is no difference between Krishna and his name. If we chant carefully without any offense, then gradually he will completely purify.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, everyone. Welcome back to the second session of our two-day Srila Prabhupada festival. And so we are now, so we had a very nice uplifting the first session, hearing from Kripamoya Prabhu, hearing from Shyam Sundar Prabhu. And now we have the second session where the special guest is Akhanditi Prabhu. But before he joins us at around 2:30, we have Prem Sankirtan Prabhu and Madhu Kumari Mataji. You can already see them. They are all set and ready. So Hare Krishna Prabhu and Hare Krishna Mataji. Nice to see you both.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you,
Nice
Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Nice to see you both. We can see the atmosphere already there, and we are really looking forward to that. I came to know you'll be singing some very favorite bhajans of Srila Prabhupada. So please, over to you both. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, Mataji, as you rightfully said, it is a favorite bhajan of Srila Prabhupada. And under the guidance of Prem Sankirtan Prabhu, we are both going to attempt to sing it. So please give us your blessings. Before we start, we'll just pray to Srila Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschat Deshatarine. So the bhajan we are singing is called Hari Hari Bifale, and it is Srila Prabhupada's favorite bhajan. So I hope you all absorb the meaning. We will read the translation afterwards because it has got a very wonderful meaning. So thank you. Hari Hari Bifale Janam Gawaino.
Hari Hari Vipale Janam Gawaino.
Hari Hari Bifale Janam Gawaino.
Hari Hari Vipale Janam Gawaino.
Manusya Janma Paya Radha Krishna na bhajiya.
Manusya Janma Paya Radha Krishna na bhajiya.
Manusya Janma Paya Radha Krishna na bhajiya.
Manusya Janma Paya Radha Krishna bhajiya.
Janiya suniya besha khainu.
Janiya suniya bisakaino.
Janiya suniya besha khainu.
Janiya suniya bisakaino.
Hari Hari Bifale Janam Gawainu.
Hari Hari Vipale Janam Gawaino.
Hari Hari Bifale Janam Gawainu.
Hari Hari Vipale Janam Gawaino.
Golokera Prema Dhana Hari Nama Sankirtana.
Golokera Premadana Harinama Sankirtana.
Golokera Prema Dhana Hari Nama Sankirtana.
Golokera Premadana Harinama Sankirtana.
Ratina Janmi Loke Netai.
Ratina Janmi Loke Netai.
Ratina Janmi Loke Netai.
Ratina Janmi Loke Netai.
Samsara Vishanale Divani Shiya Jwale.
Samsara Vishanale Divani Shahiya Dwale.
Samsara Vishanale Divani Shiya Jwale.
Samsara Vishanale Divani Shahiya Dwale.
Jurai to na koi no upai.
Jurai tena koi no upai.
Jurai te na koi no upai.
Jurai tena koi no upai.
Hari Hari Bifale Janam Gawaino.
Hari Hari Vipale Janam Gawaino.
Hari Hari Bifale Janam Gawaino.
Hari Hari Vipale Janam Gawaino.
Brajendra Nandan Jai Sachi Suta Hoilo Se.
Rajendra Nanda Jaya Sachi Sutta Hoilo Sai.
Brajendra Nandan Jai Sachi Suta Hoilo Se.
Rajendra Nanda Jaya Sachi Sutta Hoilo Sai.
Balaram Hoilo Nitai.
Balaram Hoilo Nitai.
Balaram Hoilo Nitai. दीनहीन जत चिलो हरि नामे उधारिलो
दीनहीन जत चिलो हरि नाम उधारिलो
दीनहीन जत चिलो हरि नाम उधारिलो
दीनहीन जत चिलो हरि नाम उधारिलो
तारा साक्षी जगाई मधाई
तारा साक्षी जगाई मदाई
तारा साक्षी जगाई मधाई
तारा साक्षी जगाई मदाई
हरि हरि विफले जन्म गवाइनो
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 हा प्रभु नंद सुत वृषभानु सुत जुता
आहा प्रभु नंद सुत वृषभान सुत
हा प्रभु नंद सुत वृषभानु सुत जुता
आहा प्रभु नंद सुत वृषभान सुत
करुणा करो होए बार
करुणा करो हे
करुणा करो होए बार
करुणा करो हे
नरोत्तम दासा कोई न ठेली हो रंग पाए
नरोत्तम दास कोई ना थैलो रंग पाए
नरोत्तम दासा कोई न ठेली हो रंग पाए
नरोत्तम दास कोई ना थैलो रंग पाए
उमा बिनो के अच्छे अमार
उमा बिन के आचा
उमा बिनो के अच्छे अमार
उमा बिन के आचा
हरि हरि विफले जन्म गवाइनो
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 मनुष्य जन्म पाया राधा कृष्ण न भजिया
मानुष जन्म पाया राधा कृष्ण न भजिया
मनुष्य जन्म पाया राधा कृष्ण न भजिया
मानुष जन्म पाया राधा कृष्ण न भजिया
जानिया सुनिया विष खाइनो
जानिया सुनिया विश्व खाइनो
जानिया सुनिया विष खाइनो
जानिया सुनिया विश्व खाइनो
हरि हरि विफले जन्म गवाइनो
हरि हरि विफले जन्म गवाइनो
जय सच्चिनंदन जय गौर हरि जय सच्चिनंदन जय गौर हरि
जय सच्चिनंदन जय गौरा हरि जय सच्चिनंदन जय गौरा हरि
गौर हे निताय निताय
गौरा है नीता है गौरा है नीता है हरि बोल हरि बोल
will just read the translations now. O Lord Hari, I have spent my life uselessly. Having obtained a human birth and having not worshipped Radha and Krishna, I have knowingly drunk poison. The treasure of divine love in Goloka Vrindavan has descended as the congregational chanting of Lord Hari's holy names. Why did my attraction for that chanting never come about? Day and night my heart burns in the fire of the poison of worldliness, and I have not taken the means for relieving it. Lord Krishna, the son of the king of Raja, became the son of Sachi, Lord Chaitanya, and Balaram became Nitai. The holy name delivered all those souls who were lowly and wretched. The two sinners, Jagai and Madai, are evidence of this. O Lord Krishna, son of Nanda, accompanied by the daughter of Rishabhanu, please be merciful to me now. Narottam Das says, O Lord, please do not push me away from your reddish lotus feet, for who is my beloved except for you? Thank you, Hare Krishna. We'll continue with the kirtan. Is that right, Mataji?
Yes, Mataji. So we have Akhanditi Prabhu joining at 2:30. So we have 15 minutes till.
Okay. Thank you. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschat Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
जय श्री श्री राधा गोकुल नंद की जय, सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय, श्री श्री गौर निताय की जय, श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu and Mataji. I don't know how much, how much I appreciate. I feel I'll fall short of words. You know, it was such a beautiful kirtan and bhajan, and very, very auspicious and a wonderful start to the second session. Thank you, Prem Sankirtan Prabhu, and thank you, Madhu Kumari Mataji. Really, really, I've heard you in those Sunday afternoon kirtans. You know, so it really kind of brought back those days. So I hope, you know, when things open up, we can still have those Sunday afternoon kirtans with you. But yeah, thank you once again. And welcome everyone back on the second session, second half of the first day. Yeah, I can see we have Akhandli Prabhu already with us, but just before we go to him, so yeah, I see devotees are still joining. We had a good turnout in the first session, and then also on YouTube, I can see there are about 40-50 devotees who are watching from there, and then we have 70 devotees from here. So yeah, please keep coming, keep messaging each other that we are back, you know, into the sessions and into the nectar that has been flowing since morning. So I'd like to now welcome Akhandli Prabhu. Thank you, Prabhu, for joining us. A very warm welcome to Bhaktivedanta Manor annual Srila Prabhupada Festival. Prabhu, I don't think I need to introduce you. Everybody knows you very well, but just to say a few words, you know, we all know you, disciple of Srila Prabhupada. You've been an inspiration for a lot of us, and we've been hearing your talks. And you might know us, but yeah, we've been hearing your talks. And I know that definitely that you blend the science and the Vedic teachings, you know, very well. We've all been to the Buckland Hall. You know, we have enjoyed a lot of retreats there. So, you know, yeah, we all have a very good connection to you, and we're really kind of always thankful to you for being in the background and giving us, you know, those nectar and those retreats always. So Prabhu would be covering about our founder Acharya, which is the theme for the festival, and he would be covering it in the present context. And I think I'll rather pass it on to you, Prabhu, to give us some guidance and share your wisdom and thoughts on this. Welcome, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Nityapriya Radhaji. Yes, we miss you all coming to Buckland Hall. It is my loss of association that you no longer are able to come and we can spend time together out here in Wales. But these sort of gatherings at least make up for it a little bit. So before we start, let us begin with an invocation. Om Jnanatimarandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chakshurunnulitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupakatamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandehang Shri Guru Shri Yuta Parakamalang Shri Gurun Vaishnavangscha Shri Rupang Sagrajatam Sahagana Ragana Sanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sadvadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakan Vitangscha Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvasesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Patitanam Bhavanyebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Brinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Jai. ISKCON Sanstapakacharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. And that is our topic, the Sanstapak Acharya, translated as Founder Acharya. And I hope that I can just offer a few little insights on this. I'll probably speak for around 45 minutes, but I hope that we have time for a little discussion and feedback and questions, which I think will be more productive than me just trying to speak for longer time during this session. I think these festivals honoring Srila Prabhupada are so important. I was just on a call a few minutes ago with Rameshwar Prabhu, who ran the BBT for Srila Prabhupada in Los Angeles, and a very dedicated servant of Srila Prabhupada. And he was saying that also there in Los Angeles, they're having their 29th Prabhupada Festival over this weekend, and always with their special themes. And it is so special to be able to come together to honor Srila Prabhupada, remember his pastimes, and understand much more deeply what our relationship is with Prabhupada and how it manifests in our devotional life. I'm sure you've all heard from many devotees that when we were in Prabhupada's presence, there was a really powerful effect that came over us. We knew we were in the presence of purity. Purity in the sense of someone freed from any kind of material involvement, attachment, consideration, and that we were actually in the presence of a soul who was so closely connected to Krishna that although he was walking in what seems like a physical body here in this world with us, he was actually present and constantly engaging with Krishna in the spiritual world. Rameshwar related the story of when Srila Prabhupada was in New York. This was at the opening of the new temple in West 55th Street. Wonderful skyscraper that ISKCON got in the mid-70s. And Srila Prabhupada was in his new kind of quarters, and the devotees had arranged a couple of reporters to come and see him. So Prabhupada was talking, about his relationship with God, with Krishna. And one of the reporters was getting a little worried that Prabhupada seems to be talking in such a way that he's saying he can see God. He can hear God. He can talk to God. He can, have a conversation with God, and God is actually speaking back to him. And Rameshwar says, somehow or other, he made the grave mistake of then intervening. He saw the discomfort of this reporter, and he thought he would intervene in a particular way to try and kind of make the reporter seem more at ease. So he blurted out, and that was his words, not mine. He blurted out, I think what Srila Prabhupada is trying to say is that because of our understanding of the scriptures and the Gita, the pure devotee actually understands and is given intelligence. You know, Matak Shmitir Gyanamapo is given intelligence by Krishna by which to understand things and how to see things. And Prabhupada went, no. Krishna tells me. I ask him a question and he says, it is like this. Krishna speaks to me directly like that. So this was the nature of Srila Prabhupada. And when you were in Prabhupada's presence, you knew that you were in the presence of someone who had that capability, who had that realization, who had that connection. And it just, that effect pervaded you. And it just made you think, what am I doing? Why would I ever think that I am not the eternal servant of Krishna? How can I kind of persevere in my material consciousness? That was the effect of the purification of being in Prabhupada's presence. It made us desire to want to be a pure devotee. And that's a big thing. We're not saying that lightly. The desire to be a pure devotee is not a small thing. But in Prabhupada's presence, you got that desire because you were glimpsing the reality of what that was in the personage of Srila Prabhupada. And you felt that is something that Prabhupada wishes me to aspire to join him in. So these sort of festivals give us that sort of opportunity that we can sense Srila Prabhupada, sense the character, the nature of this person, and feel his presence, perhaps to that degree where his purity starts to pervade our consciousness. And we start to think of ourselves as at least desiring to want to join Srila Prabhupada, to become more serious, more dedicated, more devotional, more loving to Krishna every day so that we can join Srila Prabhupada. Another effect that many devotees talk about is not just being in presence of Srila Prabhupada, but when Srila Prabhupada would look to you and see you. We often talk about this aspect of darshan, and normally in regards to the deities. And most of us think that darshan means when we go in front of the deities, I get to see the deities. There they are, Radha and Krishna, Sita Ram, Lakshman, Hanuman, Gaur Nitai. I'm now seeing them, and therefore I offer my prayers and my obeisances. Actually, of course, it is the other way around. Taking darshan actually means placing yourself in the position where Krishna gets to see you. Now we know Krishna is in our hearts. We know Krishna is the Paramatma, sees everything and understands everything. But still, there's a special feeling for us when we know that we have stood in front of Krishna. We're standing there and Krishna is seeing us. He's seeing exactly who we are. Now, or sometimes we cover over that feeling. We come in front of the deities and instead of appreciating how Krishna is seeing us and allowing that to pervade our consciousness, we turn it around the other way. And we say, Krishna, please help me. I have this issue, I have this problem, I want to solve this. Can you help me with this? I need this. We want to do this program. It can be for ourselves, it can be for our family, it can be for Krishna. We can say, this is service to you. I want to engage in this service. Please help me. And all the time we are offering those kind of requests and prayers, we're actually missing out on the meditation that Krishna is seeing us. Now, when we were in Prabhupada's presence and Krishna Prabhupada would gaze at us, that was, maybe just sometimes it's a glance. And maybe sometimes it just, Prabhupada turns to look. It goes right through you. My experience of that was when Srila Prabhupada was visiting in 1977. This was his final visit to the Western world, and particularly last, of course, visit to Bhaktivedanta Manor. And we were so fortunate that we were in the place where Srila Prabhupada wanted to come first and foremost, on his way, of course, to America in order to establish his preaching. So he was here to encourage us in his mission. And he was extremely frail. Somehow or other, he was holding body and soul together. He was just retaining his presence with us in a body that, what he said was, for all intents and purposes, useless. Not just useless, it was causing unbelievable anguish, or at least it would do to an ordinary soul. The doctor who treated him at that time said any other person would be screaming in agony, because there was no flesh left on his body. The bones were now touching the underside of the skin, and that would causes unbelievable pain. It's just raw pain permanently. But Srila Prabhupada was not complaining. Prabhupada was not showing any aspects of anxiety. He was just an absolute kind of serene, transcendental nature. So it was the day after we'd had his Guru Puja with us. So the next morning, the devotees brought Srila Prabhupada down. We carried him in the palanquin. That palanquin used to be present in Prabhupada's rooms. I'm not in the darshan room. I'm not sure where it's been moved to now. But for us, it was kind of the sacred palanquin that many devotees got the opportunity of service, carrying Prabhupada from his rooms down to the temple room and then back up again. So Prabhupada would be carried down, we'd bring him up to the deities, and after the Govinda prayers, we brought him back to the Vyasasana. The Vyasasana at that time was pushed a little further back into the kind of alcove that we have there, and there was room to place Srila Prabhupada's palanquin in front. And then we would have Guru Puja. During Guru Puja, at this time, we weren't singing the Guru Vandana prayers, because Prabhupada had requested that we simply sing kirtan, because the exchange of affection during the Guru Vandana prayers between disciples and their spiritual master is so intense that Srila Prabhupada's body could not handle that level of emotion. And he asked us simply to chant Hare Krishna. So I was very, very fortunate that one devotee said, would you like to offer Guru Puja to Srila Prabhupada? So I suppose the highlight of my existence, to be able to offer all the different articles to Srila Prabhupada, and to try and do that. You know, we've all offered perhaps Guru Puja to our pictures, to maybe in the temples, but to offer to Srila Prabhupada personally, sitting there, was an incredible meditation and an incredible kind of responsibility. And near the end, when we'd come to the fans, Srila Prabhupada just turned and looked at me. And I felt Srila Prabhupada seeing right through me, right into my heart, right to my soul, right, you know, the real me in there. Not the me who thinks it's me, not the me who's caught up in his mind, not the me who thinks I'm a devotee like this, that, or the other, but the actual spirit soul that is me, that I don't even know. I don't even know myself properly. I'm kind of confused because I've accepted the ahankara as me. And that ahankara is telling me I am this body. I am, you know, this type of human being. I am like this. This is my abilities. This is my skills. This is my hang-ups. These are my issues. These are my desires. These are my problems. That's the I who I think I am. And in the midst of that, we're still trying to be a devotee. But Srila Prabhupada is seeing beyond all that because none of it matters to him. He is just reaching out, trying to touch the soul inside, trying to find the real person and to try and give us Atmadrik, the natural ability of the soul to perceive itself. That is the gift that Srila Prabhupada does. And when he kind of looks at you, you're seeing with him. You're seeing back through all those conditioned selves, all those coverings, and you're just getting to that little kind of Atma inside, that Jiva, who's ultimately should be playing in spiritual pastimes, in Goloka Vrindavan with Krishna, but who's not there, who's rebelled, who's come to this material world, who's messing around, body after body, life after life, in all sorts of nonsense. And Prabhupada is looking through you and you get to see yourself. You get to see who you really are meant to be, who you are, and therefore who you're meant to be. That is the effect of Srila Prabhupada's vision through you. It is so powerful that, and you feel him knowing you in his glance. You feel that it's like Mahavishnu glances and there's potency in that glance. Srila Prabhupada's glance at potency. It carries knowledge with it. It carries insight and realizations that are just filling you up. So all of this is just my little introduction to what a wonderful thing is this is a Srila Prabhupada festival. But I'm here to talk about Srila Prabhupada as the Sangstapaka Acharya, as the founder Acharya. Now, Srila Prabhupada was very particular about this phrase. Interestingly, you will not find it mentioned by Prabhupada in any of his books. Of course, it is there in the title. You know, the author, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. And wherever you see Srila Prabhupada's name, you will see founder Acharya. But Prabhupada never talks about this term founder Acharya in his books. Many, many times he will talk about Acharya. And he speaks of Acharyas when he talks about all the great devotees of the past. You know, and he includes Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Srinivas Acharya, Baladev Vijaybhusa, and Sridhar. You know, these are all Acharyas. All those devotees who've preceded, these are Acharyas. And Prabhupada would also talk about Acharya in terms of the generalized role of an Acharya. He's more than a guru. He's someone who's acting for the welfare of the world. He's someone who acts by example and precept and has the potency to change other people's hearts. So he would talk about it in general terms, which of course we would naturally relate. These belong to Srila Prabhupada. But founder Acharya, he doesn't mention there. But Prabhupada wanted it in every reference to his books, to the International Society of Krishna Consciousness. So let's look at this phrase, founder Acharya. Founder. This means someone who's starting something, someone who starts an organization or an institute of some sort. Now, it's interesting Prabhupada used that word founder because Prabhupada, of course, recognized the importance of the parampara, the disciplic succession that he belonged to. And he always spoke as a faithful member of that parampara, passing down the message from the past without change, without corruption, but passing it down purely to us. Prabhupada was very insistent that we understand the authority of the parampara and the sampradaya that we belong to. But still, he wanted to be regarded as founder, not of the message, but of the institute that he was setting up, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. And we know that all of that's important. We are the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Every word crucial to us. So Prabhupada was the founder of this movement. He wanted that to be separate from other institutes which might belong to the same parampara or sampradaya, that might belong to the same initiative even of his own spiritual master. He needed to establish that ISKCON was to be guided, to be derived its authority from himself as the founder and acharya. So both those things going together, that as the acharya for the institute, he's offering kind of leadership and vision and direction. He is establishing the mood, the purpose, the goals of the institute, of our society, the spirit of it. We are a Prabhupada movement, you know, and we are happy to be a Prabhupada movement because we know Prabhupada was such a devoted, dedicated disciple of his own spiritual teacher, His Divine Grace, Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj. And that this follows in the line from Lord Chaitanya, and that Srila Prabhupada had imbibed the spirit of his own spiritual master, which embodied the mood of Lord Chaitanya and his mission to see Krishna consciousness spread all over the world. Something that others had not done. Now, there was a couple of incidents that Prabhupada responded to where devotees inadvertently may have just called him the Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, or left that bit out. Just said, here is His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta. And Prabhupada was insistent, no, on all the books, on all stationery, wherever his name is to be referenced, it is as the founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Those two words go together. That we understand that Srila Prabhupada is the figurehead. He is the person who defines what ISKCON is. He defined it in its inception. He defined it throughout his life and his teaching when he was present with us, and his books and his lectures and his letters, and in the association of all his devotees, define what ISKCON is to be forevermore. So as long as there is ISKCON, Srila Prabhupada is its founder Acharya. If he'd said founder only, then someone else comes along and says, yep, we had a founder, no problem. Now I'm the Acharya and I get to say what ISKCON is. No. Founder Acharya. If Prabhupada had just said himself to be the Acharya, then again, someone else would have come along. Yes, we had Prabhupada was the Acharya, but again, I'm now the new Acharya. I can change. No, founder Acharya. When it's those two words together, you have the message and the purpose of ISKCON defined forever, past, present, future. So that was Srila Prabhupada's brilliance. He understood what he needed to do in order to protect his legacy. And he wasn't doing that for himself. Prabhupada was protecting the legacy of ISKCON for us, because he knew that his time in the physical kind of realm with us would be limited, and that he would have to leave us and move on. There's an interesting little purport in the story of King Paranjan, where Paranjan is concerned how his wife and his children will cope when he's taken away by Yamaraj, or by Chandavega, the king of the Yavanas in the story. And Prabhupada talks about this, and he gives a little hint of his own thinking. He says, yeah, it's all right to establish a little something, some estate for your dependents to help them through the next stage. But ultimately, we cannot be, in material world, we cannot be worried. Srila Prabhupada did that expertly. He set up ISKCON so that it would continue. And the great thing is, here we are now discussing Krishna consciousness, 55 years after its inception. This is incredible. And the movement has gained many, many strengths over those years. Has it reached its potential yet? No. We cannot even think like that. We cannot be proud or satisfied with what we've achieved on behalf of Srila Prabhupada. We've all rendered service. We've all done bits that we could do. But this movement is still not spread everywhere. It is still not effective everywhere. It is still not recognized for its potency, for its importance to human society yet. We have, so much more to do. So when Srila Prabhupada passed away, I remember initially it was just shock, heartbreak, grief. And about a month or so after Prabhupada had passed, we were having a discussion with some devotees. And this one has always remained with me. And one devotee noted, while Prabhupada was with us, we were always thinking of Srila Prabhupada in terms of where he was in the world. Oh, Prabhupada has gone to America. Prabhupada is with the devotees in New Vrindavan. Prabhupada is now going to Los Angeles. Prabhupada is traveling on to Japan and probably going back to India. We would think, where is he in the world? Who is he with? Who are the devotees who are getting the benefits? We would calculate like that. But once we understood Prabhupada's disappearance, we had a different feeling. We now felt, actually, now Srila Prabhupada is everywhere with us, with every devotee. It's not a question of thinking where he is and who is he with. Actually, now we understand Prabhupada's presence with us because of our love for him. Of course, all of this is mediated through the kindness of the super soul, the Paramatma. The Paramatma is in our hearts. Matak Shmitir Gyanam Aponam Cha. And we're not like Prabhupada. We're not speaking directly to Krishna. But the super soul can give us the sense of our relationship with Prabhupada if that is what we desire. And Prabhupada is present for all devotees. And being the founder Acharya connects him with every devotee then and into the future. For all of you, Srila Prabhupada is your founder Acharya. And he therefore is your Shiksha Guru. He is that prime person who is providing the teachings that you are to follow in your life, that you are to make your life and soul, that you are to dedicate yourself to. That gives you a direct relationship with Srila Prabhupada, direct Shiksha relationship. Of course, you enhance that, and you can enhance that through your relationship with other disciples of and followers of Srila Prabhupada. And part of that would be taking guidance, mentorship, and instruction and attending classes from various devotees representing Srila Prabhupada. And to even prepare yourself for Diksha, which further formalizes your connection with these devotees and there to Srila Prabhupada and to our parampara, to Krishna. But still, we are all disciples of, Siksha disciples of Srila Prabhupada. And everything around that, everything else is to enhance that sense of our connection with Srila Prabhupada. And in this respect, we can never treat Srila Prabhupada just as another guru. All guidance that we get in ISKCON can be critiqued or understood in relationship to Srila Prabhupada's teachings. So if any of us, if there's anything I've said that you think this is not in keeping with Srila Prabhupada, then you should switch off Zoom immediately and close your ears and chant Hare Krishna very loudly to purify yourself. We are to be, we come to this movement. We want to throw ourselves at the feet of Srila Prabhupada. We want to immerse ourselves in his guidance. We want to have full faith in it. And we need our devotees to speak on Prabhupada's behalf, to speak in accord with Srila Prabhupada. Now, many devotees have they have taken different realizations in their spiritual life. They've gained different realizations. They may have taken slightly different emphasis from Prabhupada's teachings. They may concentrate on particular services or on particular aspects of the philosophy that attract and encourage them. Some of them may feel that their service calls on them just involved in Harinam, and who can deny that? Or so others feel that it calls on them to can worship the deities, or to maintain and look after the temples, or to convey the message of the Gita and the Bhagavatam to wider public. Whatever it is, those are our kind of services. Prabhupada liked that devotees have their specialities, but he also liked that we mix it with a little bit of all the other things, that we never become so specialized that we are not there for Harinam, for the kirtans. You know, rather that is our bliss. And I've told the story many times of how Prabhupada at Bhaktivedanta Manor in 1977, you know, there on the on his palanquin, you know, almost rock still, because to move any muscle, any part of his body was so difficult. And then Srila Prabhupada, seeing us all doing kirtan in front of him, simply did this with his hand. Just that, one little movement. That's all he did. And we took that, Haribol! Everyone hit the ceiling, you know, dancing in ecstasy, because that's what Prabhupada wanted, just with that one little movement. Prabhupada wanted us to dance in absolute ecstasy. And then this beautiful smile came across his face, just seeing the devotees happy in kirtan together. That was the core aspect. We call ourselves the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. But Prabhupada liked that it was also known as the Hare Krishna movement. We are the devotees who chant Hare Krishna, the Maha Mantra. There are many mantras, but this is the Maha Mantra. This is the one that's going to purify us, because this one is the process given to us by Lord Chaitanya, Krishna himself, guiding us that this is your purification in this Kali Yuga. Nothing else. Nothing else is going to work for you. No other process of karma, jnana, yoga, you know, spirituality, religion is going to work other than the holy name of Krishna, Harinama. So that is our responsibility, the Harinam, to look after the beautiful deities, because engaging in service to the deities, the more intimately we can, builds our connection and sense of relationship. It identifies us with our true identity in our minds. Our process in Krishna consciousness is different to the Gyanis, the Karmis, and the Yogis. The Karmis try to change their activities in karma yoga to try and link to Krishna. Yoga karmanyatra. They're trying to kind of get their activities to please Krishna. The Gyanis are trying to get their mind controlled through philosophy to understand Krishna, if it's Jnana yoga. The Ashtanga yogis are trying to control buddhi, the intelligence, to control the mind and its vrittis, so that they can perceive, they can still the vrittis, they can still the mind, so that their buddhi will perceive themselves and Krishna in their hearts, the meditation on Paramatma. But we as devotees have a simpler process. We're trying to change our ahankar. We're trying to change our sense of identity in this world. Instead of thinking I am this body and my business is to kind of look after this and look after all those around me and, you know, just engage in material activities. No, I'm trying to change my identity. I am the eternal servant of Krishna. That's the key change, the key focus. And every activity that we do, that Srila Prabhupada gave us, is to help strengthen a new ahankar, a real ahamkar, a real I-ness of who I really am, which is, as Jiva Goswami explains, is the aham of the swarup, not the aham of the ahankar. Now, of course, most general kind of Advaita and Hindu philosophy gets confused on this. It thinks that all ahankara is bad, but it doesn't understand that the jiva, the atma, has its own aham of the swarup. So the soul has its own I-ness, the thing that it is, the thing that makes it I, and that is, I am a servant of Krishna. I am the eternal servant of Krishna. That's our connection. That's different to the ahankar. The ahankar is the perverted reflection of that swarup, aham. It's contaminated by the upadhis connected with his body and everything that it does in this material world. So being a devotee is a chance to rectify that, to just create the understanding, actually, I'm the servant of Krishna. Therefore, when I get up in the morning, I do things to serve Krishna. You know, I get up in the morning and go, Hari Bol, Hari Krishna, pay my obeisances. I dress, I get nicely prepared for the day. I chant Hari Krishna. I offer prasadam to the deities. I engage in activities that will benefit the mission of Krishna consciousness. And in that way, all day long, I'm thinking, I am the servant of Krishna. And that's the change that is happening. And you just keep prolonging that. And your life is perfect. That's the brilliance of the system that Srila Prabhupada gave us. He showed us how to be lifelong devotees, how to be devotees all day, every day. And he also showed us how to share that with others. And the interesting thing is that he made that one of the priorities. If we think, well, yes, I'm doing the kirtan, I'm worshiping the deities, I read Prabhupada's books, I help out at the temple, I do little services there, and that's it. That is not enough in Prabhupada's terms. And as followers of Srila Prabhupada, as our founder Acharya, we have to understand what is the prime responsibility in all of this. What is the prime activity of this new identity that we've taken on as the eternal servants of Krishna? And that is that we are preachers of Krishna consciousness. We are meant to distribute the message to others. This is how Lord Chaitanya presented it, you know, that we all take responsibility, you know. Every town and village, Lord Chaitanya's name will be heard. And how is that going to happen? Oh, it's meant to happen through us. That's how it's meant to happen. Oh, do we take it that Krishna and Lord Chaitanya will organize it themselves? Of course they could, but they don't. Because it is by giving us that responsibility that we engage in the most sublime type of activity on behalf of Krishna. It is by engaging in that preaching activity that we most powerfully experience our relationship with Krishna. We start to rely on Krishna in a way that feeds us with realizations of how close Krishna is to us and how he is protecting, guiding, and helping us at every moment. We have to put ourselves in positions of challenge, of discomfort, sometimes even of danger. We have to put ourselves beyond our comfort zone in order to spread Krishna consciousness. We have to be willing to engage in activities that take time, energy, and trouble, in which we are going to be challenged by others. You know, we can get up in the morning, chant around, doing a little puja and reading, and it's all very nice. We're not disturbing anyone. You know, no one's troubled by it. The neighbors don't know. Even our family may not know. We're just carrying on our own. Very nice. But we're not challenging ourselves. Prabhupada and Krishna want to see us being challenged. They want us to see, will you share this Krishna consciousness with others? Will you go out and give it wherever it's needed? And how will you do that? Can you do it directly? Can you train yourself as a preacher? Can you encourage those who can? Can you take part in those sort of programs? Can you sponsor the preachers in their activities? How can we do that? That is the key thing that we have to hold on to if we are going to represent Srila Prabhupada as our founder Acharya, as we take Krishna consciousness from the time that he was with us to now and into the future. We cannot become a movement that sees its role in maintaining temples. I'm not saying we shouldn't maintain temples, of course not. We all love our temples. You know, they're the places where we get our solace, which, you know, we get our comfort, which nurture us. Of course, they are the places that are the spiritual kind of oasis for us and others. But it's not just maintaining the temples for ourselves. We have to be creating opportunities that everyone gets to share in our good fortune. Otherwise, Prabhupada says we are misers. Prabhupada is really clear on this point. If you have been given a gift, whatever it is, if you've been given a great gift, and you don't share it out, what does that say about us? And we have been given this incredible gift of Krishna consciousness, of becoming absolutely happy in this life, of knowing that we don't face rebirth, of knowing that we don't face Yamaraj, of knowing that all the nonsense karma of our past will be forgotten and wiped out, of knowing that we have the chance of going back to Godhead and engaging in the pastimes with all the devotees there with Radha and Krishna. We've been given that gift. And we're just thinking, yeah, I need to just kind of do my little pujas at home and do a little service at the temple so the temple's fine and it can, you know, look after me and nurture me during my life. That's not going to do it, I don't think. I don't think I could face Prabhupada without being challenged by him. You know, what have you done to spread Krishna consciousness? What have you done? And frankly, when I look back and think, God, so much time wasted, so much, I can think of, maybe if there are definitely a few kind of high points and bits that I might want to rely on, say, well, Prabhupada, I did this, I did that. How well has my movement spread to every town and village? How many people who had never heard of Krishna, how many of them have come forward? How many people have you now engaged? Where are they all? In the fourth canto, Srila Prabhupada writes one purport, and he gives a kind of insight to his thinking. He says, up until recently, he said, and this was in the 1960s, he was probably writing the fourth canto around 69, 70, maybe a little later actually. And he was saying, Bhagavad Gita has been known in the Western world all this time, up to now. And he says, and yet, until the Krishna consciousness movement, not one person in the West ever became Krishna conscious. Prabhupada was making a very big claim for what he was offering. Prabhupada was very humble, very reserved, very in many, many places. But where it counted, he needed us to know the facts. That, so many translations of Bhagavad Gita strewn across the Western world. Europe's been reading it for a couple of hundred years. It's well known. But not one person became Krishna conscious through all of that. Only the International Society for Krishna Consciousness is capable of taking ordinary people and making them Krishna conscious. Only us. And if we're not the ones doing that, there is no hope. Lord Chaitanya's mission will not be fulfilled through us, through Prabhupada. And who would want that? That Lord Chaitanya, Lord has set up the arrangement with Srila Prabhupada, establishing this movement and actually allowing Prabhupada to be the Samstapik Acharya. Do we think Prabhupada chose that without consultation with Krishna, Lord Chaitanya? No. Lord Chaitanya would have said, given his blessings, you are the founder Acharya of this movement. This movement will spread Krishna consciousness. Now, if we are not the ones doing that, if we are keeping our preaching too focused, too inward amongst ourselves, and of course we should encourage devotees who are coming forward. We want to make them more advanced. We want to make them more educated. We want to help them in their service. We want those devotees who are already with us to become much deeper and much more realized in their Krishna consciousness. But if that's all we do, the movement will actually reach a certain stage and shrink. It will not manifest itself as the movement that takes Lord Chaitanya's name to every town and village. And in that case, Lord Chaitanya will need to make another arrangement to fulfill his words. The words of Lord Chaitanya have to be fulfilled. And at the moment, we've got the opportunity to be the ones who fulfill those. And that's not a pride in ourselves. That's something that we are doing on behalf of our Samstapik Acharya, Srila Prabhupada. We want to give everything so that he is the one glorified for fulfilling Lord Chaitanya's mission. That has got to be our motivation. And I beg you, if there's anything you take from this weekend of hearing about Srila Prabhupada, it is the conviction that we together will do everything we can to ensure that Srila Prabhupada is the Acharya that is glorified in this parampara as having actually fulfilled Lord Chaitanya's prediction. And if we can go in front of Prabhupada and say, I think if we help you in that, I think Prabhupada would give us one of his big, big, big smiles. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Gandhi Prabhu. Thank you so much. That was really very heart touching, and of course, I mean, I'm on WhatsApp, on Sideways. I can see there are some messages coming, and everybody's feeling quite touched and enthused by your talk. So I think we have questions as well. Can we have Himani? If you can ask the questions that you have been receiving so far.
Sure. Hare Krishna, Prabhu, and Mataji and the devotees. Thank you so much, Prabhu, for that inspiring talk. I remember you gave a sangha on the Atma paradigm at Buckland Hall and one of our retreats many years ago. So it's just so inspiring to hear you talk today. And based on what you mentioned earlier about when Srila Prabhupada made that announcement that even though there are so many different variations and editions of the Bhagavad Gita, if it wasn't for Srila Prabhupada, no one in the West would have even known about it. So we have a question actually based on that. Let me, if I could just load it up. So this is from an anonymous devotee. They are asking, when we are preaching, this is a question related to preaching, when we speak to people who are new to KC or who are new to the temple and they're visiting for the first time, how do we convince them that Srila Prabhupada is a bona fide spiritual master and he's not like some of the other false, gurus out there?
It's a very good question. We certainly want to honor Srila Prabhupada, and as much as we love Prabhupada and want others to love him, we obviously become very anxious that they kind of feel the same. But I think we have to be a little cautious. Prabhupada did not present this to the world as his movement. It's a movement of Krishna consciousness. And although he is the founder Acharya, he is not doing what other yogis do. They make it all about them. Bhagavan Rajneesh, Mahesh Yogi, Bal Yogi, all of them, Satyasai, all of them. Everyone else is about them. But Prabhupada was about Krishna. That's the difference. Prabhupada wanted us to show that here is someone who's real, because he's not trying to come for himself. He's just trying to make us happy. He wants us to have Krishna.
Simple as that, right, Prabhu?
I think so. Honestly, that is as simple. And then when they understand that, actually, Prabhupada translates Acharya in an interesting way. He says it's Suridam. This is Acharya, ever well-wisher. In the Bhagavatam, Prabhupada translates it, Acharya is your ever well-wisher. That's why people should fall at Prabhupada's feet, because he is their ever well-wisher. And when you find someone who just loves and cares for you in that absolute unconditional way, you will want to give yourself to them. So that's our message about who Prabhupada is. He is your ever well-wisher. He's not asking anything from you. He's just asking, giving you the chance to be happy. And of course, then when people read Prabhupada's books, they understand he's not selling himself. Every page is dedicated to directing us in Krishna consciousness. That's the difference. And it's potent. That's why, as Prabhupada said, no other Gitas make any sense. No other gurus are helping anyone to become Krishna conscious. Only Prabhupada and those following in the line of Srila Prabhupada can offer any real benefit to society.
Jai. Thank you, Prabhu.
Thank you, Imani.
And based on what you mentioned earlier, that Srila Prabhupada, obviously, he always focuses on Krishna and emphasizes the fact that he is a servant of Krishna. We should aspire to be just servants of Krishna, not not gurus ourselves. So we have Nityapriya Mataji asking. Sorry, I've lost my questions here. 1 second.
While you do,
yeah.
Just I'm going to kind of comment on that, and then you can ask the question. One time at Bhaktivedanta Manor, 1973, we just got the manor. Prabhupada was enjoying, meeting people in the gardens. Devotees were bringing different people to see him, and there were some nuns came to see Prabhupada. They'd heard, oh, this is now a spiritual movement. Let's see what they're all about. So one of the nuns, kind of a little bit challenging, says to Prabhupada, "Oh, so you are the spiritual master, are you?" And Prabhupada said, "No, I am the spiritual servant." And that's how Prabhupada presented himself.
Jay, thank you so much, bro. So Nityapriya Mataji is asking, how do we keep Srila Prabhupada alive in our hearts and in the various services that we do? Especially, this is in relation to your comment earlier about just constantly thinking that we are servants of Krishna. Whatever we do it in the service of Krishna. So how do we keep Srila Prabhupada alive in that respect?
Yeah, we are servants of, we want to think of ourselves as eternal servants of Krishna. Now that's very difficult. I don't understand the spiritual world. I don't understand the activities that the devotees get up to there. I remember one senior devotee giving a talk. It was in 1977. Prabhupada had only passed away the previous month. We'd had a big book distribution marathon, and he was giving a talk on the Gurvastikam prayers. And when he got to this, the prayer, the sixth one, the Kunja, he said, "I have no idea what it means for Srila Prabhupada to be assisting the gopis in their service, in Goloka Vrindavan, because that's the description, in the Kunja Leela. This is the intimate pastimes of Radha and Krishna in these groves of Vrindavan. And the spiritual master is assisting the gopis in that service." Yeah, the devotee quite rightly said, "We do not understand, what that means, how the spiritual master is engaged in that way internally. But it's a fact. However, what Lord Chaitanya has given us is, here's what it is like to feel that mood of Goloka Vrindavan. When you're willing to share and just think of the welfare of others, and you want to connect them to Krishna, you are in the mood of the gopis. Because the gopis are not bringing themselves forward. They want to unite Radha and Krishna. And the spiritual master is not even, he's helping the gopis in order to do that. So yes, this is the mission of Krishna consciousness. And we are trying to help our spiritual master bring others to Krishna. That is the issue that we can always meditate on. And if you're meditating on that point, that my role is to assist to assist my spiritual master, bringing other souls to Srila Prabhupada, so that together they can help the gopis bring Radha and Krishna together, then it's all one picture, isn't it? It's all one thing. And that's the perfection of Krishna consciousness, that it's actually total, it's comprehensive, that what you are doing in your everyday life is directly connected to your Swarup and your relationship with Radha and Krishna in the spiritual world. It is not different. We're not doing something now and then later on we get to do devotion in a different way. No, we're being offered the opportunity to render the same type of mood in devotional service, bringing others to the lotus feet of our spiritual master. That's our mission. And if you do that, Prabhupada gave it the example that if a parent, a mother or a father, has their child kind of leaves home and goes off and gets into kind of foolish things, if you are the person who helps that child see sense and come back to their parents, how much are they going to love you for that? You know, that's our relationship with Prabhupada.
That's such a beautiful analogy, Prabhu, as well, and so inspiring. That, you know, the more we help in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission, the more hearts we can transform. You know, and following on from that, we have a question from Kalpana Mataji and Ashok Prabhu. They say that there's a lot of confusion and doubt about the position of a founder Acharya. Why is it so?
I wasn't aware that there was so much doubt.
Me neither.
Could any chance that Ashok and Kalpana could expand on what sort of doubts they have on that?
Let's see if they have. Whilst they do that, if I can address another question, Prabhu. So we have one from Rajiv Prabhu, and this is in relation to your comment about the Westerners being more aware of the Bhagavad Gita in the West, and he's asking, what are your suggestions to changing the preaching mission so we can include more Westerners in the UK in a big way?
I'm not suggesting we change our preaching mission, because I think the mission's always been the same as established by Srila Prabhupada. Of course, we might want to adjust some of our activities to give more priority to that. But in many respects, the method for anyone becoming a devotee and having the transformation of the heart, it's the same for everyone. And it goes like this. Someone connects with us, and it could be a friend, it could be a stranger, it could be a relative. Someone connects with us and says, hey, you know, I'm into this little thing about, you know, about Krishna, you know, can I interest you in it? And they somehow or other impress us because we think this person is happy, they've got some understanding, some insight, some knowledge, and we think that's impressive, you know, I kind of like what they've got. So they're interested to know a bit more. Then they get a chance to come and visit the temple. And the important thing is, when anyone visits the temple, they shouldn't just see something that is beautiful and nice and, you know, all, you know, well organized. They've got to feel, you know, I like it here. I could fit in here. I think this is where I belong. You know, I don't think I belong with just all those other people and the way they think and what they're into and those activities out there. I think I belong here with these people. They seem to see the world and feel the world like I want. And we've got to give them that chance to feel they found their people. And that's an important one. Then we have to give them the chance to stay with devotees, or at least to come to the temple regularly. So we need to keep in contact with them. And for many in the Hindu community that I've met, they have friends or relatives who've brought them to the temple again and again. And I bet you if we did a survey of, you know, everyone online here, and I asked the question, who was it that badgered you to keep coming to the temple? Was it someone in your family? Was it a friend? But it was you had some social connection, some relative connection that kept you coming to the temple. And you may have thought, yeah, it's kind of nice, you know, it's all right. But, you know, I don't need to be here. And then they keep asking, you know, come on, we're going off to the temple. We're going to do some service. We need help with the festival. We work in the car park, in the kitchen, whatever, you know, and they just keep on bringing you. Oh, we've got the youth club. You know, we've got the Pandava saying, you know, come to that, it's fun. But someone is encouraging you to associate again and again. And then they give you something to do, some engagement. Oh, you like doing that? Okay, well, look, why don't you help out on this? Now you've got a little responsibility. Now you've got a reason that to be at the temple and that the devotees are counting on you. And you kind of feel, yeah, I should, do that. And you just keep doing that. And at the same time, you started chanting. Oh, that wasn't too bad. That was actually kind of nice. You know, experience something like that. And you're reading, yeah, actually now I can start to see what these devotees are into. I'm starting to understand the books. And then at a certain point, bing, the heart changes. The magic happens. And I go, yeah, I'm a devotee. That's the process that everyone goes in different ways. The circumstances might differ. The person who encourages you might differ, but that's ultimately the process. We make contact, we impress people, we get them to come and be with devotees, to render service to devotees and with devotees. And that has to happen. Now, the difficulty that we have is that we do have two, if you like, groups who see their connection with Krishna consciousness differently. For most people who have the benefit of kind of background in the Hindu tradition through their family or whatever, they tend to see that what they are discovering in Krishna consciousness is their religion. And they see their identity connected with their religious identity. That this was what my parents were into, but actually this is the real bit. This is the real thing that it's all about, you know? And when my parents were trying to explain things to me, well, you know, some of it made sense, but some of it didn't. But now in Krishna consciousness, I understand what the tradition is about. I understand the purpose of the message of the Gita. It's about bhakti. And this is what bhakti is all about. Now I can give myself to it. I found the actual expression of my religion in Krishna consciousness. Yeah. Now, Westerners don't think like that. They're not looking to find their religion in Krishna consciousness. They're not thinking I have joined a religion. They're not thinking I've changed my religion. They're seeing it as Prabhupada presented it, particularly when he was preaching in the West directly. And Prabhupada would preach in two ways. With the Hindu community, when he was in front of the Pandal programs in Delhi and Mumbai, and you know, in India, he would be preaching the religion that you should be taking up. This is your religion, you should know it, you should follow it properly. You know, Prabhupada played the religious card there. When Prabhupada was preaching in the West, he knew that was not what was going to motivate anyone. So he encouraged us that this is a spiritual institution. It's a spiritual movement. It's going to revolutionize the world because it is giving a universal spiritual message. Now, the two messages, you know, the universal spiritual message and the religion are not different. There's not a contradiction here. They're actually, when you bring them together, you understand Krishna consciousness is both. It is the perfection of religion, and it is the perfection of a spiritual movement. It is both things, but we just have to know how we're presenting and branding it. And part of the challenge that I think ISKCON has today, not just here in the UK, not just at the Manor, but all over the world, is that the strength of our congregation that has grown from the interest from the Hindu community is sending out the message that our movement and our temples are religious institutes. And of course, in the context how Westerners see religion, they see that, oh, that's a religion that is, that's one denomination, that's one of the faiths, one of the big faiths maybe of the world. But that's not my faith. And why would I want to? It's really good that they are got nice temples and really enjoying what they're doing in their religion, but obviously it's not really meant for me, is it? So we also have, within our temples, we have to look after our congregation and help them feel the depth of their own religious convictions, but at the same time, in a way that others can come and feel, actually, as a spiritual place, this is beyond religion. Prabhupada was not a Hindu guru, you know. He was, and you know, he was more, you know, he came out of that tradition, and he was very, very faithful to the tradition that he belonged in, and very respectful and very encouraging of it, you know, of so many of the aspects of the culture. And he brings those into his purports time and time again. But ultimately, he was trying to tell us that this Krishna consciousness, Dharma kaitavotra paramo namatsaranam satam, that this is Dharma, is a form of spirituality that goes beyond any of the designations created by humans. This faith, that religion, you know, this sampradaya, whatever, it goes beyond all of that. It is the pure activity of the soul, you know, and therefore it is utterly universal. And perhaps we need to concentrate on that aspect, the universality of Prabhupada's message, and the universality of Krishna consciousness. But I think that in terms of the specifics that you asked, what can we do? I think we just have to consider how to create a route for people in, that we have to create more contact with the general public. We have to encourage them that what Prabhupada is offering, it has something that is there for them. It's not asking them to change their religion, to change their faith or anything. It's actually, it's establishing themselves, you know, as spiritual beings. I remember many years ago, Dhananjaya Prabhu was being interviewed by the TV when we just got Chaitanya College, and he made a really good statement. The interviewer, the reporter, kind of asked him, so, you know, what made you change your religion? You know, we get asked that all the time. All the time people say, what made you change your religion? You know, and he said, no, I didn't change my religion. I established my religion. I've become established in it. Because my religion, you know, is the same as everyone's, devotion to God. That's the religion we are all part of. And it's a pure spiritual process that is so far beyond the concepts that idiot society, I should say, has of what constitutes a religion and what constitutes a denomination and the various world faiths. Krishna consciousness is so far beyond all that. And that's what we've got to kind of communicate. And then, so we have to have a route of connection and a pathway where people come to the temple and feel, here's where I belong. You know, where can they come and sit with devotees and just be with them and think, yep, I found my people. I remember when I walked into the temple for the first time in 1975. I'd never been to a temple before, but I'd read Prabhupada's books, I chanted, and I was coming to join. You know, I decided, Krishna told me, give up your stuff. It's complete nonsense. Go to the temple. So I said, okay, that's what I have to do. So I hitchhiked from Bristol one morning, arrived around lunchtime at the manor. Everyone was out. It was July. They were all out on the lawns having lunch. And we just sat there and we had a nice little prasadam, and devotees kind of shared, because I arrived late, a lot of the prasadam had gone. So devotees were kind of giving me things from their own plates, you know, which kind of really impressed me, you know, the sharing. And then we just sat and talked philosophy about Krishna. And I just thought, yep, this is what I came for. This is exactly what I came for. Just sitting here with these lovely people, just hearing about Krishna. You know, no one was asking anything of me. No one was demanding anything. Just, you know, Krishna was right. This is where I belong. So we want to create those kind of opportunities. And I was lucky. I, of course, was then engaged in service and activities, which just impressed me about the devotees more and more, and, you know, never wanted to leave.
Okay, that's such a nice reflection, bro. Thank you so much. So we have another question, another anonymous devotee who'd like to keep themselves anonymous. They are asking, how can we develop real urgency and yearning for reading Srila Prabhupada's books? This effectively would help us in our preaching.
It's interesting. I think my experience with devotees, the study of Prabhupada's books and the preaching of them go hand in hand. Srila Prabhupada would often comment about the book distributors, and he would ask, are they reading my books? Because he knew if they're not reading my books or Prabhupada's books, that they wouldn't be able to preach effectively. And they would just go, their service would become a kind of mundane thing. We've always got to be hearing from Srila Prabhupada. And Prabhupada has given everything in his Bhaktivedanta purports. So if we want to connect with Prabhupada, he's there. He's available. His legacy is in those books. His message, his personality, his very self is in his books. And my experience is that many devotees have read all the Bhagavatam, they've read all the CC. And then, but if they are engaged in preaching, they go back, and every time they go back to these books, they see new insights, something really incredible. And if you read Prabhupada's books and you are thinking about how to present that to others, that part of your waking anxiety is, how do I share this knowledge with others? You've all have to have someone that you're trying to explain Krishna consciousness to. Have that, and then you will really appreciate Prabhupada's books. No, don't just preach in a generalized way. You have to have people that you think, how am I going to explain this aspect of Krishna consciousness to them? How am I going to get this person to accept this? It's got to be specific. If you have not got someone who's relying on you to explain Krishna consciousness to them, then I think you're missing out. Find someone who relies on you. Not just one, have lots of people who are reminding, or it can be a group of people. It can be because you're engaged in a Sangha and you're thinking, how do I get this message over to my Sangha group? And take responsibility for trying to give class. Everyone can give class. Everyone's got something to say. Remember Prabhupada always used to talk about little Saraswati, a few years old, and he would say how she can preach. She goes up to someone and says, do you know who Krishna is? They go, no. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We always say, if the only thing that you know about Krishna consciousness is that samosas taste really good, then tell everyone that Krishna's samosas taste really good. Make it that they become yearning. I've got to find out what these samosas are like. Everyone says they're brilliant, I've got to try them, right? You become an influencer, becoming someone who is eager to give some message. And if you are anxious in that way, then Prabhupada's purports come to life when you read them. They jump out at you, statements, and you go, wow, I was just thinking about that this morning, and now Prabhupada has given me that thing. Or you'll find that every time you're speaking to someone, it was actually only today or yesterday that you were reading about that very point that they want to hear about. And you bring that out. And then you start to see, this is Krishna's with me, and Prabhupada's helping in all of this. I think that's my method. I'm sure there are others who are even more dedicated to Prabhupada's books than I am, and much more studious, and they have their own ways of motivation, but that's from my point of view. That's so inspiring, bro. Thank you so much. And that has actually happened to a lot of us, where those of us who are in a Sangha, if we're discussing something the week before, and then all of a sudden, whatever we're discussing about comes up in Sangha. So it's Srila Prabhupada is with us always, and he's always talking to us. We have another question from Venuya Mataji from Germany.
And I'm just going to paraphrase what she's asking. So she has recently come into Krishna consciousness. She's been in the movement for 5 years. She does some wonderful services in preaching. She translates from Vanipedia and for the German community, and also gives prasadam to others. She has read the Bhagavad Gita, the Srimad Bhagavatam, the Chaitanya Charitamrita, and she is asking, how can she contribute to increasing the flow of Lord Chaitanya's mercy around the world?
Well, I've given some general points, but of course everyone is in their own little situation. And it's wonderful we have devotees scattered, throughout the world. And some of those devotees may not have local centers that they can connect to and preach through. I always think that it's the most important thing is to be part of a group activity, be part of a team in Krishna consciousness, because that's what kind of really sustains us. And I think that any devotee who's been part of, say, a Sankirtan team or a Harinam team or a Sangha team, and they've been through the troubles, the ups and downs and the efforts that they have gone through in order to try and spread Krishna consciousness, they kind of remain friends, and they have such a kind of bond that lasts a lifetime. So the most important thing, I think, is if you want to kind of do something in Krishna consciousness, do it cooperatively with others. And that was Prabhupada's message to us. He wanted us to cooperate globally, and certainly, within our temples and amongst our temples. And here's one that hurts my heart. What is the coordination of our preaching between our 2 London centers? Are we really doing as much as we can together, combining our skills and our resources in a way that actually creates what, this term that everyone uses, synergy, where the 2 together are much greater than the sum of the individual parts? Prabhupada believed in synergy. He believed that 2 devotees working together would create even more. And so I think if you want to be part and really contribute more, then you have to think about, not only do I engage myself wholeheartedly, but I need to do that in cooperation with other devotees, and to kind of look at what opportunities may be there for you. And sometimes it's not always obvious, but there may be something. There's always some way in.
Okay, thank you so much, Rahul. And that's something that we can apply to all communities, all ISKCON communities around the country, not just, between one city and 2 different temples or 1 different country. So just one final question, Prabhu, because I realize we've only got a few minutes left. So the question that I addressed earlier, I've got the full message now from Kalpana Mataji and Ashok Prabhu. So firstly, they would like to say thank you for the excellent talk. And their question is based on basically how ISKCON has been founded by Srila Prabhupada. And they are saying that the society has forgotten the actual position of Srila Prabhupada, and it's been really heartbreaking and painful to see the legacy becoming fragmented, that Srila Prabhupada has left behind. And it took a paper and GBC resolution following more than 40 years to re-establish the position of Srila Prabhupada. So why is there confusion and doubt on the position? Yeah.
All right. That's I understand and appreciate the question now. Yeah, what a mess we made. That's after the departure of Srila Prabhupada, the mishandling of the Acharya system, and thinking that we had new acharyas. And that was a misunderstanding of founder acharya. That we have our founder acharya, and actually that's the only acharya we're going to need in Krishna consciousness, is Srila Prabhupada. But there was a mix-up between what it meant to be a spiritual master and what it means to be an acharya. And that's created confusion for about 8 years. In 1985, I think at least there was some clarification on the separation of those two kind of concepts. However, the damage that was done lingered. And therefore, the next confusion was, what does it mean to be connected to Srila Prabhupada? Did that require initiation to a active spiritual master? In the case of those whose spiritual master had left the movement, and did it require reinitiation? And it is sad that our movement took so long to kind of clarify that. And I hope that devotees feel that the matter is clarified and doesn't maybe small compensation for those who were hurt through the process. And all I think we can say is that these things may take a while in our society to resolve, because we want to get it right. And I think there is a mood at the heart of our society to want to be faithful to Srila Prabhupada, to do things the way he wanted, not to, Prabhupada wants us to develop the movement, but not to change it. And sometimes the difference between changing and developing may seem a little blurred, and that needs clarification. We have a major issue in front of the GBCs in terms of the Vaishnavi gurus, and how that's settling in. So there will be big topics for us, but throughout all of this, the fact of our connection with Srila Prabhupada, the fact that he wants us to engage in bringing more and more souls into the service of Lord Chaitanya. He wants us to reach every town and village. He wants us to preach enthusiastically. He wants us to be dedicated personally. None of that changes. So never let any of these other so-called big issues be the trouble to us personally, but if we all work happily, then there's more chance that the big issues get resolved. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much and thank you so much for your time in addressing the questions. And we've had so many positive comments from everyone tuning in. And thank you so much for your wonderful service and your talk today. It's been so inspiring to listen to you again. And we hope we are blessed with more of your association in the days to come. I'll hand you over back to Mataji. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Anyway, thank you very much. And all glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Akhanji
Prabhu.
Prabhu.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Akhanji Prabhu ki jai. Prabhu, thank you once again from the whole team. And I can see definitely the comments on the chat box. I'm sure you're following it as well. Everybody's really found your talk very eye-opening. I think it's very forward-thinking, and personally, even I have also kind of learned quite a few things from what you have shared. So thank you once again for taking time out from your busy schedule and being here with us. We hope to have more of you in future. Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Okay, so we are now moving actually to the other segment. So we did, if you remember, we read about Srila Prabhupada and 26 qualities of the devotee in the first session. So we did the part 1 of that. And now we are actually heading towards the part 2. We have Achyuta Gaur Prem Prabhu with us, who would be sharing about, the one of the 26 qualities that how Srila Prabhupada exhibited. And then after that, of course, we have the children's segment, which is, I would say, the highlight of today. So after all the, really, I would say, difference of opinions and different discussions and different inputs, I think we really need to see all that to, bring ourselves into that. I mean, I'll talk about it more later, but yeah, for now, I'll just pass it on to Achyuta Prabhu and he can share. So maybe Achyuta Prabhu, do you want me to share the screen?
Yes, please, if you can share the screen. Yeah, thank you.
I think you're still on. Yeah. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
No? You can, yeah?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. My humble obeisances to everyone. Pancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschat Deshatarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Mukam karoti vacharam, pangam langaite girim, yatripantam vande Shri Guru Dinatanginam, Ramananda Madhavam, Shri Chaitanya Ishwaram. So really grateful to all the Prabhupada disciples and thankful to all the devotees as well for coming for this wonderful festival, and we are all in bliss about hearing about Prabhupada and discussing about Prabhupada. So really, I hope you're all enjoying the festival. We still have one more day to go. It's going to be tomorrow. So we were just the segment of this segment is about talking about one of the qualities from the 26 qualities of a pure devotee, and how we find that from the in the books about Prabhupada. So this book I was referring to is from Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita by His Holiness Satsvarup Maharaj. If we can go on to the next screen, please. Can you change the slide? Yeah. Okay. So I thought I'll just quickly, I'm sure all of the devotees on the call are already knowing about these 26 qualities. One of them was spoken about, Nikinchan Prabhu spoke about that. So I'll just speak about these qualities. So when we are discussing from the excerpt, maybe you all can help me to just understand if we can find out more qualities from what we are going to discuss. So the qualities here, as we all can see on the screen, is Kripalu, Akradroha, Satyasar Sama, Nidosha, Vadanyaya, Vridu, Suchi, Akinchana, Sarvopkara, Shanta, Krishnera Sharana, Kama, Aniha, Sthira, Vijita Sadguna, Mitabhuk, Apramata, Manada, Amani, Kambira, Karuna, Maitra, Kavi, Daksha, Moni. So it says here, devotees are always merciful, humble, truthful, equal to all, faultless, magnanimous, mild and clean. They are without material possessions and they perform welfare work for everyone. They are peaceful, surrendered to Krishna and desireless. They are indifferent to material acquisitions and are fixed in devotional service. They completely control the 6 bad qualities, lust, anger, greed, and so forth. They eat only as much as required and they are not inebriated. They are respectful, grave, compassionate, and without false prestige. They are friendly, poetic, expert, and silent. So there are so many qualities which we see all of them in Srila Prabhupada. And one quality, it was actually difficult to see which quality to speak about. But it was easy also because I could have picked up anyone. So I was reading something from Lilamrita, and then I could see that there was something where it talks about how Prabhupada is so much peaceful. And as it says, devotees are peaceful, and Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita that because somebody who's happy, only that person can become peaceful. So Prabhupada, as a devotee, was happy, and not only he was happy, he wanted to make all of us happy. As Kripamaya Prabhu in the morning talk said, and Akadati Prabhu also mentioned that Prabhupada wanted all of us to be happy. So he was, through his qualities, he was giving us, he was inspiring us. He's inspiring us, and he's also instructing us. So the excerpt which I picked up, there has to be a little bit of background on that. So we will just I'll just go through a little bit of background, and then we'll just mention how we arrived at how we were discussing about the quality of peace, being peaceful. So this is a pastime related to the Juhu temple. And it all starts from where the Prabhupada was looking to purchase a land in Bombay. So this was back in November 1971. I'll just read this 2 paragraphs here. This is as per from the book of Lilamrita. Mr. N, the owner of the 5-acre plot, had set a reasonable price and seemed friendly and sincere. Yet risks were involved in such transactions, and in this case, Prabhupada even found reasons for suspicion. Through his lawyer, he learned that Mr. N had previously entered into an agreement to sell the same land to the C company, but had later cancelled the agreement. The C company had then filed a suit against Mr. N for breach of contract. If the Bombay High Court decided in the C company's favor, the land would be awarded to them. When Prabhupada's secretary questioned Mr. N about this entanglement, Mr. N assured him the C company could not win the suit, but that in any case, ISKCON could withhold a certain portion of their payment until the litigation with C was settled. Mr. N was a well-known figure in Bombay, formerly the Sheriff of Bombay, an honorary judicial police position. He was now publisher editor of one of the largest daily newspapers in Bombay. He was wealthy, owning several properties in Juhu and Bombay, and influential, not a man one would want to oppose. To purchase the Juhu land under the present circumstances required boldness. So this was the time when Srila Prabhupada decided to purchase this land. He wanted this land well before going to America, when he used to come to Sumati Mukherjee's house for classes and meeting her in Juhu. He had looked at this land before, and he was very much interested to build a temple there. So he really wanted that. So this was a bit of a background. Maybe we can go to the next slide. So now, ultimately, there was. I mean, I'm not going through whole of the episode because it's a very lengthy episode, and there are a lot of things which I have made in a brief way, because we will need more time if you want to go through all of this. So I'm just. I might be skipping few things in between, but I'll just try to fill the gap myself. So ultimately, Prabhupada managed somehow that devotees moved to the land, and then the deity Sri Sri Radha Srihari also arrived at Hare Krishna's land. So here Maharaj says, in attempting to construct a spiritual city in Juhu, he realized he was launching a major attack against Maya. Within a few months, so many complications and headaches had already disturbed his plans. And more would come. The battle was just beginning. And this was just a start, but at the same time, this was not the only thing Prabhupada was involved in. Prabhupada was also, at the same time, he was dealing with Vrindavan temple. At the same time, he was also, there's a chapter which says around the world, but absorbed in Bombay. So he was traveling all over the world, but he was absorbed very much in this Bombay temple, which he wanted to build. And he went to Australia, from there to New Zealand, from there to Hawaii, from there to Los Angeles. And he was preaching, he was giving classes, he was doing all of those activities, but still he was very much meditating on Bombay. So here it continues. After Prabhupada had signed the sales agreement, the Indian government had passed a law obliging Mr. N to pay a 5 lakh gains tax upon executing the conveyance. He was asking ISKCON should pay it, and he would apply it toward the mortgage. Now here it begins for the devotees. They had a suspicion of Mr. N's character and of his dealings. Although Mr. N seemed very helpful, giving the devotees a good price for the land and even providing workers for clearing it. And Mrs. N had often attended Prabhupada's classes, but there also seemed to be many contradictions in Mr. N's behavior. So here, Prabhupada had this feeling that there will be difficulties, there will be challenges, but Prabhupada was determined to carry on. So as I said, as we are going along, devotees on the call, if you feel any of those 26 qualities, you also feel apart from peaceful, please do mention in the chat box, and you can also mention a few words as to why you feel so. Yeah. So we can go to the next one. Next slide. So now here, after some time, this is not immediately after that, but a little later, when things were not resolving, Prabhupada was worried that he had not heard from his lawyer, actually his own lawyer, Mr. D. And 2 weeks ago, before he had telegrammed both Mr. N and Mr. D, asking for the reports on the delays, but he had not received any replies from either of them. He had since written to another lawyer, a friend in Bombay, asking about the delay, and in Los Angeles, he received the reply. Mr. D was no longer his attorney. A couple of days after receiving this shocking news, Prabhupada received a formal letter from the office of Mr. D informing him of the same. So of all the recent news from Bombay, this was the most disturbing because Prabhupada realized that it will be more difficult. Prabhupada began to see how Mr. N had been devising a devious plot from the beginning. It was not just a matter of slowness or bureaucratic delay. Mr. D had been in league with Mr. N. They were cheaters. So now it was going to be a real fight. ISKCON would have to go to court and file criminal charges against Mr. N. There was no avoiding the fight, but Prabhupada still felt his position was legally very strong. And at the same time, when this was happening, there was this large country estate George Harrison was donating at that time, which is Bhaktivedanta Manor. So it was kind of going through that waves of emotion, waves of that situation, where at one side Prabhupada is fighting, and other side he is getting such a beautiful estate for his temple in London. So can we go to the next one, please? Yeah. So now here, one of the chapters is about, it says the battle for Bombay. Which describes how, in detail, how it was so difficult. So Mr. N had gone back on all his promises and had cancelled the sales agreement on the plea that the devotees had not obtained the deed within a 6-month period. The 2 lakh down payment he had claimed was now his, and the devotees should vacate the land immediately. Mr. N had shut off the water supply to Hare Krishna land. Several days later, a hoodlum had shown up at the entrance to the property, brandishing a machete whenever devotees passed by. A friend of Mr. N had printed a handbill ascribing scandalous behavior to the American Hare Krishna devotees and was having it distributed at the nearby Vilepale train station. Although few devotees had left and others wanted to, about 30 devotees still remained in Bombay. And at that time, Prabhupada was in Radha Damodar temple, and he got a letter about these difficulties, and devotees were finding it so difficult that they were about to give up on this. So when Prabhupada was, he gave his classes there, and after that, when Prabhupada was finally alone, he began to think of Bombay. Although hundreds of miles away, the occurrences there were beating on his heart here in Vrindavan. He took out his copy of the agreement he had signed with Mr. N. Then he called his secretary and began dictating a letter to his leaders in Bombay. Can we go to the next one? So again, this was getting difficult. Prabhupada actually, like a lawyer, Prabhupada dictated this letter, and he was giving the answers to the arguments one by one, and he was clarifying his position. So he was taking a role of a lawyer himself, very intelligently, and not giving up the fight. Then after a few days, ultimately, as we know in the Lilamrita, it says that Mr. N was really not cooperating, and at one point of time he said that I'll come and I'll take the deities myself. I'll just remove the deities, because he wanted the devotees to go. But ultimately he had a heart attack, and 2 weeks later he died. But still, it carried on, the fight carried on. And one day, without warning, Mrs. N launched a violent attack. And on morning of 1st June, it's mentioned in the book, while the devotees were attending their routine duties, a truck drove into Chu property and the demolition squad had come to dismantle the temple. So it was very difficult, and literally it was a point when the deities were also going to be taken away. But at the last minute, with some help, that was stopped. And then somehow the temple was built over in between. And there was a court case where the judge gave this verdict that if the temple is built, then let it be there and let them carry on. So ultimately, in September 15, 1973, Prabhupada paid Mrs. N the money, who then signed the conveyance so that the land was legally ISKCON's. And after then they had a celebration, they had a feast. So after the late feast, when everyone had departed, Prabhupada returned to his room, and leaning back at his desk, he exclaimed, "It was a good fight." So later on, Prabhupada would cite the story of the fight for Bombay land as evidence that a person in Krishna consciousness has no problems. After all that, Prabhupada is saying that there are no problems. And he said no problems meant that Srila Prabhupada saw how Krishna personally arranged things for his devotees. So in this whole episode, in whole this excerpt, Maharaj Chatur Maharaj also mentions one more verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, where also it talks about the peaceful quality of a sadhu. He says, Titikshava Karunika, Suridam Sarvabhutanam, Ajatava Satrava Shanta, Sadhava Sadhu Bhushanam. So he's basically mentioning about this qualities of a sadhu where he's peaceful. And finally, he mentions that remaining peaceful, Shanta, and dependent on Krishna, he had become victorious. So on the superficial level, we might be thinking that it's all about fighting and all about being so much anxiety and so much of problems and challenges. But if Prabhupada was not peaceful deep within, he would not have been able to carry on this kind of humongous battle. So it's definitely this whole episode, this whole incident displays Prabhupada's qualities of being peaceful deep within, and how, being peaceful internally, he could carry on where there was time when devotees were about to give up. And ultimately, this way Prabhupada became victorious. So this is something I thought of. My videos. So I didn't realize my video was off. So yeah, so this is the quality I wanted to just talk about from 26 qualities. So if anybody has anything to any comment or anything, please feel free to share. Otherwise, we can move on to the next segment. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Achyuta Prabhu, because this is actually, interestingly, we are, those of you who are following the schedule, actually.
Yeah, I forgot to mention, sorry, thank you for reminding me. Actually, yes, what I wanted to say, one more point I wanted to say, that when we are hearing the pastime, it's more, it gives us a better experience when we have it in a visual way. So devotees actually have put together a nice drama for you all, which is going to be happening tomorrow. And this is from Bhaktivedanta Players. And they have done this at Bhaktivedanta Manor. They have done this recording. So it's definitely not to be missed tomorrow. I think it's the same time tomorrow. So please do come and see this visually, what we were discussing about this first time. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it is a very, I would say, landmark pastime of Srila Prabhupada, because normally what we would see him is, it's a different kind of a personality that, Prabhupada takes up, actually. And then in one of the lectures, I heard Prabhupada saying that, when need be, a Vaishnava can fight also. And he gives the example of Hanuman. And then for us, of course, this is the example that Prabhupada has demonstrated himself, that, it was, he really was very truthful in the whole pastime. He was very peaceful as well, like we just talked about. and then how Krishna arranges and Krishna helped, and we hear about that famous conversation between Giriraj Maharaj and Prabhupada, where Giriraj Maharaj says that I feel a lot of anxiety, and I feel that my Krishna consciousness is affected, because of all this. And then Prabhupada says that anxiety for Krishna is good. So yeah, so different, pure devotees, they exhibit different pastimes, they give different messages, but then all of them are very relevant for us. So, okay, I think we are good. Thank you, Achyuta Prabhu, for that. So we will now move to the last part of our day now. And of course, I've been personally waiting for this. Very, like I said earlier, this is very cute, very sweet. We have offerings from children. It is a recorded video because of COVID. We could not get all of them together, but they have put together a very nice offering. Some of them have actually, because they are part of Krishna Club, and Krishna Club is that arm of Bhaktivedanta Manor where different children from different backgrounds are brought together and they are kind of given an understanding about Krishna consciousness. So a lot of them actually have just recently started to learn about Srila Prabhupada, and the way they have put together, I think I'll let you all explore it yourself rather than me, breaking the surprise. But I can definitely say very innocent souls. We have really kept, to be honest, intentionally, we have kept if you see the rawness and the innocence in the video, because this is how we wanted to present it to you, that you should see how, like no pretense, no cover-ups, and simple, pure, just talking about Srila Prabhupada and how, I think the youngest one that I see in the video is about, I would say 6 or 7 years old. And then the eldest one would be around 10 or 11. And just within these, this age group, there are about 8 or 9 children who have presented their what they feel and what they do at home. It's very heart touching as well, because my congratulations to the parents and to the teachers also, because it's really nice to see how parents are working hard with children at home and trying to give them Krishna conscious values. So I think we can play the video now. I'm sure devotees are looking forward to it. Thank you, Mayank.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Om Gyanantimirandasya Gyananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Tapadakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sagana Lalita Shiv Shakanvitamstra He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabantu Jagatpate Gopisha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostite Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Rishabhanusade Devi Pranamami Hari Priya Panchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavabhyo Namo Namaha Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashita Deshatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Dvaita Gadadhara Shivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, I just wanted to share everyone my Prabhupada picture. So I've added the glasses, the tilla. I've written Jai Srila Prabhupada here, and I've done some designs in between Srila Prabhupada. So, and Prabhupada is also thinking about the holy name in this picture, because it says over here, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai!
Hare Krishna, everybody. Today we will be talking about Srila Prabhupada. He was born in 1896 in Calcutta, now known as Kolkata, India. He first met his spiritual master in Calcutta in 1922, who convinced him to dedicate his life to teaching Vedic knowledge in the Western world. He traveled to New York City on a cargo ship called Jal Duta in 1965. With great effort and difficulty, a year later, he established the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, also known as ISKCON, in July of 1966. His motto was, "Preaching is the essence, purity is the force, books are the basis, and utility is the principle." In 1935, he was given the title of Kavi, which meaning is learned poet, by his godbrothers. One of the stanza from his poem is, "Absolute is sentient, thou hast proved, impersonal calamity thou hast removed." In the last 10 years of his life, he circled the globe 12 times on lecture tours to 6 continents. In 1977, he finally left for the spiritual world, leaving a legacy of over 500 ISKCON temples globally. Hare Krishna. I thank you for listening to Srila Prabhupada's story today.
Hare Krishna, everybody. I'm Nista. Today I'm going to be showing you Srila Prabhupada's timeline. So let's get started. Srila Prabhupada's timeline by Mr. W, which is me. Srila Prabhupada's timeline. So on 1st of September 1996, he was born after the day of Janmashtami to Gaur Mohan, his dad, and Rajani Devi, which is his mother. So on 1922, he meets Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Goswami Maharaja, which is his guru. I didn't add it. In 1933, he accepts formal Diksha initiation. So on 1944, he starts a copy, Back to Godhead, which is a magazine. You guys might have known it. You guys might have known the magazine. So in 1951, he accepts Vanaprastha. And then in 1953, in Jhansi, he initiates his first disciple, Acharya Prabhaka. In 1956, he moves to Vrindavan. Then 1956 again, in September 17th, he accepts sannyas in Mathura by one of his god brothers, Holiness Kesava Maharaj. In 1962, in September, he publishes Volume 1, Canto 1 of Srimad Bhagavatam. In 1964, 2 years after, he publishes Volume 2, Canto 1 of Srimad Bhagavatam. Then in 14th of November was his disappearance day, and his age was 81. So I really hope you like that. Thank you for watching my small video. Hare Krishna, everybody.
Hare Krishna. We're going to go over the biography of Srila Prabhupada's life. It's very interesting. First, he loved visiting Vrindavan, the transcendental birthplace of Lord Krishna. And here is a timeline of A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. 1st of September 1896, Srila Prabhupada was born in Kolkata, India. In 1903, Prabhupada starts creating his own Ratha Yatra festival. 1902, Prabhupada starts worshipping Radha Krishna. 1916, he is a student in philosophy at Scottish Churches College. 1918, Prabhupada undertakes a married life and marries Radharani Devi. 1920, he meets his spiritual master Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. 1925, he visits Vrindavan. 1932 to 1933, he is initiated by a spiritual master in Prayagraj. In 1935, he is instructed by his spiritual master to publish books and form temples. 1936, the final order from his spiritual master before he left this world to preach in the West. 1939, he got the name of Bhaktivedanta from some fellow Vaishnavas. 1944, he starts the Back to Godhead magazine, which is still going on today. Now we're going to go into his adulthood. 1953, he starts the League of Devotees and initiated his first disciple. 1954, he retires from family life. 1959, he enters renounced order of life, sannyas. 1960, he publishes his first book, Easy Journey to Other Planets. And then he publishes the first volume of Canto 1 in the Srimad Bhagavatam. And then Abhay Charan goes to the US on his cargo ship, Jaladuta. And then A.C. Bhaktivedanta founds ISKCON, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. 1967 to 1968, the Bhagavad Gita is translated, commented, and published. 1972, Prabhupada establishes the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust. 1975, he translates the Chaitanya Charitamrita in 17 volumes. Next, 1976, he establishes the Bhaktivedanta Institute for Scientific Preaching. 1977, Prabhupada disappeared from the mortal world. All glory to Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
The Jaladuta prayers that Srila Prabhupada wrote when he was coming to the West. Only by your causeless mercy will my words become pure. I'm sure that when this transcendental message penetrates their hearts, they will certainly feel gladdened and thus become liberated from all unhappy conditions of life. O Lord, I'm just like a puppet in your hands, so if you have brought me here to dance, then make me dance, O Lord, make me dance as you like. I have no devotion, nor do I have any knowledge, but I have strong faith in the holy name of Krishna. I've been designated as Bhaktivedanta, and now, if you like, you can fulfill the real purport of Bhaktivedanta. Srila Prabhupada has inspired me in my life by helping me to become more Krishna confident. He has done this by explaining the wonderful philosophy in detail through writing the Bhagavad Gita translations and purports. He's also inspired me to chant and distribute these amazing books and have meaningful friendships with other devotees. Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Prachita Deshitarine. Abhay Bhaktivedanta Swami was born in 1st September 1896. He died in 14 November 1977. He was known as Srila Prabhupada. Initially his name was Abhay Charan and then it was changed to Srila Prabhupada. He was an Indian spiritual teacher along with founder preceptor of International Society of Krishna Consciousness. When he was a baby, his relatives and family put two things on the floor. They put money and they put Bhagavad Gita. The baby picked Bhagavad Gita, which told everyone he was going to be a spiritual teacher as he grew up and was going to preach to everyone. The challenges on Jaladuta. One of the challenges Srila Prabhupada faced was when he was on his way to America. He left for America at 9 a.m. in the morning on 13th of August on a ship called Jaladuta. By 12 a.m., when they reached the Bay of Bengal, Srila Prabhupada started to feel seasick because the sea was rough and the boat was tilting and rolling. On the 19th, when the ship arrived at Colombia, Sri Lanka, the seasickness turned into chest pains, and then he had 2 heart attacks. Srila Prabhupada thought he would not survive if he had another heart attack, but that night he had a dream where Krishna was pulling his ship all the way to America and was smiling at him. Prabhupada felt assured of Krishna's protection, and his attacks did not reoccur. Hare Krishna, this is my Jaladuta cargo ship that I've drawn, the cargo ship where Srila Prabhupada traveled on. So this is the boat, and the waves is when Srila Prabhupada traveled. There was a really rough tide. So I hope you like my video.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. My offering to Prabhupada Ji is a London tube map, which is highlighting his life and contribution to the world through ISKCON and the Hare Krishna movement. This tube map is an attempt to provide an overarching experience of being in Krishna consciousness and the activities that encompass this movement. As you can see on the bottom left-hand corner, we have the key. It contains red as the lifeline, brown as the deities, grey as the incarnations of Krishna, green as the Guru Parampara, black as the books that Prabhupada has written, pink as the spiritual courses, dark blue as the sadhana schedule, and finally cyan as the popular temples around the world. So let's do the red line first. Prabhupada Ji was born on the 1st of September in 1896. Then graduated in 1920. He got initiated in 1933 and started writing books, publication in 1944. He retired from his married life in 1950. He traveled to the West 15 years later and founded ISKCON in 1966. Prabhupada Ji sadly departed this world on the 14th of November 1977. And now moving on to the black line, the books, starting from the bottom. The laws of nature, renunciation through wisdom, message of Godhead, teachings of Queen Kunti, the matchless gift, civilization and transcendence, a second chance, beyond illusion and doubt, the path of perfection, easy journey to other planets, life comes from life, and science of self-realization. And finally, to pink, the spiritual courses, starting from the east, the west, going to the east. Starting from ISKCON Disciple Course, Bhakti Shastri, Bhakti Vaibhav, Bhaktivedanta, Sanskrit Speaking Course, Namashray Bhakti, Teachings of Chaitanya Charamrita, and Bhagavad Puran. This is a mini tube map that's been created on Prabhupada. It's a London tube map that includes the key and all of the tubes accordingly. I hope you enjoyed this. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
We are going to explain the 9 processes of devotional service as explained by Prahlad Maharaj in the Srimad Bhagavatam.
Nitai, why is it important to hear every day about Krishna?
Because then you can remember him all day long.
And what's your favorite pastime about Krishna that you've heard?
The Bakasura.
Why the Bakasura? Why do you like it so much?
Because it's a bird and my favorite animal is a bird.
And what do we learn from Krishna's pastimes? What do we learn from Krishna's pastimes, Nitai?
We can learn that never be afraid of any scary things in this world.
And do you want to say thank you to anybody?
Thank you for watching my video.
Chanting means kirtan. It can be done by singing kirtan, chanting the holy name, and talking about the glories of the Lord. Chanting is important because it purifies our heart and brings us closer to Krishna. An example is Sukadev Goswami, who recited the Srimad Bhagavatam to Maharaj Parikshit. Hare Krishna. Process 3 is remembering the Lord. Prahlad Maharaj never forgot Lord Krishna, even when his father was trying to harm him. Hare Krishna.
Krishna, today I will be talking about deity worship. There are 3 different kinds of ways of doing deity worship. Number 1, offering bhoga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, please accept this offering. Number 2, offering arti. Nama Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nitinamine Nama Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nitinamine. Number 3, singing kirtan. Thank you very much, Lord. Vandanam is a prayer like bhajans, bowing down, doing arati. And if you do this, Krishna will listen to you. And my favorite bhajan is the Shikshastakam. Cheto darpanam arjanam bhavamaha nirvapanam Shreya kairava chandrika vitaranam Ityavadu jivanam Anandam buddhivardhanam Pratipada Purnamrita swadanam Sarvatna snapanam param Vijayate Shri Krishna Sankirtanam. Darshyam, after many, many thousands of births, when one comes to understand that he is an eternal servant of Krishna, one can deliver others from this universe. One simply continues to think that he is an eternal servant of Krishna, even without performing any other process of devotional service. He can attain full success. Hare Krishna. Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu Smaranam Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu Smaranam Padasevanam Arjuna Vandanam Dasyam Sakyam Atma Nivedanam. Krishna is my best friend. Always remember him and never forget him. Hare Krishna. Atmani Vedanam, complete surrender. The word Atmani Vedanam refers to the stage at which one who has no motive other than to serve the Lord and surrenders everything to the Lord and performs his activities only to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead. For example, Bali Maharaj gave Sri Vamandev his entire kingdom, his possessions, as well as his own body, although his spiritual master was against it. Hare Krishna. Hare
I'm grateful to Srila Prabhupada, so because he created ISKCON, and we can meet up with our Krishna Club friends. I offer my respectful obeisances unto His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. He is also very dear to Lord Krishna, having taken shelter at his lotus feet. I respectful obeisances unto you, O spiritually kind in preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya Deva and delivering the Western countries which are filled with impersonalism and voidism. Hare Krishna.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. I think that was really sweet and very cute. And I was following the messages on the chat. And yeah, I think we all agree. It was very innocent, very lovingly done. And of course, this is future generation coming up. And maybe one day, they will all be conducting this festival, actually. So when they grow up, yeah, it's nice to see them. Okay, so we are coming now. We are getting to close now, but just before we close, our heartfelt thanks to all those who attended today, who are on Zoom, who are on YouTube, Facebook, Mayapur TV. We are seeing like there were devotees joining in from everywhere, and we could see that devotees were like on different platforms. So I think we've had a good attendance of about 200 devotees today overall, all during this day, just spread out. And so similarly, we come back tomorrow again. Tomorrow is day 2 and the second day and the last day of the festival. And tomorrow we have the morning session with His Holiness Bhakti Rasamrit Maharaj. So he would also be talking about our founder Acharya in the context of how we should take it forward in future. And then we have a very beautiful panel discussion with senior devotees from Bhaktivedanta Manor. So we would be joined by Mother Vishakha, who is our temple president, Sutapa Prabhu, Mukundhari Prabhu, and other senior devotees. And we would be talking about one of the objectives that we talked earlier this morning, and when we were drawing this this festival, the conceptualizing it. So we talked about unity, and so tomorrow's topic for panel discussion is love means cooperation. So that's one thing. We also have the drama, so the famous Juhu drama that would be played, and then we have a very, very special segment of about 1.5 hours. So we have about 7 or 8 Srila Prabhupada disciples who would be specifically sharing their pastimes of Srila Prabhupada related to Bhaktivedanta Manor. So we have a very special segment dedicated just to Srila Prabhupada disciples, and loads and loads and loads of memories that would be shared thereon. So I think I think we should close now. We've been together this whole day. Beautiful, association of devotees. Everybody's together, but again, it's time we should go back, take rest. So we are energized for tomorrow, and please do join us. The same Zoom details, same YouTube, same Facebook. We would be on again from 8:15 onwards. And 8:30 we will start with the usual Guru Puja from Srila Prabhupada's room at the Manor. I hope you all really had a good time. We all are taking back some messages that we can carry on in our devotional practice. Please keep sending us your feedback. I've been looking through the mailbox today, spfestival@krishnatemple.com. There's been like very beautiful, very encouraging messages from all of you. And please keep us encouraged. Please feel free to correct us, or please let us know what you all would like to see, because like Mother Vishaka said this morning, this is going to be an annual festival now. So whatever inputs you give, we can always, have an opportunity to kind of incorporate it every year, In fact, devotees are already talking about next year's festival and what would be the theme. So there's lots of buzz in the background, and we can we are happy to pick up your messages and your inputs. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for joining us, and I will see you all again at about 8:15 tomorrow morning. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Vanchakalpatarubhasya kripa sindhu bhayevacha patitanam pavnebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Hare Krishna.
Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. 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 Bandho mui savadhana mate. Bandho mui savadhana mate. Bandho mui savadhana mate. Bandho mui savadhana mate. Jahar prasade bhai e bhavatoriya ja. Jahar prasade bhai e bhavatoriya ja. Krishna prapti ho jaha hoite. 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 Guru Mukha Padma Vakya गाय जहर चरितो वेदे गाय जहर चरितो वेदे गाय जहर चरितो वेदे गाय जहर चरितो श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनर बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनर बंधु लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवाना लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवाना आहा प्रभु करो दया देह मोरे पद छाया आहा प्रभु करो दया देह मोरे पद छाया एबे जास घुषुक त्रिभुवाना एबे जास घुषुक